Annabel Lee by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Annabel Lee. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden there lived, whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden, she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. She was a child and I was a child in this kingdom by the sea. But we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that, long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud by night, chilling my Annabel Lee, so that her high-born kinsmen came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we. And neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And the stars never rise, but I see the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And so, all the night tide, I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in her sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the side of the sea. End of Annabel Lee. Read by J. Audio. Norfolk, October 14th, 2024.
The Bells of Grangely-Super-Montem by Anonymous. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Sonia. The Bells of Grangely-Super-Montem. Many years ago in merry England there was joy in the fen country. Farmers meeting in the market towns shook their fat sides with glee as they told of reclaimed lands and fruitful pasturages that the envious waters had been forced to yield up to them. For so many generations they had borne with the constant flooding of their land that the evil seemed irremediable. But now the clever Dutchman had come to their aid, and sent sturdy, stalwart men across, who had dug trenches and channels, and thrown up earthworks and banks, and were gradually draining that part of the fen country lying in the north of Nottinghamshire. These dykes were their friends, and the clever Dutchmen were made welcome everywhere. Among these was Mynheer von Meyer, a big, tall, rosy-cheeked, black-eyed fellow, with broad shoulders and a jolly laugh that did your heart good to listen to. He was dancing at a farewell gathering on New Year's Eve at Farmer Furley's, and his eyes turned, like the needle to the magnet, to the fair face of Maggie, the daughter of the house, the apple of her father's eye, and her mother's pride. He thought of the Gretchens and the Hannahs of his own country, with their stolid faces, thick arms and ankles, long plaits of sandy colourless hair, their prim orderly lives, each in turn living exactly and doing exactly as her mother had done before her, and he compared them with the wild, sweet, wayward flower of English growth, tall and slim, with a little waist his huge hand could encircle, dainty little limbs, oval face, soft dark eyes, like stars shining out in a wind-tossed sky, coy and shy, piquant, coquettish. Ah, she was a maiden to go mad for, a maiden who could gather up the heartstrings of this great, honest, simple Hans, and twist them as she would. And Hans wanted her solely and desperately, but English Maggie had said him nay. She could not possibly go across that cruel, tossing, treacherous sea she had seen once when she went to the fair at Grimsby. She would not leave the old people and put her little hand into Hans's huge fist, and follow into that unknown country where even the words they spoke were unintelligible and all their ways strange. And the father and mother, when Hans pressed his suit, said, "Nay, but we cannot spare our Maggie to go foreign into strange lands, across the sea, where we'd never see her no more. Nay, lad, we like thee well, and thou'st a fine brave man, but we canna give thee our one ewe lamb." True love will have its way, and as the mountain would not go to Mahomet, Mahomet must go to the mountain, and so Hans, with a great gulp at the thought of the upheaval of all his life it would be, had offered to leave Holland for good, and settle in merry England, for Maggie's sake, if she would only say yes. And this was his last night. Tomorrow he and his men were all to leave, to take ship back to their own land, and Hans's great heart ached and thumped in his bosom with suspense and love and longing. All day Maggie had teased him almost beyond bearing. Not once could he get her alone. To all his pleading looks and hints she turned a deaf ear. When he looked sentimental, she laughed such a rippling, wild laugh, like a brook running over a pebbly, sandy bed, not the grave smile and solid haw-haw of Gretchen across the water. Wilful, tantalizing Maggie! How was he to win her? It was getting very late, and the Dutchman had far to ride. And now he must go, and without an answer? No. He was standing all irresolute by the kitchen door, his eyes full of tears, and his heart aching for a kind word, and his men were calling him. Must he thus leave his English wildflower? Ah, no. Maggie had watched him, and she was not going to let him go thus coldly. "Art going, Master Hans?" "Ay, my love," he said, in his broken English. "I am going across the sea, and I cannot go till I get thine answer. Come out with me, Maggie, to the stable." He drew the unresisting girl out with him till they stood in the warm, dark stable, looking back at the black shadow of the farmhouse and up into the frosty, starry sky, and they saw the old grey church tower on the hill, and the clock struck 10. Ah, that clock! It strikes the hour we part, Maggie. Yet 'tis a sweet tone, and I love to listen to it chime. I shall never forget it. In an hour, Hans, it will be ringing out the old year, and ringing in the new, and thou wilt be gone. And wilt thou miss me? Ay, Hans, I shall miss thee sorely. And the little, wilful coquette broke down, and hiding her face on the Dutchman's broad bosom, sobbed for grief. "But I will come back to thee, maiden. I but go to sell my house and kiss my old mother, and say good-bye to all my friends in Holland, and then I will return, and thy father will get me a farm near here, and we will drain it, and make it a happy home for my little girl, and you will wait for me faithful and true, won't you, Maggie?" And so the old story was told, and at last he won her consent and her faithful promise to wait a year. "It may be less, lassie, but I vow it shall not be more." "I'll wait for thee, Hans, till this day year, and I will never doubt thee or love another man. But if thou art not here before the new year dawns, then I shall know thou hast forgotten me, and lovest Gretchen better. How I hate her!" "I will be here." "I will come out to the gate, this gate, see, Hans, and I will wait for thee here this day year, when the bells begin to ring out, and they ring for an hour, Hans. And if thou art not here before the clock strikes 12, I shall know I am forgotten." "Forgotten? I can never forget thee, Maggie. When the bells ring out, thy faithful Hans shall be by thy side and win thee for his wife." And so, with promises and kisses and tears, they parted. "This day year," he whispered to himself. The winter wore away into spring. Spring blossomed into summer, which in its turn ripened into autumn. And with it Maggie ripened too, from a bright, wild girlhood into a sweet, pure, wholesome, loving English woman. And truly she cherished the thought of Hans. Letter writing in those days was all but unknown, yet once a traveller brought a parcel of quaint Dutch oddities, in Delft and wrought needlework, and a letter in the most absolutely illegible and not to be understood English that ever pen put to paper, and the good man waited while Maggie carefully and laboriously wrote a little answer. My faithful Hans, I love thee still, and I will wait for thee till stroke of 12 on New Year's Eve. Thy Margaret. But that was in the early spring, and since then no communication had passed between the lovers, yet she never doubted him. And as all things come to her who waits, once more came New Year's Eve. Once more the old rafters of Farmer Furley's kitchen rang with merriment and the sound of the fiddle, and lads and lasses danced and made love as of yore. Nor was Maggie without her admirers. One in particular, a prosperous young tradesman from Gainsborough, was desperately anxious to win her for his wife, and his suit had for weeks been backed up by her parents' persuasion. But Maggie would not listen. "Maggie," quoth this fine fellow, John Gurnhill, "I will dance the New Year's dance with thee, and we will drink our wassail cup from the same horn, and thou wilt not be so cold and coy, my Maggie. Is it not so?" "Nay, John, I dance no New Year dance with thee. I am waiting for Hans from across the sea." "Silly girl, dost thou ever think he will return? Why, he has long ago forgotten thee, and has married his Dutch love ere now." "Thou art not complimentary, Master Gurnhill, to think I could be so soon forgotten. That is doubtless what thou wouldst do, but not my Hans." And the girl broke from his detaining grasp, and flinging a little hood of homespun over her head and shoulders, stole out to the stable gate. The church clock struck 11, and then the bells rang out. Ding dong, in the frosty air. "Hans will be here," she whispered. The quarter struck, and the bells chimed, but he came not. She shivered, and drew the wrap closer round her. "Foolish that I am to expect him to the minute. The snow lies deep on the fence, and he may be late." The bells chimed on, and the half-hour struck, and the first great tear rolled down her cheek. The air grew colder. Up at Grangely-Super-Montem it had been clear and bright, but down in the fens a cold, cruel fog had crept up, and was crawling up the hill. Fog without, and a cruel, cold pang of disappointment and hope betrayed within. The 3/4 struck, and Maggie's sobs shook her slight figure. But the merciless bells rang on with their senseless, joyless ding-dong, ding-dong. Far down below in the fens, a horseman had all the long evening been pressing on a jaded steed. The way was hard to find, the fog rose thickly and crawled round his eyes and throat. Will-o'-the-wisp lured him from the road. His horse grew wearier and stumbled, and at last, putting his foot in a deep hole, fell heavily, pitching his rider over his head in the snow. "Donner blitzen," muttered the man, as he struck flint and steel and consulted a huge watch. 11 of the clock all but, and I know not where I am, nor which is road, nor which is fen, and the horse is dying, lost, lost, lost." Yet he stumbled on, till he hit his head against a post, a finger-post. Eagerly Hans brushed off the snow and struck a light again. Alas, the name was strange to him, and he was completely lost in the fens in the cruel fog, and Maggie, she was lost to him. With a groan Hans sat down in the snow. He knew this was madness, but he had no heart to wander on. Every step might lead him more or less astray. If he did not die in the night, morning might bring relief. Hark! What was that? Far away in the distance rang faint, yet clear, a merry chime. Ding-dong, ding-dong, the bells of Grangely-Super-Montem. New life rushed through his veins. Hope hung out her beacon. The bells had saved him. Once more he set to breast the dangers of the roads. His feet felt firmer ground. The The bells surely rang clearer and louder, and yes, the road was surely ascending. Ay, but it was yet a long, hard struggle, and many a time he left the road, and had to wander back and fro to regain it, ever guided by the bells. At last he began to strike ground that was familiar, and the fog began to fall from him. Clear and loud the bells rang out, just over his head as it were, and then, oh joyful sight, stood out the great tower of the church. Spent and weary and out of breath, yet did Hans almost run the rest of the way. The bells ceased suddenly. Only a sort of echo filled the air, and now slowly did the 12 strokes of midnight strike his ear. Round the farmhouse he ran, and there, by the gate, stood his little girl, a poor, little, sad, shivering, wet and miserable Maggie. "Oh, Hans, Hans!" she wailed, "why hast thou forgotten me?" Not hearing his footsteps in the soft straw and snow. "Nay, lassie, thou art never forgotten. See, it is Hans, thy Hans, that holds thee." End of The Bells of Grangely-Super-Montem.
Brothers, from The Bookman, by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Brothers. I am at my house in the country, and it is late October. It rains. Back of my house is a forest, and in front there is a road, and beyond that, open fields. The country is one of low hills, flattening suddenly into plains. Some 20 miles away, across the flat country, lies the huge city, Chicago. On this rainy day, the leaves of the trees that line the road before my window are falling like rain. The yellow, red, and golden leaves fall straight down heavily. The rain beats them brutally down. They are denied a last golden flash across the sky. In October, leaves should be carried away, out over the plains, in a wind. They should go dancing away. Yesterday morning I arose at daybreak and went for a walk. There was a heavy fog, and I lost myself in it. I went down into the plains and returned to the hills, and everywhere the fog was a wall before me. Out of it trees sprang suddenly, grotesquely, as in a city street late at night, people come suddenly out of the darkness into the circle of light under a street lamp. Above there was a light of day forcing itself slowly into the fog. The fog moved slowly. The tops of trees moved slowly. Under the trees the fog was dense. Purple. It was like smoke lying in the streets of a factory town. An old man came up to me in the fog. I know him well. The people here call him insane. He's a little cracked, they say. He lives alone in a little house buried deep in the forest, and has a small dog he carries always in his arms. On many mornings I have met him walking on the road, and he has told me of men and women who were his brothers and sisters, his cousins, aunts, uncles, brothers-in-law. The notion has possession of him. He cannot draw close to people near at hand, so he gets hold of a name out of a newspaper, and his mind plays with it. One morning he told me he was a cousin to the man named Cox, who at the time when I write is a candidate for the presidency. On another morning he told me that Caruso, the singer, had married a woman who was his sister-in-law. She is my wife's sister, he said, holding the little dog closely. His gray watery eyes looked appealingly up to me. He wanted me to believe. My wife was a sweet, slim girl, he declared. We lived together in a big house, and in the morning walked about arm in arm. Now her sister has married Caruso, the singer. He is of my family now. As someone had told me the old man had never been married, I went away wondering. One morning in early September I came upon him sitting under a tree beside a path near his house. The dog barked at me and then ran and crept into his arms. At that time, the Chicago newspapers were filled with the story of a millionaire who had got into trouble with his wife because of an intimacy with an actress. The old man told me the actress was his sister. He is 60 years old, and the actress whose story appeared in the newspapers is 20, but he spoke of their childhood together. "You would not realize it to see us now, but we were poor then," he said. "It's true, we lived in a little house on the side of a hill. Once when there was a storm, the wind nearly swept our house away. How the wind blew! Our father was a carpenter, and he built strong houses for other people, but our own house he did not build very strongly." He shook his head sorrowfully. "My sister, the actress, has got into trouble. Our house is not built very strongly," he said, as I went away along the path. For a month, 2 months, the Chicago newspapers that are delivered every morning in our village have been filled with the story of a murder. A man there has murdered his wife, and there seems no reason for the deed. The tale runs something like this. The man, who is now on trial in the courts, and will no doubt be hanged, worked in a bicycle factory where he was a foreman, and lived with his wife and his wife's mother in an apartment in 32nd Street. He loved a girl who worked in the office of the factory where he was employed. She came from a town in Iowa, and when she first came to the city, lived with her aunt, who has since died. To the foreman, a heavy, stolid-looking man with gray eyes, she seemed the most beautiful woman in the world. Her desk was by a window at an angle of the factory, a sort of wing of the building, and the foreman, down in the shop, had a desk by another window. He sat at his desk making out sheets containing the record of work done by each man in his department. When he looked up, he could see the girl sitting at work at her desk. The notion got into his head that she was peculiarly lovely. He did not think of trying to draw close to her, or of winning her love. He looked at her as one might look at a star, or across a country of low hills in October, when the leaves of the trees are all red and yellow gold. She is a pure, virginal thing, he thought vaguely. What can she be thinking about as she sits there by the window at work? In fancy, the foreman took the girl from Iowa home with him to his apartment in 32nd Street, and into the presence of his wife and his mother-in-law. All day in the shop, and during the evening at home, he carried her figure about with him in his mind. As he stood by a window in his apartment and looked out toward the Illinois Central Railroad tracks and beyond the tracks to the lake, the girl was there beside him. Down below, women walked in the street, and in every woman he saw there was something of the Iowa girl. One woman walked as she did. Another made a gesture with her hand that reminded of her. All the women he saw, except only his wife and his mother-in-law, were like the girl he had taken inside himself. The 2 women in his own house puzzled and confused him. They became suddenly unlovely and commonplace. His wife, in particular, was like some strange, unlovely growth that had attached itself to his body. In the evening, after the day at the factory, he went home to his own place and had dinner. He had always been a silent man, and when he did not talk, no one minded. After dinner, he, with his wife, went to a picture show. When they came home, his wife's mother sat under an electric light, reading. There were 2 children, and his wife expected another. They came into the apartment and sat down. The climb up 2 flights of stairs had wearied his wife. She sat in a chair beside her mother, groaning with weariness. The mother-in-law was a soul of goodness. She took the place of a servant in the home and got no pay. When her daughter wanted to go to a picture show, she waved her hand and smiled. "Go on," she said. "I don't want to go. I'd rather sit here." She got a book and sat reading. The little boy of 9 awoke and cried. He wanted to sit on the popo. The mother-in-law attended to that. After the man and his wife came home, the 3 people sat in silence for an hour or 2 before bedtime. The man pretended to read a newspaper. He looked at his hands. Although he had washed them carefully, grease from the bicycle frames left dark stains under the nails. He thought of the Iowa girl and of her white, quick hands playing over the keys of a typewriter. He felt dirty and uncomfortable. The girl at the factory knew the foreman had fallen in love with her, and the thought excited her a little. Since her aunt's death, she had gone to live in a rooming house and had nothing to do in the evening. Although the foreman meant nothing to her, she could, in a way, use him. To her, he became a symbol. Sometimes he came into the office and stood for a moment by the door. His large hands were covered with black grease. She looked at him without seeing. In his place, in her imagination, stood a tall, slender young man. Of the foreman, she saw only the grey eyes that began to burn with a strange fire. The eyes expressed eagerness, a humble and devout eagerness. In the presence of a man with such eyes, she felt she need not be afraid. She wanted a lover who would come to her with such a look in his eyes. Occasionally, perhaps once in 2 weeks, she stayed a little late at the office, pretending to have work that must be finished. Through the window she could see the foreman waiting. When everyone had gone, she closed her desk and went into the street. At the same moment, the foreman came out at the factory door. They walked together along the street, a half-dozen blocks, to where she got aboard her car. The factory was in a place called South Chicago, and as they went along, evening was coming on. The streets were lined with small unpainted frame houses, and dirty-faced children ran screaming in the dusty roadway. They crossed over a bridge. 2 abandoned coal barges lay rotting in the stream. He went along by her side, walking heavily, striving to conceal his hands. He had scrubbed them carefully before leaving the factory, but they seemed to him like heavy, dirty pieces of waste matter hanging at his side. Their walking together happened but a few times, and during one summer. "It's hot," he said. He never spoke to her of anything but the weather. "It's hot," he said. "I think it may rain." She dreamed of a lover who would sometime come, a tall, fair young man, a rich man, owning houses and land. The working man who walked beside her had nothing to do with her conception of love. She walked with him, stayed at the office until the others had gone, to walk unobserved with him, because of his eyes, because of the eager thing in his eyes that was at the same time humble, that bowed down to her. In his presence there was no danger, could be no danger. He would never attempt to approach too closely, to touch her with his hands. She was safe with him. In his apartment in the evening, the man sat under the electric light with his wife and his mother-in-law. In the next room his 2 children were asleep. In a short time his wife would have another child. He had been with her to a picture show, and presently they would get into bed together. He would lie awake thinking, would hear the creaking of the springs of a bed from where, in another room, his mother-in-law was crawling under the sheets. Life was too intimate. He would lie awake, eager, expectant. Expecting what? Nothing. Presently, one of the children would cry. It wanted to get out of bed and sit on the popo. Nothing strange or unusual or lovely would or could happen. Life was too close, intimate. Nothing that could happen in the apartment could in any way stir him. The things his wife might say, her occasional half-hearted outbursts of passion, the goodness of his stout mother-in-law who did the work of a servant without pay. He sat in the apartment under the electric light, pretending to read a newspaper. Thinking. He looked at his hands. They were large, shapeless, a working man's hands. The figure of the girl from Iowa walked about the room. With her he went out of the apartment and walked in silence through miles of streets. It was not necessary to say words. He walked with her by a sea, along the crest of a mountain. The night was clear and silent, and the stars shone. She also was a star. It was not necessary to say words. Her eyes were like stars, and her lips were like soft hills rising out of dim, starlit plains. She is unattainable, she is far off, like the stars, he thought. She is unattainable, like the stars, but unlike the stars, she breathes, she lives, Like myself, she has being. One evening some 6 weeks ago, the man who worked as a foreman in the bicycle factory killed his wife, and he is now in the courts being tried for murder. Every day the newspapers are filled with the story. On the evening of the murder, he had taken his wife as usual to a picture show, and they started home at 9. In 32nd Street, at a corner near their apartment building, the figure of a man darted suddenly out of an alleyway and then darted back again. That incident may have put the idea of killing his wife into the man's head. They got to the entrance of the apartment building and stepped into a dark hallway. Then, quite suddenly, and apparently without thought, the man took a knife out of his pocket. Suppose that man who darted into the alleyway had intended to kill us, he thought. Opening the knife, he whirled about and struck his wife. He struck twice, a dozen times, madly. There was a scream, and his wife's body fell. The janitor had neglected to light the gas in the lower hallway. Afterward, the foreman decided that was the reason he did it. That, and the fact that the dark, slinking figure of a man darted out of an alleyway and then darted back again. Surely, he told himself, I could never have done it had the gas been lighted. He stood in the hallway thinking. His wife was dead, and with her had died her unborn child. There was a sound of doors opening in the apartments above. For several minutes, nothing happened. His wife and her unborn child were dead. That was all. He ran upstairs, thinking quickly. In the darkness on the lower stairway, he had put the knife back into his pocket, and, as it turned out later, there was no blood on his hands or on his clothes. The knife he later washed carefully in the bathroom when the excitement had died down a little. He told everyone the same story. There has been a hold-up, he explained. A man came slinking out of an alleyway and followed me and my wife home. He followed us into the hallway of the building, and there was no light. The janitor had neglected to light the gas. Well, there had been a struggle, and in the darkness his wife had been killed. He could not tell how it had happened. There was no light. The janitor had neglected to light the gas, he kept saying. For a day or two they did not question him especially, and he had time to get rid of the knife. He took a long walk and threw it away into the river in South Chicago, where the 2 abandoned coal barges lay rotting under the bridge. The bridge he had crossed when on the summer evenings he walked to the streetcar with the girl who was virginal and pure, who was far off and unattainable like a star, and yet not like a star. And then he was arrested, and right away he confessed. Told everything. He said he did not know why he had killed his wife, and was careful to say nothing of the girl at the office. The newspapers tried to discover the motive for the crime. They are still trying. Someone had seen him on the few evenings when he walked with the girl, and she was dragged into the affair and had her picture printed in the paper. That has been annoying for her, as, of course, she has been able to prove she had nothing to do with the man. Yesterday morning, a heavy fog lay over our village here at the edge of the city, and I went for a long walk in the early morning. As I returned out of the lowlands into our hill country, I met the old man whose family has so many and such strange ramifications. For a time he walked beside me, holding the little dog in his arms. It was cold, and the dog whined and shivered. In the fog, the old man's face was indistinct. It moved slowly back and forth with the fog banks of the upper air and with the tops of trees. He spoke of the man who has killed his wife, and whose name is being shouted in the pages of the city newspapers that come to our village each morning. As he walked beside me, he launched into a long tale concerning a life he and his brother, who had now become a murderer, had once lived together. "He is my brother," he said over and over, shaking his head. He seemed afraid I would not believe. There was a fact that must be established. "We were boys together, that man and I," he began again. "You see, we played together in a barn back of our father's house. Our father went away to sea in a ship. That is the way our names became confused. You understand that. We have different names, but we are brothers. We had the same father. We played together in a barn back of our father's house. All day we lay together in the hay in the barn, and it was warm there. In the fog, the slender body of the old man became like a little gnarled tree. Then it became a thing suspended in air. It swung back and forth like a body hanging on the gallows. The face beseeched me to believe the story the lips were trying to tell. In my mind, everything concerning the relationship of men and women became confused, a muddle. The spirit of the man who had killed his wife came into the body of the little old man there by the roadside. It was striving to tell me the story it would never be able to tell in the courtroom in the city, in the presence of the judge. The whole story of mankind's loneliness, of the effort to reach out to unattainable beauty, tried to get itself expressed from the lips of a mumbling old man, crazed with loneliness, who stood by the side of a country road on a foggy morning, holding a little dog in his arms. The arms of the old man held the dog so closely that it began to whine with pain. A sort of convulsion shook his body. The soul seemed striving to wrench itself out of the body, to fly away through the fog down across the plain to the city, to the singer, the politician, the millionaire, the murderer, to its brothers, cousins, sisters, down in the city. The intensity of the old man's desire was terrible, and in sympathy my body began to tremble. His arms tightened about the body of the little dog so that it screamed with pain. I stepped forward and tore the arms away, and the dog fell to the ground and lay whining. No doubt it had been injured. Perhaps ribs had been crushed. The old man stared at the dog lying at his feet, as in the hallway of the apartment building the worker from the bicycle factory had stared at his dead wife. "We are brothers," he said again. "We have different names, but we are brothers. Our father, you understand, went off to sea. I am sitting in my house in the country, and it rains. Before my eyes the hills fall suddenly away, and there are the flat plains, and beyond the plains, the city. An hour ago the old man of the house in the forest went past my door, and the little dog was not with him. It may be that as we talked in the fog, he crushed the life out of his companion. It may be that the dog, like the workman's wife and her unborn child, is now dead. The leaves of the trees that line the road before my window are falling like rain. The yellow, red, and golden leaves fall straight down, heavily. The rain beats them brutally down. They are denied a last golden flash across the sky. In October, leaves should be carried away out over the plains in a wind. They should go dancing away. End of Brothers. Read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, September 2024. The Buller-Podington Compact by Frank Richard Stockton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Buller-Podington Compact. "I tell you, William," said Thomas Buller to his friend Mr. Podington, "I am truly sorry about it, but I cannot arrange for it this year. Now, as to my invitation, that is very different." "Of course it is different," was the reply, "but I am obliged to say, as I said before, that I really cannot accept it." Remarks similar to these had been made by Thomas Buller and William Podington at least once a year for some 5 years. They were old friends, they had been schoolboys together, and had been associated in business since they were young men. They had now reached a vigorous middle age. They were each married, and each had a house in the country in which he resided for a part of the year. They were warmly attached to each other, and each was the best friend which the other had in this world. But during all these years, neither of them had visited the other in his country home. The reason for this avoidance of each other at their respective rural residences may be briefly stated. Mr. Buller's country house was situated by the sea, and he was very fond of the water. He had a good catboat, which he sailed himself with much judgment and skill, and it was his greatest pleasure to take his friends and visitors upon little excursions on the bay. But Mr. Podington was desperately afraid of the water, and he was particularly afraid of any craft sailed by an amateur. If his friend Buller would have employed a professional mariner of years and experience to steer and manage his boat, Podington might have been willing to take an occasional sail. But as Buller always insisted upon sailing his own boat, and took it ill if any of his visitors doubted his ability to do so properly, Podington did not wish to wound the self-love of his friend, and he did not wish to be drowned. Consequently, he could not bring himself to consent to go to Buller's house by the sea. To receive his good friend Buller at his own house in the beautiful upland region in which he lived would have been a great joy to Mr. Podington, but Buller could not be induced to visit him. Podington was very fond of horses and always drove himself, while Buller was more afraid of horses than he was of elephants or lions. To one or more horses driven by a coachman of years and experience he did not always object, but to a horse driven by Podington, who had much experience and knowledge regarding mercantile affairs, but was merely an amateur horseman, he most decidedly and strongly objected. He did not wish to hurt his friend's feelings by refusing to go out to drive with him, but he would not rack his own nervous system by accompanying him. Therefore it was that he had not yet visited the beautiful upland country residence of Mr. Podington. At last this state of things grew awkward. Mrs. Buller and Mrs. Podington, often with their families, visited each other at their country houses, but the fact that on these occasions they were never accompanied by their husbands caused more and more gossip among their neighbors, both in the upland country and by the sea. One day in spring, as the two sat in their city office, where Mr. Podington had just repeated his annual invitation, his friend replied to him thus: "William, if I come to see you this summer, will you visit me? The thing is beginning to look a little ridiculous, and people are talking about it." Mr. Podington put his hand to his brow, and for a few moments closed his eyes. In his mind he saw a cat-boat upon its side, the sails spread out over the water, and two men, almost entirely immersed in the waves, making efforts to reach the side of the boat. One of these was getting on very well. That was Buller. The other seemed about to sink. His arms were uselessly waving in the air. That was himself. But he opened his eyes and looked bravely out of the window. It was time to conquer all this. It was indeed growing ridiculous. Buller had been sailing many years and had never been upset. "Yes," said he, "I will do it. I am ready any time you name." Buller rose and stretched out his hand. "Good," he said. "It is a compact." Buller was the first to make the promised country visit. He had not mentioned the subject of horses to his friend, but he knew through Mrs. Buller that Podington still continued to be his own driver. She had informed him, however, that at present he was accustomed to drive a big black horse which, in her opinion, was as gentle and reliable as these animals ever became, and she could not imagine how anybody could be afraid of him. So when, the next morning after his arrival, Buller was asked by his host if he would like to take a drive, he suppressed a certain rising emotion and said that it would please him very much. When the good black horse had jogged along a pleasant road for half an hour, Mr. Buller began to feel that perhaps for all these years he had been laboring under a misconception. It seemed to be possible that there were some horses to which surrounding circumstances in the shape of sights and sounds were so irrelevant that they were to a certain degree entirely safe, even when guided and controlled by an amateur hand. As they passed some meadowland, somebody behind a hedge fired a gun. Mr. Buller was frightened, but the horse was not. "William," said Buller, looking cheerfully around him, "I had no idea that you lived in such a pretty country. In fact, I might almost call it beautiful. You have not any wide stretch of water, such as I like so much, but here is a pretty river. Those rolling hills are very charming, and beyond you have the blue mountains." "It is lovely," said his friend. "I never get tired of driving through this country. Of course, the seaside is very fine, but here we have such a variety of scenery." Mr. Buller could not help thinking that sometimes the seaside was a little monotonous, and that he had lost a great deal of pleasure by not varying his summers by going up to spend a week or two with Podington. "William," he said, "how long have you had this horse?" "About 2 years," said Mr. Podington. "Before I got him, I used to drive a pair." "Heavens," thought Buller, "how lucky I was not to come 2 years ago," and his regrets for not sooner visiting his friend greatly decreased. Now they came to a place where the stream, by which the road ran, had been dammed for a mill and had widened into a beautiful pond. "There now," cried Buller, "that's what I like. William, you seem to have everything. This is really a very pretty sheet of water, and the reflections of the trees over there make a charming picture. You can't get that at the seaside, you know." Mr. Podington was delighted. His face glowed. He was rejoiced at the pleasure of his friend. "I tell you, Thomas," he said, "that—" "William!" exclaimed Buller, with a sudden squirm in his seat. "What is that I hear? Is that a train?" "Yes," said Mr. Podington. "That is the 10:40 up." "Does it come near here?" asked Buller nervously. "Does it go over that bridge?" "Yes," said Podington, "but it can't hurt us, for our road goes under the bridge. We are perfectly safe. There is no risk of accident." "But your horse, your horse!" exclaimed Buller, as the train came nearer and nearer. "What will he do?" "Do?" said Podington. "He'll do what he is doing now. He doesn't mind trains." "But look here, William," exclaimed Buller, "it will get there just as we do. No horse could stand a roaring up in the air like that." Podington laughed. "He would not mind it in the least," he said. "Come, come now," cried Buller. "Really, I can't stand this. Just stop a minute, William, and let me get out. It sets all my nerves quivering." Mr. Podington smiled with a superior smile. "Oh, you needn't get out," said he. "There's not the least danger in the world. But I don't want to make you nervous, and I will turn around and drive the other way." "But you can't!" screamed Buller. "This road is not wide enough, and that train is nearly here. Please stop." The imputation that the road was not wide enough for him to turn was too much for Mr. Podington to bear. He was very proud of his ability to turn a vehicle in a narrow place. "Turn?" he said. "That's the easiest thing in the world. See, a little to the right, then a back, then a sweep to the left, and we will be going the other way." And instantly he began the maneuver in which he was such an adept. "Oh, Thomas!" cried Buller, half rising in his seat. "That train is almost here!" "And we are almost—" Mr. Podington was about to say, "turned around," but he stopped. Mr. Buller's exclamations had made him a little nervous, and in his anxiety to turn quickly he had pulled upon his horse's bit with more energy than was actually necessary, and his nervousness being communicated to the horse, that animal backed with such extraordinary vigor that the hind wheels of the wagon went over a bit of grass by the road and into the water. The sudden jolt gave a new impetus to Mr. Buller's fears. "You'll upset!" he cried, and not thinking of what he was about, he laid hold of his friend's arm. The horse, startled by this sudden jerk upon his bit, which, combined with the thundering of the train, which was now on the bridge, made him think that something extraordinary was about to happen, gave a sudden and forcible start backward, so that not only the hind wheels of the light wagon, but the fore wheels and his own hind legs went into the water. As the bank at this spot sloped steeply, the wagon continued to go backward, despite the efforts of the agitated horse to find a footing on the crumbling edge of the bank. "Whoa!" cried Mr. Buller. "Get up!" exclaimed Mr. Podington, applying his whip upon the plunging beast. But exclamations and castigations had no effect upon the horse. The original bed of the stream ran close to the road, and the bank was so steep and the earth so soft that it was impossible for the horse to advance or even maintain his footing. Back, back he went, until the whole equipage was in the water and the wagon was afloat. This vehicle was a road wagon, without a top, and the joints of its box body were tight enough to prevent the water from immediately entering it. so, somewhat deeply sunken, it rested upon the water. There was a current in this part of the pond, and it turned the wagon downstream. The horse was now entirely immersed in the water, with the exception of his head and the upper part of his neck, and, unable to reach the bottom with his feet, he made vigorous efforts to swim. Mr. Podington, the reins and whip in his hands, sat horrified and pale. The accident was so sudden, he was so startled and so frightened that, for a moment, he could not speak a word. Mr. Buller, on the other hand, was now lively and alert. The wagon had no sooner floated away from the shore than he felt himself at home. He was upon his favorite element. Water had no fears for him. He saw that his friend was nearly frightened out of his wits, and that, figuratively speaking, he must step to the helm and take charge of the vessel. He stood up and gazed about him. "Put her across the stream," he shouted. "She can't make headway against this current. Head her to that clump of trees on the other side. The bank is lower there, and we can beach her. Move a little the other way. We must trim the boat. Now then, pull on your starboard rein." Podington obeyed, and the horse slightly changed his direction. "You see," said Buller, "it won't do to sail straight across, because the current would carry us down and land us below that spot." Mr. Podington said not a word. He expected every moment to see the horse sink into a watery grave. "It isn't so bad after all, is it, Podington? If we had a rudder and a bit of a sail, it would be a great help to the horse. This wagon is not a bad boat." The despairing Podington looked at his feet. "It's coming in," he said in a husky voice. "Thomas, the water is over my shoes." "That is so," said Buller. "I am so used to water I didn't notice it. She leaks. Do you carry anything to bail her out with?" "Bail?" cried Podington, now finding his voice. "Oh, Thomas, we are sinking." "That's so," said Buller. "She leaks like a sieve." The weight of the running gear and of the two men was entirely too much for the buoyancy of the wagon body. The water rapidly rose toward the top of its sides. "We are going to drown!" cried Podington, suddenly rising. Lick him! Lick him!" exclaimed Buller. "Make him swim faster." "There's nothing to lick!" cried Podington, vainly lashing at the water, for he could not reach the horse's head. The poor man was dreadfully frightened. He had never even imagined it possible that he should be drowned in his own wagon. "Whoop!" cried Buller, as the water rose over the sides. "Steady yourself, old boy, or you'll go overboard." And the next moment the wagon body sunk out of sight. But it did not go down very far. The deepest part of the channel of the stream had been passed, and with a bump the wheels struck the bottom. "Heavens!" exclaimed Buller. "We are aground." "Aground!" exclaimed Podington. "Heaven be praised!" As the two men stood up in the submerged wagon, the water was above their knees, and when Podington looked out over the surface of the pond, now so near his face, it seemed like a sheet of water he had never seen before. It was something horrible threatening to rise and envelop him. He trembled so that he could scarcely keep his footing. "William," said his companion, "you must sit down. If you don't, you'll tumble overboard and be drowned. There is nothing for you to hold on to." "Sit down," said Podington, gazing blankly at the water around him. "I can't do that." At this moment the horse made a slight movement. Having touched bottom after his efforts in swimming across the main bed of the stream, with the floating wagon in tow, he had stood for a few moments, his head and neck well above water, and his back barely visible beneath the surface. Having recovered his breath, he now thought it was time to move on. At the first step of the horse, Mr. Podington began to totter. Instinctively, he clutched Buller. "Sit down!" cried the latter, "or you'll have us both overboard." There was no help for it. Down sat Mr. Podington, and, as with a great splash he came heavily upon the seat, the water rose to his waist. "Ugh!" said he. "Thomas, shout for help!" "No use doing that," replied Buller, still standing on his nautical legs. "I don't see anybody, and I don't see any boat. We'll get out all right. Just you stick tight to the thwart. "The what?" feebly asked the other. "Oh, the seat, I mean. We can get to the shore all right if you steer the horse straight. Head him more across the pond." "I can't head him," cried Podington. "I have dropped the reins." "Good gracious!" cried Mr. Buller. "That's bad. Can you steer him by shouting gee and haw?" "No," said Podington. "He isn't an ox, but perhaps I can stop him." And with as much voice as he could summon, he called out, "Whoa!" and the horse stopped. "If you can't steer him any other way," said Buller, "we must get the reins. Lend me your whip." "I have dropped that too," said Podington. "There it floats." "Oh, dear," said Buller. "I guess I'll have to dive for them. If he were to run away, we should be in an awful fix." "Don't get out! Don't get out!" exclaimed Podington. "You can reach over the dashboard." "As that's under water," said Buller, "it will be the same thing as diving. But it's got to be done, and I'll try it. Don't you move now. I am more used to water than you are." Mr. Buller took off his hat and asked his friend to hold it. He thought of his watch and other contents of his pockets, but there was no place to put them, so he gave them no more consideration. Then, bravely getting on his knees in the water, he leaned over the dashboard, almost disappearing from sight. With his disengaged hand, Mr. Podington grasped the submerged coat-tails of his friend. In a few seconds the upper part of Mr. Buller rose from the water. He was dripping and puffing, and Mr. Podington could not but think what a difference it made in the appearance of his friend to have his hair plastered close to his head. "I got hold of one of them," said the sputtering Buller, "but it was fast to something and I couldn't get it loose." "Was it thick and wide?" asked Podington. "Yes," was the answer. "It did seem so." "Oh, that was a trace," said Podington. "I don't want that. The reins are thinner and lighter." "Now I remember they are," said Buller. "I'll go down again." Again Mr. Buller leaned over the dashboard, and this time he remained down longer, and when he came up he puffed and sputtered more than before. "Is this it?" said he, holding up a strip of wet leather. "Yes," said Podington, "you've got the reins." "Well, take them and steer." I would have found them sooner if his tail had not got into my eyes. That long tail's floating down there and spreading itself out like a fan. It tangled itself all around my head. It would have been much easier if he had been a bobtailed horse. "Now then," said Podington, "take your hat, Thomas, and I'll try to drive." Mr. Buller put on his hat, which was the only dry thing about him, and the nervous Podington started the horse so suddenly that even the sea legs of Buller were surprised, and he came very near going backward into the water. But, recovering himself, he sat down. "I don't wonder you did not like to do this, William," said he. "Wet as I am, it's ghastly." Encouraged by his master's voice and by the feeling of the familiar hand upon his bit, the horse moved bravely on. But the bottom was very rough and uneven. Sometimes the wheels struck a large stone, terrifying Mr. Buller, who thought they were going to upset, and sometimes they sank into soft mud, horrifying Mr. Podington, who thought that they were going to drown. Thus proceeding, they presented a strange sight. At first, Mr. Podington held his hands above the water as he drove, but he soon found this awkward, and dropped them to their usual position so that nothing was visible above the water but the head and neck of a horse and the heads and shoulders of two men. Now the submarine equipage came to a low place in the bottom, and even Mr. Buller shuddered as the water rose to his chin. Podington gave a howl of horror, and the horse, with high uplifted head, was obliged to swim. At this moment a boy with a gun came strolling along the road, and hearing Mr. Podington's cry, he cast his eyes over the water. Instinctively he raised his weapon to his shoulder, and then, in an instant, perceiving that the objects he beheld were not aquatic birds, he dropped his gun and ran yelling down the road toward the mill. But the hollow in the bottom was a narrow one, and when it was past the depth of the water, gradually decreased. The back of the horse came into view, the dashboard became visible, and the bodies and the spirits of the two men rapidly rose. Now there was vigorous splashing and tugging, and then a jet-black horse, shining as if he had been newly varnished, pulled a dripping wagon containing 2 well-soaked men upon a shelving shore. "Oh, I am chilled to the bones," said Podington. "I should think so," replied his friend. "If you have got to be wet, it is a great deal pleasanter under the water." There was a field road on this side of the pond which Podington well knew, and proceeding along this, they came to the bridge and got into the main road. "Now we must get home as fast as we can," cried Podington, "or we shall both take cold. I wish I hadn't lost my whip." "I know. Get along." Podington was now full of life and energy. His wheels were on the hard road, and he was himself again. When he found his head was turned toward his home, the horse set off at a great rate. "Hey there!" cried Podington. "I am so sorry I lost my whip." "Whip?" said Buller, holding fast to the side of the seat. "Surely you don't want him to go any faster than this? And look here, William," he added, "it seems to me we are much more likely to take cold in our wet clothes if we rush through the air in this way. Really, it seems to me that horse is running away." "Not a bit of it," cried Podington. "He wants to get home, and he wants his dinner. Isn't he a fine horse? Look how he steps out." "Steps out?" said Buller. "I think I'd like to step out myself. Don't you think it would be wiser for me to walk home, William? That will warm me up." "It will take you an hour," said his friend. "Stay where you are, and I'll have you in a dry suit of clothes in less than 15 minutes. "I tell you, William," said Mr. Buller, as the two sat smoking after dinner, "what you ought to do, you should never go out driving without a life-preserver and a pair of oars. I always take them. It would make you feel safer." Mr. Buller went home the next day because Mr. Podington's clothes did not fit him, and his own outdoor suit was so shrunken as to be uncomfortable. Besides, there was another reason connected with the desire of horses to reach their homes, which prompted his return. But he had not forgotten his compact with his friend, and in the course of a week he wrote to Podington, inviting him to spend some days with him. Mr. Podington was a man of honor, and in spite of his recent unfortunate water experience, he would not break his word. He went to Mr. Buller's seaside home at the time appointed. Early on the morning after his arrival, before the family were up, Mr. Podington went out and strolled down to the edge of the bay. He went to look at Buller's boat. He was well aware that he would be asked to take a sail, and as Buller had driven with him, it would be impossible for him to decline sailing with Buller. But he must see the boat. There was a train for his home at 7:15. If he were not on the premises, he could not be asked to sail. If Buller's boat were a little flimsy thing, he would take that train. But he would wait and see. There was only one small boat anchored near the beach, and a man, apparently a fisherman, informed Mr. Podington that it belonged to Mr. Buller. Podington looked at it eagerly. It was not very small, and not flimsy. "Do you consider that a safe boat?" he asked the fisherman. "Safe?" replied the man. "You could not upset her if you tried. Look at her breadth of beam. You could go anywhere in that boat. Are you thinking of buying her?" The idea that he would think of buying a boat made Mr. Podington laugh. The information that it would be impossible to upset the little vessel had greatly cheered him, and he could laugh. Shortly after breakfast, Mr. Buller, like a nurse with a dose of medicine, came to Mr. Podington with the expected invitation to take a sail. "Now, William," said his host, "I understand perfectly your feeling about boats, and what I wish to prove to you is that it is a feeling without any foundation. I don't want to shock you or make you nervous, so I am not going to take you out today on the bay in my boat. You are as safe on the bay as you would be on land, a little safer, perhaps, under certain circumstances, to which we will not allude, but still it is sometimes a little rough, and this at first might cause you some uneasiness. And so I am going to let you begin your education in the sailing line on perfectly smooth water. About 3 miles back of us there is a very pretty lake several miles long. It is part of the canal system which connects the town with the railroad. I have sent my boat to the town, and we can walk up there and go by the canal to the lake. It is only about 3 miles. If he had to sail at all, this kind of sailing suited Mr. Podington. A canal, a quiet lake, and a boat which could not be upset. When they reached the town, the boat was in the canal, ready for them. "Now," said Mr. Buller, "you get in and make yourself comfortable. My idea is to hitch on to a canal boat and be towed to the lake. The boats generally start about this time in the morning, and I will go and see about it." Mr. Podington, under the direction of his friend, took a seat in the stern of the sailboat, and then he remarked, "Thomas, have you a life-preserver on board? You know I am not used to any kind of vessel, and I am clumsy. Nothing might happen to the boat, but I might trip and fall overboard, and I can't swim." "All right," said Buller. "Here's a life-preserver, and you can put it on. I want you to feel perfectly safe. Now I will go and see about the tow." But Mr. Buller found that the canal boats would not start at their usual time. The loading of one of them was not finished, and he was informed that he might have to wait for an hour or more. This did not suit Mr. Buller at all, and he did not hesitate to show his annoyance. "I tell you, sir, what you can do," said one of the men in charge of the boats. "If you don't want to wait till we are ready to start, we'll let you have a boy and a horse to tow you up to the lake. That won't cost you much, and they'll be back before we want 'em." The bargain was made, and Mr. Buller joyfully returned to his boat with the intelligence that they were not to wait for the canal boats. A long rope with a horse attached to the other end of it was speedily made fast to the boat, and with a boy at the head of the horse, they started up the canal. "Now this is the kind of sailing I like," said Mr. Podington. "If I lived near a canal, I believe I would buy a boat and train my horse to tow. I could have a long pair of rope lines and drive him myself. Then, when the roads were rough and bad, the canal would always be smooth." "This is all very nice," replied Mr. Buller, who sat by the tiller to keep the boat away from the bank, "and I am glad to see you in a boat under any circumstances. Do you know, William, that although I did not plan it, there could not have been a better way to begin your sailing education. Here we glide along, slowly and gently, with no possible thought of danger, for if the boat should suddenly spring a leak, as if it were the body of a wagon, all we would have to do would be to step on shore, and by the time you get to the end of the canal, you will like this gentle motion so much that you will be perfectly ready to begin the second stage of your nautical education." "Yes," said Mr. Podington. "How long did you say this canal is?" "About 3 miles," answered his friend. "Then we will go into the lock, and in a few minutes we shall be on the lake." "So far as I am concerned," said Mr. Podington, "I wish the canal were 12 miles long. I cannot imagine anything pleasanter than this. If I lived anywhere near a canal, a long canal, I mean, this one is too short, I'd—" Come now," interrupted Buller. "Don't be content to stay in the primary school just because it is easy. When we get on the lake, I will show you that in a boat, with a gentle breeze, such as we are likely to have today, you will find the motion quite as pleasing, and ever so much more inspiriting. I should not be a bit surprised, William, if after you have been 2 or 3 times on the lake, you will ask me, yes, positively ask me, to take you out on the bay." Mr. Podington smiled, and leaning backward, he looked up at the beautiful blue sky. "You can't give me anything better than this, Thomas," said he, "but you needn't think I am weakening. You drove with me, and I will sail with you." The thought came into Buller's mind that he had done both of these things with Podington, but he did not wish to call up unpleasant memories, and said nothing. About a half-mile from the town there stood a small cottage where house-cleaning was going on, and on a fence, not far from the canal, there hung a carpet gaily adorned with stripes and spots of red and yellow. When the drowsy tow-horse came abreast of the house, and the carpet caught his eye, he suddenly stopped and gave a start toward the canal. Then, impressed with the horror of the glaring apparition, he gathered himself up, and with a bound dashed along the towpath. The astounded boy gave a shout, but was speedily left behind. The boat of Mr. Buller shot forward as if she had been struck by a squall. The terrified horse sped on as if a red and yellow demon were after him. The boat bounded and plunged, and frequently struck the grassy bank of the canal as if it would break itself to pieces. Mr. Podington clutched the boom to keep himself from being thrown out, while Mr. Buller, both hands on the tiller, frantically endeavored to keep the boat from the bank. "William!" he screamed. "He is running away with us! We shall be dashed to pieces! Can't you get forward and cast off that line?" "What do you mean?" cried Podington, as the boom gave a jerk, as if it would break its fastenings and drag him overboard. "I mean, untow the tow-line. We'll be smashed if you don't. I can't leave this tiller. Don't try to stand up. Hold on to the boom and creep forward. Steady now, or you'll be overboard." Mr. Podington stumbled to the bow of the boat, his efforts greatly impeded by the big cork life-preserver tied under his arms, and the motion of the boat was so violent and erratic that he was obliged to hold on to the mast with one arm and to try to loosen the knot with the other. But there was a great strain on the rope, and he could do nothing with one hand. "Cut it! Cut it!" cried Mr. Buller. "I haven't a knife," replied Podington. Mr. Buller was terribly frightened. His boat was cutting through the water as never vessel of her class had sped since sailboats were invented, and bumping against the bank as if she were a billiard ball rebounding from the edge of a table. He forgot he was in a boat. He only knew that for the first time in his life he was in a runaway. He let go the tiller. It was of no use to him. "William," he cried, "let us jump out the next time we are near enough to the shore." "Don't do that, don't do that," replied Podington. "Don't jump out in a runaway. That is the way to get hurt. Stick to your seat, my boy. He can't keep this up much longer. He'll lose his wind." Mr. Podington was greatly excited, but he was not frightened, as Buller was. He had been in a runaway before, and he could not help thinking how much better a wagon was than a boat in such a case. "If he were hitched up shorter and I had a snaffle bit and a stout pair of reins," thought he, "I could soon bring him up." But Mr. Buller was rapidly losing his wits. The horse seemed to be going faster than ever. The boat bumped harder against the bank, and at one time Buller thought they could turn over. Suddenly a thought struck him. "William," he shouted, "tip that anchor over the side. Throw it in, anyway." Mr. Podington looked about him, and almost under his feet saw the anchor. He did not instantly comprehend why Buller wanted it thrown overboard, but this was not a time to ask questions. The difficulties imposed by the life-preserver and the necessity of holding on with one hand interfered very much with his getting at the anchor and throwing it over the side, but at last he succeeded, and just as the boat threw up her bow as if she were about to jump on shore, the anchor went out and its line shot after it. There was an irregular trembling of the boat as the anchor struggled along the bottom of the canal. Then there was a great shock. The boat ran into the bank and stopped. The tow line was tightened like a guitar string, and the horse, jerked back with great violence, came tumbling in a heap upon the ground. Instantly Mr. Podington was on the shore and running at the top of his speed toward the horse. The astounded animal had scarcely begun to struggle to his feet when Podington rushed upon him, pressed his head back to the ground, and sat upon it. "Hurrah!" he cried, waving his hat above his head. "Get out, Buller. He is all right now." Presently Mr. Buller approached, very much shaken up. "All right," he said. "I don't call a horse flat in a road with a man on his head all right, but hold him down till we get him loose from my boat. That is the thing to do. William, cast him loose from the boat before you let him up." "What will he do when he gets up?" "Oh, he'll be quiet enough when he gets up," said Podington. "But if you've got a knife you can cut his traces, that rope. But no, you needn't. Here comes the boy. We'll settle this business in very short order now." When the horse was on his feet, and all connection between the animal and the boat had been severed, Mr. Podington looked at his friend. "Thomas," said he, "you seem to have had a hard time of it. You have lost your hat, and you look as if you had been in a wrestling match." "I have," replied the other. I wrestled with that tiller, and I wonder it didn't throw me out." Now approached the boy. "Shall I hitch him on again, sir?" said he. "He's quiet enough now." "No," cried Buller. "I want no more sailing after a horse. And besides, we can't go on to the lake with that boat. She has been battered about so much that she must have opened a dozen seams. The best thing we can do is to walk home." Mr. Podington agreed with his friend that walking home was the best thing they could do. The boat was examined and found to be leaking, but not very badly, and when her masts had been unshipped and everything had been made tight and right on board, she was pulled out of the way of tow lines and boats and made fast until she could be sent for from the town. Mr. Buller and Mr. Podington walked back toward the town. They had not gone very far when they met a party of boys, who, upon seeing them, burst into unseemly laughter. "Mister," cried one of them, "you needn't be afraid of tumbling into the canal. Why don't you take off your life-preserver and let that other man put it on his head?" The two friends looked at each other and could not help joining in the laughter of the boys. "By George, I forgot all about this," said Podington, as he unfastened the cork jacket. "It does look a little super-timid to wear a life-preserver just because one happens to be walking by the side of a canal." Mr. Buller tried a handkerchief on his head, and Mr. Podington rolled up his life-preserver and carried it under his arm. Thus they reached the town, where Buller bought a hat, Podington dispensed with his bundle, and arrangements were made to bring back the boat. "Run away in a sailboat!" exclaimed one of the canal boatmen when he heard about the accident. "Upon my word, that beats anything that could happen to a man." "No, it doesn't," replied Mr. Buller quietly. "I have gone to the bottom in a foundered road wagon." The man looked at him fixedly. "Was you ever stuck in the mud in a balloon?" he asked. "Not yet," replied Mr. Buller. It required 10 days to put Mr. Buller's sailboat into proper condition, and for 10 days Mr. Podington stayed with his friend and enjoyed his visit very much. They strolled on the beach, they took long walks in the back country, they fished from the end of a pier, they smoked, they talked, and were happy and content. "Thomas," said Mr. Podington on the last evening of his stay, "I have enjoyed myself very much since I have been down here. And now, Thomas, if I were to come down again next summer, would you mind not—" "I would not mind it a bit," replied Buller promptly. "I'll never so much as mention it, so you can come along without a thought of it. And since you have alluded to the subject, William," he continued, "I'd like very much to come and see you again. You know my visit was a very short one this year. This is a beautiful country you live in. Such a variety of scenery, such an opportunity for walks and rambles. But, William, if you could only make up your mind not to—" "Oh, that is all right," exclaimed Podington. "I do not need to make up my mind. You can come to my house, and you will never so much as hear of it. Here's my hand upon it." "And here's mine," said Buller. And they shook hands over a new compact. End of The Buller-Podington Compact, read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, November 2024. A Call by Grace McGowan Cook. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Call. A boy in an unnaturally clean, country-laundered collar walked down a long white road. He scuffed the dust up wantonly, for he wished to veil the all-too-brilliant polish of his cowhide shoes. Also, the memory of the whiteness and slipperiness of his collar oppressed him. He was fain to look like one accustomed to social diversions, a man hurried from hall to hall of pleasure, without time between to change collar or polish boot. He stooped and rubbed a crumb of earth on his overfresh neck-linen. This did not long sustain his drooping spirit. He was mentally adrift upon the hints and helps to young men in business and social relations which had suggested to him his present enterprise, when the appearance of a second youth, taller and broader than himself, with a shock of light curling hair and a crop of freckles that advertised a rich soil, threw him a lifeline. He put his thumbs to his lips and whistled in a peculiarly ear-splitting way. The two boys had sat on the same bench at Sunday school not 3 hours before. Yet what a change had come over the world for one of them since then. "Hello, where are you going, Ab?" asked the newcomer gruffly. "Callin'," replied the boy in the collar, laconically, but with carefully averted gaze. "On girls?" inquired the other, awestruck. In Mount Pisgah you saw the girls home from night church, socials, or parties. You could hang over the gate, and you might walk with a girl in the cemetery of a Sunday afternoon. But to ring a front doorbell and ask for Miss Hart's Desire, one must have been in long trousers at least 3 years, and the two boys confronted in the dusty road had worn these dignifying garments barely 6 months. "Girls?" said Abner loftily. "I don't know about girls. I'm just going to call on one girl, Champ Claiborne." He marched on as though the conversation was at an end, but Ross hung upon his flank. Ross and Champ were neighbors, comrades in all sorts of mischief. He was in doubt whether to halt Abner and pummel him, or propose to enlist under his banner. "Do you reckon we could?" he debated, trotting along by the irresponsive Chilton boy. "Run home to your mother," growled the originator of the plan savagely. "You ain't old enough to call on girls. Anybody can see that. But I am, and I'm going to call on Champ Claiborne." Again the name acted as a spur on Ross. "With your collar and boots all dirty?" he jeered. "They won't know you're calling." The boy in the road stopped short in his dusty tracks. He was an intense creature, and he whitened at the tragic insinuation, longing for the wholesome stay and companionship of freckle-faced Ross. "I put the dirt on purpose, so's to look kind of careless," he half-whispered in an agony of doubt. "Suppose I better go into your house and try to wash it off? Reckon your mother would let me?" "I've got 2 clean collars," announced the other boy, proudly generous. "I'll lend you one. You can put it on while I'm getting ready. I'll tell Mother that we're just stepping out to do a little calling on the girls." Here was an ally worthy of the cause. Abner welcomed him in spite of certain jealous twinges. He reflected with satisfaction that there were 2 Claiborne girls, and though Alicia was so stiff and prim that no boy would ever think of calling on her, there was still the hope that she might draw Ross's fire and leave him, Abner, to make the numerous remarks he had stored up in his mind from hints and helps to young men in social and business relations to Champ alone. Mrs. Pryor received them with the easygoing kindness of the mother of one son. She followed them into the dining room to kiss and feed them with an absent, "Howdy, Abner, how's your mother?" Abner, big with the importance of their mutual intention, inclined his head stiffly and looked toward Ross for explanation. He trembled a little, but it was with delight as he anticipated the effect of the speech Ross had outlined. But it did not come. "I'm not hungry, Mother," was the revised edition which the freckle-faced boy offered to the maternal ear. We are going over to Mr. Claiborne's on an errand for Abner's father." The black-eyed boy looked reproach as they clattered up the stairs to Ross's room, where the clean collar was produced and a small stock of ties. "You'd wear a necktie, wouldn't you?" Ross asked, spreading them upon the bureau top. "Yes, but make it fall careless over your shirt front," advised the student of hints and helps. "Your collar is miles too big for me. Say, I've got a wad of white chewing gum. Would you flat it out and stick it over the collar button? Maybe that would fill up some. You kick my foot if you see me turning my head so as to knock it off. Better button up your vest," cautioned Ross, laboring with the careless fall of his tie. I want that easy air which presupposes familiarity with society. That's what it says in my book," objected Abner. "Sure." Ross returned to his more familiar jeering attitude. "Loosen up all your clothes, then. Why don't you untie your shoes? Flop a sock down over one of 'em. That looks easy, all right." Abner buttoned his vest. It gives a man lots of confidence to know he's good-looking," he remarked, taking all the room in front of the mirror. Ross at the washstand, soaking his hair to get the curl out of it, grumbled some unintelligible response. The two boys went down the stairs with tremulous hearts. "Why, you've put on another clean shirt, Rossie," Mrs. Pryor called from her chair. Mother's eyes can see so far. "Well, don't get into any dirty play and soil it." The boys walked in silence, but it was a pregnant silence. As the roof of the Claiborne house began to peer above the crest of the hill, Ross plumped down on a stone and announced, "I ain't going." "Come on," urged the black-eyed boy. "It'll be fun, and everybody will respect us more. Champ won't throw rocks at us in recess time after we've called on her. She couldn't." "Called?" grunted Ross. "I couldn't make a call any more than a cow. What'd I say? What'd I do? I can behave all right when you just go to people's houses, but a call?" Abner hesitated. Should he give away his brilliant inside information drawn from the Hints and Helps book, and be rivaled in the glory of his manners and bearing? Why should he not pass on alone, perfectly composed, and reap the field of glory unsupported? His knees gave way, and he sat down without intending it. "Don't you tell anybody, and I'll put you onto exactly what grown-up gentlemen say and do when they go calling on the girls," he began. "Fire away," retorted Ross, gloomily. "Nobody will find out from me. Dead men tell no lies. If I'm fool enough to go, I don't expect to come out of it alive." Abner rose, white and shaking, and thrusting 3 fingers into the buttoning of his vest, extending the other hand like an orator, proceeded to instruct the freckled, perspiring disciple at his feet. "Hang your hat on the rack or give it to a servant." Ross nodded intelligently. He could do that. "Let your legs be gracefully disposed, one hand on the knee, the other—" Abner came to an unhappy pause. "I forget what a fellow does with the other hand. Might stick it in your pocket, loudly, or expectorate on the carpet. Indulge in a little frivolity. Let a rich stream of conversation flow." Ross mentally dug within himself for sources of rich streams of conversation. He found a dry soil. "What you going to talk about?" he demanded fretfully. "I won't go a step farther till I know what I'm going to say when I get there." Abner began to repeat phrases from Hints and Helps. "It is best to remark," he opened, in an unnatural voice, "how well you are looking, although fulsome compliments should be avoided. When seated, ask the young lady who her favorite composer is." "What's a composer?" inquired Ross, with visions of soothing syrup in his mind. "A man that makes up music. Don't butt in that way. You put me all out. Composer is— name yours. Ask her what piece of music she likes best. Name yours. If the lady is musical, ask her to play or sing." This chanted recitation seemed to have a hypnotic effect on the freckled boy. His big pupils contracted each time Abner came to the repetend, "Name yours." "I'm tired already," he grumbled, but some spell made him rise and fare farther. When they entered the Claiborne gate, they leaned toward each other like young saplings weakened at the root, and locking branches to keep what shallow foothold on earth remained. "You're going in first," asserted Ross, but without conviction. It was his custom to tear up to this house a dozen times a week on his father's old horse or afoot. He was wont to yell for Champ as he approached, and quarrel joyously with her while he performed such errand as he had come upon. But he was gagged and hamstrung now by the hypnotism of Abner's scheme. "Walk quietly up the steps, ring the bell, and lay your card on the servant," quoted Abner, who had never heard of a server. "Lay your card on the servant," echoed Ross. "Katy Dodge. There's a porch to cross after you go up the steps. Does it say anything about that?" "It says that the card should be placed on the servant," Abner reiterated doggedly. "If Katy dodges, it ain't any business of mine. There are no porches in my book. Just walk across it like anybody. We'll ask for Miss Champ Claiborne." "We haven't got any cards," discovered Ross with hope. "I have," announced Abner pompously. "I had some struck off in Chicago. I ordered 'em by mail. They got my name pillow, but there's a scallop gilt border around it. You can write your name on my card. Got a pencil?" He produced a bit of cardboard. Ross fished up a chewed stump of lead pencil, took it in cold, stiff fingers, and disfigured the square with eccentric scribblings. "They'll know who it's meant for," he said apologetically, "because I'm here. What's likely to happen after we get rid of the card?" "I told you about hanging your hat on the rack and disposing your legs." "I remember now," sighed Ross. They had been going slower and slower. The angle of inclination toward each other became more and more pronounced. "We must stand by each other," whispered Abner. "I will, if I can stand at all," murmured the other boy huskily. "Oh, Lord!" They had rounded the big clump of evergreens and found Aunt Missouri Claiborne placidly rocking on the front porch. Directed to mount steps and ring bell, to lay cards upon the servant, how should one deal with a rosy-faced, plump lady of uncertain years in a rocking-chair? What should a caller lay upon her? A lion in the way could not have been more terrifying. Even retreat was cut off. Aunt Missouri had seen them. "Howdy, boys. How are you?" she said, rocking peacefully. The two stood before her like detected criminals. Then, to Ross's dismay, Abner sank down on the lowest step of the porch, the westering sun full in his hopeless eyes. He sat on his cap. It was characteristic that the freckled boy remained standing. He would walk up those steps according to plan and agreement, if at all. He accepted no compromise. Folding his straw hat into a battered cone, he watched anxiously for the delivery of the card. He was not sure what Aunt Missouri's attitude might be if it were laid on her. He bent down to his companion. "Go ahead," he whispered. "Lay the card." Abner raised appealing eyes. "In a minute. Give me time," he pleaded. "Massa Ross! Massa Ross! Hit him off!" sounded a yell, and Babe, the houseboy, came round the porch in pursuit of 2 half-grown chickens. "Help him, Rossie," prompted Aunt Missouri sharply. "You boys can stay to supper and have some of the chicken if you help catch 'em." Had Ross taken time to think, he might have reflected that gentlemen making formal calls seldom join in a chase after the main dish of the family supper. But the needs of Babe were instant. The lad flung himself sideways, caught one chicken in his hat, while Babe fell upon the other in the manner of a football player. Ross handed the pullet to the houseboy, fearing that he had done something very much out of character, then pulled the reluctant Negro toward the steps. "Babe's a servant," he whispered to Abner, who had sat rigid through the entire performance. "I helped him with the chickens, and he's got to stand gentle while you lay the card on." Confronted by the act itself, Abner was suddenly aware that he knew not how to begin. He took refuge in dissimulation. "Hush," he whispered back. "Don't you see Mr. Claiborne's come out? He's going to read something to us." Ross plumped down beside him. "Never mind the card. Tell him," he urged. "Tell him yourself." "No. Let's cut and run. I think the worst of it is over. When Champ sees us, she'll—" Mention of Champ stiffened Ross's spine. If it had been glorious to call upon her, how very terrible she would make it should the attempt calling fail and the failure come to her knowledge. Some things were easier to endure than others. He resolved to stay till the call was made. For half an hour the boys sat with drooping heads, and the old gentleman read aloud, presumably to Aunt Missouri and themselves. Finally, their restless eyes discerned the 2 Claiborne girls walking serene in Sunday trim under the trees at the edge of the lawn. Arms entwined, they were whispering together and giggling a little. A caller, Ross dared not use his voice to shout, nor his legs to run toward them. "Why don't you go and talk to the girls, Rossie?" Aunt Missouri asked, in the kindness of her heart. "Don't be noisy. It's Sunday, you know. And don't get to playing anything that'll dirty up your good clothes." Ross pressed his lips hard together. His heart swelled with the rage of the misunderstood. Had the card been in his possession, he would at that instant have laid it on Aunt Missouri without a qualm. "What is it?" demanded the old gentleman a bit testily. "The girls want to hear you read, father," said Aunt Missouri shrewdly, and she got up and trotted on short, fat ankles to the girls in the arbor. The three returned together, Alicia casting curious glances at the uncomfortable youths, Champ threatening to burst into giggles with every breath. Abner sat hard on his cap and blushed silently. Ross twisted his hat into a three-cornered wreck. The two girls settled themselves noisily on the upper step. The old man read on and on. The sun sank lower. The hills were red in the west, as though a brush fire flamed behind their crests. Abner stole a furtive glance at his companion in misery, and the dolour of Ross's countenance somewhat assuaged his anguish. The freckle-faced boy was thinking of the village over the hill, a certain pleasant white house set back in a green yard, past whose gate the two-plank sidewalk ran. He knew lamps were beginning to wink in the windows of the neighbors about, as though the houses said, "Our boys are all at home." But Ross Pryor's out trying to call on the girls, and can't get anybody to understand it. Oh, that he were walking down those two planks, drawing a stick across the pickets, lifting high, happy feet which could turn in at that gate. He wouldn't care what the lamp said then. He wouldn't even mind if the whole Claiborne family died laughing at him. If only some power would raise him up from this paralyzing spot and put him behind the safe barriers of his own home. The old man's voice lapsed into silence. The light was becoming too dim for his reading. Aunt Missouri turned and called over her shoulder into the shadows of the big hall, "You, babe, go put 2 extra plates on the supper table." The boys grew red from the tips of their ears and as far as anyone could see under their wilting collars. Abner felt the lump of gum come loose and slip down a cold spine. Had their intentions but been known, this inferential invitation would have been most welcome. It was but to rise up and thunder out, "We came to call on the young ladies." They did not rise. They did not thunder out anything. Babe brought a lamp and set it inside the window, and Mr. Claiborne resumed his reading. Champ giggled and said that Alicia made her. Alicia drew her skirts about her, sniffed, and looked virtuous, and said she didn't see anything funny to laugh at. The supper bell rang. The family, evidently taking it for granted that the boys would follow, went in. Alone for the first time, Abner gave up. "This ain't no use," he complained. "We ain't calling on anybody." "Why didn't you lay on the card?" demanded Ross fiercely. "Why didn't you say, 'We've just dropped in to call on Miss Champ. It's a pleasant evening. We feel we must be going,' like you said you would. Then we could have lifted our hats and got away decently." Abner showed no resentment. "Oh, if it's so easy, why didn't you do it yourself?" he groaned. "Somebody's coming," Ross muttered hoarsely. "Say it now. Say it quick." The somebody proved to be Aunt Missouri, who advanced only as far as the end of the hall and shouted cheerfully, "The idea of a growing boy not coming to meals when the bell rings. I thought you two would be in there ahead of us. Come on." And clinging to their head coverings as though these contained some charm whereby the owners might be rescued, the unhappy callers were herded into the dining room. There were many things on the table that boys like. Both were becoming fairly cheerful when Aunt Missouri checked the biscuit plate with, "I treat my neighbor's children just like I'd want children of my own treated. If your mothers let you eat all you want, say so, and I don't care. But if either of 'em is a little bit particular, why, I'd stop at 6. Still reeling from this blow, the boys finally rose from the table and passed out with the family, their hats clutched to their bosoms and clinging together for mutual aid and comfort. During the usual Sunday evening singing, Champ laughed till Aunt Missouri threatened to send her to her bed. Abner's card slipped from his hand and dropped face up on the floor. He fell upon it and tore it into infinitesimal pieces. "That must have been a love letter," said Aunt Missouri in a pause of the music. "You boys are getting most old enough to think about beginning to call on the girls." Her eyes twinkled. Ross growled like a stoned cur. Abner took a sudden dive into hints and helps and came up with, "You flatter us, Miss Claiborne," whereat Ross snickered out like a human boy. They all stared at him. "It sounds so funny to call Aunt Missouri Miss Claiborne," the lad of the freckles explained. "Funny?" Aunt Missouri reddened. "I don't see any particular joke in having my maiden name." Abner, who instantly guessed at what was in Ross's mind, turned white at the thought of what they had escaped. Suppose he had laid the card and asked for Miss Claiborne? "What's the matter, champ?" inquired Ross, in a fairly natural tone. The air he had drawn into his lungs when he laughed at Abner seemed to relieve him from the numbing gentility which had bound his power since he joined Abner's ranks. "Nothing. I laughed because you laughed," said the girl. The singing went forward fitfully. Servants traipsed through the darkened yard, going home for Sunday night. Aunt Missouri went out and held some low-toned parley with them. Champ yawned with insulting enthusiasm. Presently both girls quietly disappeared. Aunt Missouri never returned to the parlor, evidently thinking that the girls would attend to the final amenities with their callers. They were left alone with old Mr. Claiborne. They sat as though bound in their chairs, while the old man read in silence for a while. Finally he closed his book, glanced about him, and observed absently, "So, you boys were to spend the night?" Then, as he looked at their startled faces, "I'm right, am I not? You are to spend the night." Oh, for the courage to say, "Thank you, no, we'll be going now. We just came over to call on Miss Champ." But thought of how this would sound in face of the facts, the painful realization that they dared not say it because they had not said it, locked their lips. Their feet were lead, their tongues stiff and too large for their mouths. Like creatures in a nightmare, they moved stiffly, one might have said creakingly, up the stairs, and each received a bedroom candle. "Good night, children," said the absent-minded old man. The two gurgled out some sounds which were intended for words, and dodged behind the bedroom door. "They've put us to bed." Abner's black eyes flashed fire. His nervous hands clutched at the collar Ross had lent him. "That's what I get for coming here with you, Ross Pryor." And tears of humiliation stood in his eyes. In his turn, Ross showed no resentment. "What I'm worried about is my mother," he confessed. "She's so sharp about finding out things. She wouldn't tease me. She'd just be sorry for me. But she'll think I went home with you." "I'd like to see my mother make a fuss about my calling on the girls," growled Abner, glad to let his rage take a safe direction. "Calling on the girls? Have we called on any girls?" demanded clear-headed, honest Ross. "Not exactly, yet," admitted Abner reluctantly. "Come on, let's go to bed. Mr. Claiborne asked us, and he's the head of this household. It isn't anybody's business what we came for." "I'll slip off my shoes and lie down till Babe ties up the dog in the morning," said Ross. "Then we can get away before any of the family is up." Oh, youth, 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 with its rash promises! Worn out with misery, the boys slept heavily. The first sound that either heard in the morning was Babe hammering on their bedroom door. They crouched guiltily and looked into each other's eyes. "Let's pretend we ain't here and he'll go away," breathed Abner. But Babe was made of sterner stuff. He rattled the knob. He turned it. He put in a black face with a grin which divided it from ear to ear. "Katy say I must call dem fool boys to breakfast," he announced. "I never named you all dat. Katy, she say dat." "Breakfast?" echoed Ross in a daze. "Yes, sir, breakfast," reasserted Babe, coming entirely into the room and looking curiously about him. "Ain't you all done been to bed at all?" wrapping his arms about his shoulders and shaking with silent ecstasies of mirth. The boys threw themselves upon him and ejected him. "Sent up a servant to call us to breakfast," snarled Abner. If they'd only sent their old servant to the door in the first place, all this wouldn't have happened. I'm just that way when I get thrown off the track. You know how it was when I tried to repeat those things to you? I had to go clear back to the beginning when I got interrupted. Does that mean you're still hanging around here to begin over and make a call? Asked Ross darkly. I won't go down to breakfast if you are. Abner brightened a little as he saw Ross becoming wordy in his rage. I dare you to walk downstairs and say, "We just dropped in to call on Miss Champ," he said. Darn it all! There goes the second bell. We may as well trot down. Don't leave me, Ross, pleaded the Jilton boy. I can't stay here, and I can't go down. The tone was hysterical. The boy with freckles took his companion by the arm without another word and marched him down the stairs. We may get a chance yet to call on Champ all by herself out on the porch or in the arbor before she goes to school, he suggested, by way of putting some spine into the black-eyed boy. An emphatic bell rang when they were halfway down the stairs. Clutching their hats, they slunk into the dining room. Even Mr. Claiborne seemed to notice something unusual in their bearing as they settled into the chairs assigned to them, and asked them kindly if they had slept well. It was plain that Aunt Missouri had been posting him as to her understanding of the intentions of these young men. The state of affairs gave an electric hilarity to the atmosphere. Babe traveled from the sideboard to the table, trembling like chocolate pudding. Katy insisted on bringing in the cakes herself, and grinned as she whisked her starch-blue skirts in and out of the dining room. A dimple even showed itself at the corners of pretty Alicia's prim little mouth. Champ giggled till Ross heard Katy whisper, "Now you got one of dem snickering spells again. You're going to bust your dress buttons off in the back, if you don't mind." As the spirits of those about them mounted, the hearts of the two youths sank. If it was like this among the Claibornes, what would it be at school and in the world at large when their failure to connect intention with result became village talk? Ross bit fiercely upon an unoffending batter cake and resolved to make a call single-handed before he left the house. They went out of the dining room, their hats as ever pressed to their breasts. With no volition of their own, their uncertain young legs carried them to the porch. The Claiborne family and household followed like small boys after a circus procession. When the two turned, at bay, yet with nothing between them and liberty but a hypnotism of their own suggestion, they saw the black faces of the servants peering over the family shoulders. Ross was the boy to have drawn courage from the desperation of their case, and made some decent, if not glorious, ending. But at the psychological moment, there came around the corner of the house that most contemptible figure known to the southern plantation, a shirt boy, a creature who may be described, for the benefit of those not informed, as a pickaninny clad only in a long, coarse cotton shirt. While all eyes were fastened upon him, this inglorious ambassador bolted forth his message. "Yo' ma say," his eyes were fixed upon Abner, "if you don't come home, she gonna come after you, and cut you into inch pieces with a rawhide when she get you. That's just what Miss Hortense say." As though such a book as Hints and Helps had never existed, Abner shot for the gate. He was but a hobbledehoy, fascinated with the idea of playing gentleman. But in Ross, there were the makings of a man. For a few half-hearted paces, under the first impulse of horror, he followed his deserting chief, the laughter of the family, the unrestrainable guffaws of the negroes, sounding in the rear. But when Champ's high, offensive giggle, topping all the others, insulted his ears, he stopped dead, wheeled, and ran to the porch faster than he had fled from it. White as paper, shaking with inexpressible rage, he caught and kissed the tittering girl, violently, noisily, before them all. The negroes fled. They dared not trust their feelings. Even Alicia sniggered unobtrusively. Grandfather Claiborne chuckled, and Aunt Missouri frankly collapsed into her rocking-chair, bubbling with mirth, crying out, "Good for you, Ross! Seems you did know how to curl on the girls after all." But Ross, paying no attention, walked swiftly toward the gate. He had served his novitiate. He would never be afraid again. With cheerful alacrity he dodged the stones flung after him with friendly, erratic aim by the girl upon whom, yesterday afternoon, he had come to make a social call. End of A Call, read by Anthony St. Pierre. Toronto, October 2024. The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County. In compliance with the request of a friend of mine, who wrote me from the East, I called on good-natured, garrulous old Simon Wheeler, and inquired after my friend's friend, Leonidas W. Smiley, as requested to do, and I hereunto append the result. I have a lurking suspicion that Leonidas W. Smiley is a myth, and that my friend never knew such a personage, and that he only conjectured that if I asked old Wheeler about him, it would remind him of his infamous Jim Smiley, and he would go to work and bore me to death with some exasperating reminiscence of him as long and as tedious as it should be useless to me. And if that was the design, it succeeded. I found Simon Wheeler dozing comfortably by the barroom stove of the dilapidated tavern in the decayed mining camp of Angels, and I noticed that he was fat and bald-headed, and had an expression of winning gentleness and simplicity upon his tranquil countenance. He roused up and gave me a good day. I told him a friend had commissioned me to make some inquiries about a cherished companion of his boyhood named Leonidas W. Smiley, Reverend Leonidas W. Smiley, a young minister of the gospel who he had heard was at one time a resident of Angel's Camp. I added that if Mr. Wheeler could tell me anything about this Reverend Leonidas W. Smiley, I would feel under many obligations to him. Simon Wheeler backed me into a corner and blockaded me there with his chair, and then sat down and reeled off the monotonous narrative which follows this paragraph. He never smiled, he never frowned, he never changed his voice from the gentle flowing key to which he tuned his initial sentence, he never betrayed the slightest suspicion of enthusiasm. But all through the interminable narrative there ran a vein of impressive earnestness and sincerity, which showed me plainly that, so far from his imagining that there was anything ridiculous or funny about his story, he regarded it as a really important matter, and admired its two heroes as men of transcendent genius in finesse. I let him go on in his own way, and never interrupted him once. Reverend Leonidas W. Well, there was a feller here once by the name of Jim Smiley, in the winter of '49, or maybe it was the spring of '50. I don't recollect exactly somehow, though what makes me think it was one or the other is because I remember the big flume warn't finished when he first came to the camp. But anyway, he was the curiousest man about always betting on anything that turned up you ever see, if he could get anybody to bet on the other side. And if he couldn't, he'd change sides. Anyway, that suited the other man would suit him. Anyway, just so he's got a bet, he was satisfied. But still, he was lucky, uncommon lucky. He most always come out winner. He was always ready and laying for a chance. There couldn't be no solitary thing mentioned but that feller offered to bet on it, and take any side you please, as I was just telling you. If there was a horse race, you'd find him flush or you'd find him busted at the end of it. If there was a dog fight, he'd bet on it. If there was a cat fight, he'd bet on it. If there was a chicken fight, he'd bet on it. Why, if there was two birds settin' on a fence, he would bet you which one would fly first. Or if there was a camp meeting, he would be there reg'lar to bet on Parson Walker, which he judged to be the best exhorter about here. And he was, too, and a good man. And if he even see a straddlebug start to go anywheres, he would bet you how long it would take him to get to wherever he was going to. And if you took him up, he would foller that straddlebug to Mexico, but he would find out where he was bound for and how long he was on the road. Lots of boys here has seen that Smiley and can tell you about him. Why, it never made no difference to him. He'd bet on anything. The dangdest feller. Parson Walker's wife laid very sick once for a good while, and it seemed as if they warn't going to save her. One morning he come in, and Smiley up and asked him how she was, and he said she was considerable better. Thank the Lord for his infant mercy, and coming on so smart that with the blessing of Providence she'd get well yet. And Smiley, before he thought, says, "Well, I'll risk 2.5 she don't anyway." This year Smiley had a mare. The boys called her the 15-minute nag, but that was only in fun, you know, because, of course, she was faster than that. And he used to win money on that horse, for all she was so slow and always had the asthma or the distemper or the consumption or something of that kind. They used to give her 200 or 300 yards start and then pass her under way, but always at the fag end of the race she'd get excited and desperate-like and come cavorting and straddling up and scattering her legs around limber, sometimes in the air, sometimes out to one side amongst the fences, and kicking up more dust and raising more racket with her coughing and sneezing and blowing her nose, and always fetch up at the stand just about a neck ahead, as near as you could cipher it down. And he had a little small bull pup that to look at him you'd think he warn't worth a cent, but to set around and look ornery and lay for a chance to steal something. But as soon as money was up on him, he was a different dog. His under jaw'd begin to stick out like the forecastle of a steamboat, and his teeth would uncover and shine like furnaces. And a dog might tackle him and bullyrag him and bite him and throw him over his shoulder 2 or 3 times, and Andrew Jackson, which was the name of the pup, Andrew Jackson would never let on but what he was satisfied, and hadn't expected nothing else, and the bets doubled and doubled on the other side all the time till the money was all up. And then all of a sudden he would grab that other dog just by the joint of his hind leg and freeze to it. Not jaw, you understand, but only just grip and hang on till they throwed up the sponge if it was a year. Smiley always come out winner on that pup, till he harnessed a dog once that didn't have no hind legs, because they'd been sawed off in a circular saw. And when the thing had gone along far enough, the money was all up, and he'd come to make a snatch for his pet holt, he see in a minute how he'd been imposed on, and how the other dog had him in the door, so to speak. And he appeared surprised, and then he looked sorter discouraged like, and didn't try no more to win the fight, and so he got shucked out bad. He gave Smiley a look as much as to say his heart was broke, and it was his fault for putting up a dog that hadn't no hind legs for him to take hold of, which was his main dependence in a fight. And then he limped off a piece and laid down and died. It was a good pup, was that Andrew Jackson, and would have made a name for himself if he'd lived, for the stuff was in him, and he had genius, I know it, because he had no opportunities to speak of, and it don't stand to reason that a dog could make such a fight as he could under them circumstances if he hadn't no talent. It always makes me feel sorry when I think of that last fight of his'n, and the way it turned out. Well, this year Smiley had rat terriers, and chicken cocks and tomcats and all them kind of things, till you couldn't rest, and you couldn't fetch nothing for him to bet on, but he'd match you. He ketched a frog one day, and he took him home, and he said he calculated to educate him. And so he never done nothing for 3 months but set in his backyard and learn that frog to jump. And you betcha he did learn him too. He'd give him a little punch behind, and the next minute you'd see that frog whirling in the air like a donut. See him turn one somerset, or maybe a couple, if he got a good start, and come down flat-footed and all right like a cat. He got him up so in the matter of catching flies, and kept him in practice so constant that he'd nail a fly every time as far as he could see him. Smiley said all a frog wanted was education, and he could do most anything, and I believe him. Why, I've seen him set Dan'l Webster down here on this floor, Dan'l Webster was the name of the frog, and sing out, "Flies, Dan'l, flies!" And quicker'n you could wink, he'd spring straight up and snake a fly off on the counter there, and flop down on the floor again as solid as a gob of mud, and fall to scratching the side of his head with his hind foot as indifferent as if he hadn't no idea he'd been doing any more than a frog might do. You never see a frog so modest and straightforward as he was, for all he was so gifted, and when it come to fair and square jumping on a dead level, he could get over more ground at one straddle than any animal of his breed you ever see. Jumping on a dead level was his strong suit, you understand, and when it came to that, Smiley would ante up money on him as long as he had a red. Smiley was monstrous proud of his frog, and well he might be, for fellers that had travelled and been everywheres all said he laid over any frog that ever they see. Well, Smiley kept the beast in a little lattice box, and he used to fetch him downtown sometimes and lay for a bet. One day a feller, a stranger in the camp he was, come across him with his box and says, "What might be that you've got in the box?" And Smiley says, sorta indifferent like, "It might be a parrot, or it might be a canary maybe, but it ain't. It's only just a frog." And the feller took it and looked at it careful and turned it round this way, that, and says, "So 'tis. Well, what's he good for?" "Well," Smiley says, easy and careless, "he's good for one thing, I should judge. He can outjump any frog in Calaveras County." The feller took the box again and took another long, particular look and gave it back to Smiley and says, very deliberate, "Well," he says, "I don't see no pints about that frog that's any better than any other frog." "Maybe you don't," Smiley says. "Maybe you understand frogs, and maybe you don't understand them. Maybe you've had experience, and maybe you ain't only an amateur, as it were. Anyways, I've got my opinion, and I'll risk $40 he can outjump any frog in Calaveras County." And the feller studied a minute and then says, kinder sad-like, "Well, I'm only a stranger here, and I ain't got no frog, but if I had a frog, I'd bet you." And then Smiley says, that's all right. If you'll hold my box a minute, I'll go and get you a frog." And so the feller took the box and put up his $40 along with Smiley's and sat down to wait. So he sat there a good while thinking to himself, and then he got the frog out and prized his mouth open and took a teaspoon and filled him full of quail shot, filled him pretty near to his chin, and set him on the floor. Smiley he went to the swamp and slopped around in the mud for a long time, and finally he catched the frog and fetched him in and give him to this feller and says, "Now, if you're ready, set him alongside of Dan'l with his forepaws just even with Dan'l's, and I'll give the word." Then he says, "1, 2, 3, get!" And him and the feller touched up the frogs from behind, and the new frog hopped off lively, but Dan'l didn't give heave, and heisted up his shoulders, so, like a Frenchman, but it warn't no use, so he couldn't budge. He was planted as solid as a church, and he couldn't no more stir than if he was anchored out. Smiley was a good deal surprised, and he was disgusted too, but he didn't have no idea what the matter was, of course. The feller took the money and started away, and when he was going out at the door, he sort of jerked his thumb over his shoulder, so at Dan'l, and says again, very deliberate, "Well," he says, "I don't see no pints about that frog that's any better than any other frog." Smiley stood scratching his head and looking down at Dan'l a long time, and at last says, "I do wonder what in the nation that frog throwed off for. I wonder if there ain't something the matter with him. He appears to look mighty baggy somehow." And he catched Dan'l up by the nape of the neck and hefted him and says, "Why, blame my cats if he don't weigh 5 pounds." And he turned him upside down and he belched out a double handful of shot. And then he sees how it was, and he was the maddest man. He set the frog down and took out after that feller, but he never catched him, and... Here Simon Wheeler heard his name called from the front yard, and got up to see what was wanted. And turning to me, as he moved away, he said, "Just set where you are, stranger, and rest easy. I ain't going to be gone a second." But, by your leave, I did not think that a continuation of the history of the enterprising vagabond Jim Smiley would be likely to afford me much information concerning the Reverend Leonidas W. Smiley, and so I started away. At the door I met the sociable Wheeler returning, and he buttonholed me and recommenced. Well, the sheer Smiley had a yaller, one-eyed cow that didn't have no tail, only just a short stump like a banana, and... However, lacking both time and inclination, I did not wait to hear about the afflicted cow, but took my leave. End of the celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County. Read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, October 2024.
Creation Reef by John Fleming Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Creation Reef. The Alaska salmon season was closed. The last case of bright tins had been stowed into the hold of the big ship, Indian Star. The manager of the cannery that stood in the tide wash under the hill locked his office door, tossed the key into the water, and waved his arms toward the ship. Captain Merkel waved back. A small boat came out for the last party of us. The anchor shanty rose into the colorful air. Sails dropped from the yards, and on the strong stream of the ebb tide we swung out of our summer's harbor and joined the great fall flight of the fishing fleet southward. "That ends this trip," said Manager Evans, grimly surveying the crew he had fought with and ruled for 5 months. "And I'm glad of it." "So am I," said his wife, reddening as she saw her husband's eyes follow the slim figure of Meta Braun, his stenographer. "We'll make the Golden Gate in 16 days, the captain interrupted. He hadn't observed his superior's daily life for several months without gaining a deep sympathy for Mrs. Evans. As one man to another, he saw no reason why he should specially blame Evans for liking Meta, whose youth was spiced with quick wit and a sufficient dash of the flirt to make her worth watching. But he hated to see Mrs. Evans lose her temper. She flushed so slowly and painfully under her tan, and when an outburst did come, lost her good looks for a week, and she was exceedingly strong and beautiful. "Yes," he went on deliberately, "we'll fetch down in 16 days with this nor'wester whooping us along." Meta Braun drew in a long, easy breath, glanced upward at the drumming sails, and looked directly at Mrs. Evans. "Only 16 days more," she said with an almost imperceptible drawl that brought the color again into the other woman's cheeks. "And then?" demanded Rolf Anderson, the head bookkeeper. Miss Braun glanced at him and shook her head. "I don't know," she replied with childlike wistfulness. "You know, I hate to go back into an old office after this, being out in the open and seeing the water and the mountains." In that moment, Mrs. Evans' deeper instincts told her that Meta Braun was really lovable, that she wanted care and a little mothering. Impulsively, she touched the girl on the shoulder. "We'll all go back next summer, Meta, together." "I don't know whether I'd care to come back," was the reply in an indifferent voice. Thus the moment of reconciliation passed. The Indian Star managed a brilliant run to Dutch Harbor, swept through the pass into the Pacific, and fled down the slope of the world toward home, now lifting a sister sail on the horizon and calling to her by signals, now seeing faraway lights at evening to mark the position of still some other cannery tender. "We shall see Mount Tamalpais in 8 days, Merkel triumphed at the dinner table. Said the chief mate, staring into his plate. His tone was indescribably cynical. The captain glanced at him sharply, raising his eyebrows in silent interrogation. Nelson nodded back. And it's the change of the moon, too. So passed the word that the wind was due to haul against us and make a foul ending to our voyage. That night a heavy squall from the southwest carried away the foretop-gallant sail and made a hard watch of it for the crew, reinforced as they were by the fishermen and cannery helpers. In the grey of the forenoon, Merkel's skill and Nelson's terrific driving energy availed nothing. At noon the Indian Star was riding to the drag of her cable, dismasted with smashed decks, out of the track of all ships. Out of the 40 persons aboard, a dozen had been swept overside, including the captain, who went over with the broken spokes of the wheel still in his faithful grasp. I myself felt the disaster beyond repair. What hope was there for us in a sinking and helpless vessel adrift on the loneliest ocean in the world? There wasn't even the slim prospect of making land in these small boats. The mate and I figured that we were 800 miles from the coast, an impossibility in the storm that threatened to rage for weeks to come. We debated it up and down during that miserable day, until the fall of night made up a doubly dreadful scene. Luckily, she rides high and doesn't take any water over, Nelson said, but as she fills up, he knuckled the table furiously with his brine-drenched hands. Why haven't we a ship left? God! At that moment, as if invoked by the appeal, entered the cook, a Chinese known to us as One Hop. He bore in his slender brown arms a steaming bowl of soup. This he deftly adjusted in the fiddles, and then remarked imperturbably, "Chow." Nelson stared at him, and then nodded. The routine of life was resumed. I dragged Evans and Mrs. Evans out of their room, where they were foolishly trying to pack valuables. I found Meta Braun sitting very quietly on her bunk, and brought her, too, out to sit at the reeling table. We ate ravenously, warmed by the hot soup. "There's one thing," Nelson remarked with a curious inflection of humor. "We can't starve with all this fish in the hold." Evans nodded sourly. His wife said nothing for a moment, but seemed suddenly shocked. And we're short of provisions?" she demanded, turning pale. How long will we be, Mr. Nelson?" The mate now, of course, in command, fell into profound thought. When he spoke it was gently, almost as though he wished to save himself from the pain of too sudden realization of the truth. "Not long," he said. Then he smiled reassuringly, competently, and left for the deck. I followed him to stand by the stump of the mizzenmast and there cling to the newly stretched lifelines and peer into the darkness. It seemed as if that darkness moved past us in a terrific and steady stream, as if it flowed from the very heart of night. The wreck rode to the drag of the cable in uneven swings. Now she took a wave on the starboard bow, now on the left. Once in a while a sullen crash and sharp quiver of the hulk told of a surge met squarely. Through the heavy glasses in the ports of the low deck-house came a slight glow, showing that the survivors of the crew still felt confidence in their shelter. "She's riding it well," I cried in Nelson's ear. "Not long," he bellowed back. "Ship's old, leaking, sea rising." And then we were joined by a third figure, Meta Braun. She emerged from the companionway and was outlined dimly against the sheen from the open door. Nelson, we must have been invisible to her, waved his arm in useless protest against her risking her life on the careening deck. She stepped out, and we caught her between us. To my amazement, she was not trembling. She balanced herself easily on the streaming planks. and her tones were steady when she said, "Will the ship go down tonight?" Neither of us answered the query. Meta went on presently. "You see, if the ship is going down, I want to be up here." The feeling was natural. I sympathized. But then she added an amazing reason. It would be awful while I was drowning to be grabbed by Mrs. Evans. "Well," said Nelson quickly and decidedly, "we're safe enough for tonight." He stepped into the darkness and started to claw his way forward to the half-deck. Meta Braun crept closer to me. I had never paid her much attention, apart from an occasional admiring glance, but in this new relationship I felt that it was too bad that it was only during the windy blackness of what was likely to be my last night in this life that I had realized the desirableness of love and returned affection and a woman by a bright fire. "I wish," she said very distinctly, "that you would put your arm around me and hold me very tight. Just a moment. You see, I'm so afraid I'm going to be scared." I took an extra turn of the lashings about us both, and she snuggled into my wet arms and put her head on my shoulder. So we stood for 5 minutes, two atoms in a world of murk, swept by the steady and unfailing stream of the wind, and dashed upon by stinging spray, and shaken terribly by the dying throes of the strong ship. Then she twisted herself from my arms with a whispered, "I'm all right now," and went below. When Nelson crawled back a few moments later, I could perceive from his tones that he had discovered some new peril to us. We leaned toward each other around the staff of the broken mast, and he put his lips to my ear. "Something is going to happen. The ship's not behaving the same. No chance for the boats. Breaking up." My own senses told me he spoke the truth. The wreck of the Indian Star no longer rode so freely. There was a curious drag now and again, a subsidence of her huge mass without a proper recovery. Nelson and I stood a little while together, peering into the pitchy darkness and trying to feel what had happened. Then I saw something that made me gasp. A black mountainous surge that rose right above us suddenly flashed into white, and the roar of its breaking was reinforced by other roars. The deck under our feet shook as the hulk struck in the surf, and Nelson and I plunged down the companion steps and into the cabin just as another terrific comber broke and submerged us under untold tons of water. The old ship rolled far over, and then righted swiftly, only to roll furiously over to port again. Then she was lifted up and let down to strike once more. It seemed an hour that we stood in the dark and reeking cabin waiting for the end. It came in a wild rush, amid the crashing of heavy timbers, the snapping of teakwood planks, and an inrush of foamy water from above. And the very end was a subsidence of the racket. The motion ceased. Nelson turned up the flickering wick of the bulkhead lantern, and we stared at each other, the Evanses, Anderson, Meta Braun, and myself, while the gale still bellowed overhead, and we could hear the swift rush of water past the ship's side. We all distinctly heard the voice of Nelson saying, "Land! Land! We're ashore, by all that's holy, and there's no land here." "Are we dead?" demanded Meta shrilly. The cabin door slid back resoundingly, and a half-dozen figures threw themselves down among us. It was part of the crew, and they were shouting, "Land, sir! Go ashore, sir! Get away from this wreck before she breaks up!" Then Nelson resumed his duties as master of a vessel and, with an alert yet composed step, left the shattered cabin for the deck. The crew clambered after him. I was afraid to investigate, for there was no land in these latitudes. 2. It was land, As we saw in the first glimmer in the morning, the wreck of the Indian Star had been driven across hundreds of miles to strike on a small, uncharted islet, whose outline was that of a cock's comb. The miracle of that was lost in our thankfulness that the shore had been sheer enough to allow the heavy hulk to be driven up beyond the heaviest surf. We clambered over the side and dropped to the shale just so soon as the light was sufficient. Nelson assembled us in the windy dawn and addressed us solemnly. His remarks were made with the tilted hulk as a background, a grim commentary. "We're on an island that no one ever heard about," he said. "How we got here doesn't concern us now, but we are. The Indian Star is a total wreck, so entire that we must hasten to secure what provisions may be left. And," he lowered his tones, "this islet is absolutely barren, so far as I can tell now, so we must get provisions off the ship to last us until we are picked up." Our commander stopped a moment here, and then said with unaffected simplicity, "God help us all." Examination of the wreck soon showed us that what we would save from the sea must be quickly saved. One Hop's galley was gone, and with it the gear. The lazaretto was a mass of sand and brine. All told, we couldn't accumulate more than enough flour and biscuits to last us a month. Evans surveyed the little heap lying under the rough shelter we had built out of wreckage and smiled at his wife. "Salmon," he murmured, 2,000 tons of salmon, and that's all." She nodded, brushing her hair wearily from her eyes. "Yes, and Meta and I walked pretty nearly all the way around the island and, Tom, there isn't even a spear of grass." "Volcanic," Anderson explained briefly. Now we all knew the history of the rise and subsidence of volcanic islands in Bering Sea, and Anderson's commonplace remark brought a pallor to Mrs. Evans' face that gave me a slight glimpse of all that lay ahead of us, of fear and dread, and the incredible toil of enduring a vacant horizon. But no more was said until One Hop had succeeded in preparing us a meal that looked oddly scant and insufficient after the somewhat plentiful fare on the ship. However, everybody showed good temper, and the sailors worked hard and willingly, difficult as it was in the high wind. By nightfall our shelter was fairly complete and dry. We had picked up plenty of salmon cases spewed out of a great hole in the wreck's side. Nelson had personally directed the gathering of broken planks for fuel, and my part had been to plan storage places and prepare for the safe keeping of our salvage. Luckily, we had our clothes, and the women the small trinkets that made existence less wearisome. We also had plenty of bedding, even for the sailors. That evening, after a hearty meal on salmon, Nelson and I withdrew from the rest to consider our future. It was gloomy enough. "We're down the latitudes pretty well," he told me, "but I'm blessed if I can figure it closely. Look at that current that sets past that little point. It might have fetched us a couple of 100 miles farther south than I reckoned." He glanced at the inky sky and shook his head. "And it's going to blow some more. The wreck'll be gone in another day, my son." "I suppose no ships ever take this slant either," I suggested. Nelson sniffed. "Right you are, they don't. You can see that this island is as bare as a skull. No bird ever roosted here. There's only a few mussels on the rocks, and, well, human nature on a bare rock like this isn't what it is in a city. Evans had trouble enough with the men while we were at the cannery. We'll have hell here. And the women." In the windy dusk we contemplated our irremediable fate. "One thing," Nelson resumed presently, "there are a couple of fishing boats stowed in the forehold, just under the hatch. If we can, we'll fetch 'em out tomorrow." "There isn't a compass left," I said bitterly. "Ah, we have the stars," he said simply. So we all lay in the lee of our miserable refuge and slept. In the morning I wakened to find Meta Braun sitting beside me. It was barely light, but the air was almost warm. "The sun will shine," she remarked. "Then we'll save more stuff," I assured her. "Salmon," she breathed. "Oh, we can catch fresh fish," I returned. "But we'll never have any bread or any butter or any milk or any eggs." "Look here," I said sternly. "This is better than being in the sea ooze. Be brave." "Can I be brave?" she cried. Appeared at that instant one Hop, silently holding out to her a toasted biscuit with a freshly opened can of salmon, warmed. "The tea missy ketchum chow, more better," he murmured. So we ate our breakfasts and prepared this time to dig the last treasures out of the wreck. Our whole salvage didn't amount to much. A very much smashed 12-foot skiff, a lot of rope and wood, nails and oarlocks, and a few carpenter's tools, canvas, and, most precious of all, a lamp and a case of heavy oil. Evans and Mrs. Evans checked it all up. "We can build a boat out of this, and we've provisions enough for years, if the salmon will keep, and I think it will, for we canned it ourselves, and you all know it was good fish, well packed." Mrs. Evans held out her small, perfect hands to the little blaze by which we sat that night. "It is cold," she murmured. "Captain Nelson, will there be a hard winter here?" "No," said Nelson. "We're in the semi-tropics, no snow at all." "That will be better," Meta put in. "I suppose it's the gale that makes us so chilly." "Yes," agreed Nelson, "but the storm is over for this time." He sighed. "But the Indian star is gone too." A couple of the sailors stepped up from the darkness that rimmed the fire and asked for a word. Permission given promptly, the man stated that he and his mates felt that there must be no misunderstanding of their position. "You see," he explained, "someone has got to travel on and find a ship to take the rest off. We've been talking it over, sir, and we can fix up that skiff plenty good enough to fetch somewhere." I saw Nelson's face grow wooden. He merely nodded. I, as well, knew what was coming, and I knew, as well, that the logic that the crew would use was irrefutable. The speaker's face hardened also as he proceeded. "The skiff and," repeated Nelson. "What else?" It was an extraordinary moment. Destiny was at the door, demanding her rights. The seaman lifted his weather-burnt countenance to the dark firmament, as if in silent appeal to the justice of fate. Then he said bluntly, "And the flour and biscuit and such, sir." It had been said. We were to be left without either boat or other food than tinned fish on an absolutely sterile islet in a lonely sea. And this was right and proper, the equity of the sea. The damaged skiff could carry only the 8 survivors of the forecastle hands. It would never carry us of the after guard, much less the women. And in order that the skiff might stand a chance of arriving somewhere on which our own safety also depended, its crew must have bread and whatever else we had that could give them strength for their voyage. There was a profound stillness. Evans opened his mouth several times, but said nothing. Mrs. Evans merely stared at the shadowed figure of the grim sailor, while Meta Braun seemed lost in thought. Nelson finally spoke abruptly, as a commander to his men. "Take the skiff and the grub. You ought to make the Hawaiians, with any kind of good weather. Tell 'em we're here. I'll give you the approximate bearings. Start as soon as the skiff is repaired and the weather fair. Go south." "Aye, aye, sir," came the hoarse growl of the men, and they retired to their own little fire, where One Hop blinked over his little pipe in true Oriental acceptance of fate. Anderson groaned. We all glanced at him. His somewhat saturnine young face had taken on a deeper hue than usual. Meta peered at him under drawn brows, studying him. There was no cowardice in his expression, but I thought I read in it a determination that might make him an ugly customer for Nelson to handle if disagreements arose. 3. So it happened that the Evanses, Anderson, Meta Braun, and myself and Nelson stood on the little easterly promontory of our barren islet the next morning and watched the swirling current bear the skiff with its 8 occupants swiftly away to the southward. There had been only the briefest of farewells, a few curt instructions from Nelson, and then a silent withdrawal of the boat under the stars. At last it vanished, and we walked slowly back to the camp, past the broken hull of the Indian Star, now almost overwhelmed by sand. Anderson stepped along by himself, moodily kicking at the rough scoria. The Evanses were hand in hand, talking earnestly with Nelson. Meta Braun and I halted just above the wreck. By the starlight I could see that she was profoundly affected by what we had just passed through, though all day long she had been cheerful, if silent. Now she turned her eyes to mine and said simply, "There have never been any birds nor any living thing here." "Utterly uninhabited and lifeless," I returned. "No bird ever dropped a seed from its bill, even a tiny one?" "No." She cast her gaze down on the grit at her feet. "And nothing has ever been born here," she breathed. "God forsaken." "No," she corrected me gently. "God hasn't come yet. We're just in one of God's new empty houses. Not even a seed has grown." "It's the old question of the owl and the egg," I said, trying to jest. "The seed or the plant? Which is first?" "Only one seed, and we could have a new creation, couldn't we?" she responded in a lighter tone. "Maybe we could find a seed." "We'll have plenty of time to hunt for one," I couldn't help saying. By the campfire, now replenished by the assiduous Chinaman, we found the rest of the party busy opening some salmon. Evans was testing it carefully. "Best ever," he announced. "Ruthie, you and Meta will have to get up a salmon cookbook." "Every recipe would read the same, seeing we've neither flour nor eggs nor cracker crumbs nor milk, Tom." But her tone was cheerful, and we made a fair meal, One Hop apparently satisfied with the menu he offered us. But after we had eaten and drunk our fill of the slightly sulphury water supplied by the springs on the islet, despondency descended again. The following 2 days we devoted to a minute examination of our new home. We allowed not a crevice in the rocks to go without careful scrutiny. Nelson even waded along in the water and dived along the rocks. The universal finding was nothing alive. Even the mussels below the high water mark proved to be dying, and the most assiduous fishing disclosed nothing. "Natural," said Nelson. "This bit of land hasn't been long up from the sea bottom, and even the fish would give it a wide berth." "If we could build a boat out of this stuff we have here," Anderson suggested hopefully, "we might fish offshore and have a better chance at something. Any fish for a change." "What I'd like to find is a pound of sugar," remarked Mrs. Evans, spreading her little hands out in dismay. Meta smiled faintly. "I'd rather have a dozen lemons, seeing it's to go on salmon. Next time I'm wrecked, I'm going to have all the seeds with me." Nelson stopped short as he passed and looked down at her. "Seeds? Seeds? There ought to be seeds somewhere around. Why not look for 'em?" "Just one seed," she said eagerly. Just one might do. I shall never forget the next 3 weeks. Imagine us all waking before the dawn to search for seeds. We examined the beach in hopes that some stray grains might have floated in from the wreck. We ransacked all our clothes, knelt under the hot sun at midday, peering into the cracks in the wreckage. It is incredible how engrossed we became in this exploration, how the yearning for just one germ of life grew in our hearts, how it seemed as if our very passionate seeking must succeed. At the end of 3 weeks, Anderson's savage temper broke completely. He tossed his salmon away and sulked, bursting almost immediately into a frightful paroxysm that compelled Nelson and myself to exert every ounce of our tact. When the scene was over, he retired bitterly to the promontory and was seen no more that night. For there was no seed on the island. Meta sat beside me and cried softly. "An empty place," she mourned hysterically. "Nothing will ever be born here or grow or live." And as she wept scalding tears, One Hop stepped silently into the circle and held out, as he stooped before her, a single grain of corn. Mrs. Evans's shrill laughter rang horribly out into the night, and her shriek sounded to the very stars. My God! 1 seed! 1 seed! She collapsed into Evans's arms, her pallid face to the inexorable heavens. But Meta Braun cuddled the irregular grain in her soft palm, and there was a light in her eyes such as I had never seen except in a mother's gaze. I could barely catch her whisper, "It will live." One Hop laid his yellow, wrinkled fingertip gently on the grain of corn. "By bread, litty missy." Yes, she assented eagerly. "Where you catch 'em, Hop?" "Pocket old clo', missy. By bread." Nelson bent his brows and shook his head. "I know how you feel about it, Miss Braun, but it's only 1 seed." She folded the grain in her handkerchief and said quietly, "It must grow." And it did, and its growing brought God into an empty house. 4. The next morning, when Rolf Anderson came back to the camp and was told of the discovery of the single grain of corn, he smiled sardonically and devoted himself in silence to his salmon. But Meta Braun, after a long conversation with One Hop, departed to a little nook under the low crest of the islet. I found her busily rubbing into fine dust the scant soil she had dug up with a knife. She had a little round plot about 3 feet in diameter. "I hope it will grow," I said awkwardly. "Oh, Hop and I'll make it grow," she returned, smiling. "But it will be years before we have anything worthwhile, even if it does come up and have ears on it. And what of the sunshine? And the soil mayn't be all right either." At this moment arrived the Chinese, carrying a pail of water and a piece of canvas. Together they prepared the bed for the solitary grain, and then Meta planted it delicately. "By bread," said Hop briefly, and as if this were the sacrament of germination, we departed. Thereafter the cook slept and ate by this precious grain. I don't know what all he and Meta talked of, nor how they forced pidgin English into the channels of their ideas. But one morning I found them both kneeling over a small spear of green. When the announcement was made in the camp, we made a pilgrimage to the spot. Mrs. Evans, who had refused food, except the oil from the salmon, for 2 days, became hysterical. Evans himself stolidly supported her on his shoulder, and later he and Anderson carried her back to the shelter. She had fainted. 10 days later I was amazed to see 6 shoots in the damp ground. Meta was busy earthing them up. "Where did they come from?" I demanded. She slipped over into a sitting posture and smiled down at them. That's Hop's and my secret, but when they are bigger, I'll show you all about it. When 100 shoots were growing blithely under the warm sun, the camp suddenly awoke. I believe that had it not been for the interest we all took in this bringing of life to the sterile islet, none of us would have survived that month. But now Hop and Meta took us partly into their confidence and showed us, too, how to earth up these slender shoots so that they sent out little rootlets, which, when carefully separated from the parent stalk, became stalks themselves. In another month each of us had a garden of his own, and it was only Anderson whose crop didn't prosper. At last Hop and Meta refused to give him any more. We all saw that scene when he was rebuffed. It was in the early dawn. The stalks were now almost 2 feet high, thriving richly in the carefully worked soil, and there were over 300 stalks now. Mrs. Evans had been helping Meta after tending to her own. Evans and Nelson were at their own patches, working with rude wooden plows. Anderson, whose patch had not increased, strode up, made his usual remark about poor place, and demanded an extra dozen for his share. Meta looked up, and I saw wide-eyed astonishment on her face. Then a cloud came over her bright and searching gaze. She shook her head, bending lovingly over the fresh hills. "No," she said definitely. I wondered at the strange look that Anderson had. He asked again insistently. "No," she repeated. You must understand that we were nearly crazed from our diet. I thought that Meta had finally succumbed to the dragging evil temper of the whole camp. I saw Anderson's malignant and malicious expression change to one of rage, but he restrained himself and went away, muttering. Meta gazed after him with puzzled eyes. "I wonder why his won't grow?" I demanded. She crept over to me and looked me squarely in the face. "If you will put your arm around me and hold me tight while I cry," she whispered. For the second time in my life I took her into my arms. She sobbed on my shoulder. I could hear her pitiful murmur, "My poor little seed, my poor little seed." But she did not tell me what had made her refuse Anderson further shoots. What intensified the mystery, for you understand that in a community like ours, all is mysterious that is not known to all. One Hop also showed a very apparent dislike of Anderson, and would hardly serve him with his portion of salmon. "Blamed funny thing all around," Nelson growled. "Well, 3 months of this would tangle anybody's mind and temper." "I wonder," I began. Nelson turned savagely on me. "Stop wondering about that," he growled. I had touched on the one forbidden topic. Had the men in the skiff arrived at last and reported us, or had their frail craft tossed them into the devouring sea? 1,000 times that question had been on the tip of our tongues. By common consent we had never uttered it. Now that we really had fields of corn, with ears coming to maturity and a prospect of starchy food once more, Meta relaxed her efforts and allowed me more of her company. But for all the hours I spent with her and all the speech we had, I discerned that she preserved inviolate the mystery of her thoughts. She brooded constantly, but happily. Her face daily grew more tender, until I could scarcely bear the sight of her thinness. For we had all got such a loathing for salmon that we ate only enough to keep us alive, or to satisfy an unnatural craving. Yet there was one gratification I had. She was barely civil to Anderson, who now openly and violently made love to her. It seemed as though she saw some secret in his dark soul, discovered some dreadful cancer in his heart. Several times I saw her flinch, when his hand accidentally touched hers over our rude table. The result was, of course, that he turned his hatred on myself. I could not allow personal feeling to interfere with my duty to save outward unity and peace, so I refrained as much as possible from being in his company and took no notice of his sneers and innuendos. But the breaking point was nearing, and Nelson and I secretly scanned the empty sea around us with burning eyes. We had kept careful count of the days of the week and of the dates. Time had elapsed sufficient for the skiff to have arrived at Honolulu and for a rescue steamer to come for us. But Nelson refused to discuss the matter, so at last I took it up with Meta one blowy morning while she tended the corn. She dropped her rough hoe and looked at me long and intently when I had briefly stated the fact that every day made hope of rescue fainter. Yes, she admitted, that is true, and Mrs. Evans will not live long. She wrinkled her brows a little, glanced at the fat stalks amid which she stood, and then came to a sudden decision. She picked up her knife and told me to hold out my hands. Into them she piled ear after ear of milky corn. Then she smiled faintly. My little seed. One hop received this accession to the larder with the first expression of triumph I had ever seen on his brown visage, and within the hour we were ravenously devouring the corn and chewing even on the silk and the stalks. But I noticed that Meta ate dreamily, nibbling daintily at the little grains and wrapped in meditation. "There's enough to keep us off that salmon a while, anyway," said Nelson. "And the sugar means my wife's life," Evans whispered to me. So that day passed, a celebration. In the evening, under the rising moon, Meta walked with me on the other side of the island. She was very thin and pale, and for the first time I noticed how feeble her step was. My heart swelled within my breast. Then all my blood grew hot with desire to take this slender form into my arms forever, and always see that gentle and tender smile, and have the love of those eyes so full of mystery. As simply as a child, she turned to me swiftly, with her eyes alight. "Take me in your arms and hold me while I cry," she whispered. "For sorrow?" I felt her quiver, and a hot tear scalded my cheek. "No," she whispered, "for joy. My little seed, my little motherless grain of corn, and I saved it, and it grew. Mothered it. I touched her gently on her loose hair, and in that thrill I seemed for an instant to catch a glimpse of her pure and womanly heart, of all her dreams, of her lovely meditations. "There is something else you've made grow, too," I found myself saying hoarsely. "Will you take it and mother it, Meta darling?" She twisted herself out of my arms and stared at me, wonder on her face. Then the color flooded to her brow, and she held out her own arms, gloriously calling to her mate. As we came back to the camp across the little cornfield, we met Anderson. He stopped in front of us, and I saw the dark menace of his contorted visage. "Now for the settlement, Meta Braun," he said hoarsely. "And with you later, my fine fellow," he added, scowling at me. Meta brushed me with her fingers, and I obeyed and stood still. "Why have you avoided me?" he demanded of her, his veins swelling. She faced him gallantly in the moonlight, her hair blowing about her throat. "Because you didn't protect that poor little seed of corn. You pulled up the little sprouts and ate them. Hop saw you. You killed little living things. You killed growing things. I hate you." For a moment I was tempted to spring at his throat, but the expression of her face held him entranced. The look of ugly rage and imperious temper faded into a peculiar, curious respect. He gazed at the stalks about him, waving in the night wind. He bowed his head. The great mystery of growing life seemed to lighten his dark spirit in that moment. The tremendous secret of how empty lands are filled with life. We left him standing among the corn. Nelson was still up and busy with one hop by the light of the fire. As we came into the lit circle, he stared up with a peculiar and triumphant expression on his bronzed and bearded face. He pointed to his feet. A freshly caught fish glistened there. An albacore, he said huskily. That means the fish are coming and the island is permanent. All the same come from Japan, said Hop, shaking a wise head. By and by, maybe so, birds fly. Meta looked up at the Evanses hurrying up to view the miracle. I felt the quiver in her low tones as she said, God's filling his empty house. Mrs. Evans glanced quickly at her, and a sudden blazing tenderness came into her weary eyes. And you, too, you dear child. She held out her arms, and Meta swept into them, sobbing, Yes, yes. When they were gone, crying over each other, womanlike and softly, Nelson stood up and looked at me. Holding master's papers, I am competent to perform marriages, my son. Shake hands. But one Hop, the Chinese cook, bent smiling over his work, silent, inscrutable, and up the hill Anderson stood amid the great stalks, alone in the garden he had no share in. End of Creation Reef, read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, October 2024.
His Father's Son, from Tales of Men and Ghosts, by Edith Wharton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. His Father's Son, Part 1. After his wife's death, Mason Grew took the momentous step of selling out his business and moving from Wingfield, Connecticut, to Brooklyn. For years he had secretly nursed the hope of such a change, but had never dared to suggest it to Mrs. Grew, a woman of immutable habits. Mr. Grew himself was attached to Wingfield, where he had grown up, prospered, and become what the local press described as prominent. He was attached to his ugly brick house with sandstone trimmings and a cast-iron area railing neatly sanded to match, to the similar row of houses across the street, the trolley wires forming a kind of aerial pathway between, and the sprawling vista closed by the steeple of the church which he and his wife had always attended, and where their only child had been baptized. It was hard to snap all these threads of association, visual and sentimental, yet still harder, now that he was alone, to live so far from his boy. Ronald Grew was practicing law in New York, and there was no more chance of returning to live at Wingfield than of a river's flowing inland from the sea. Therefore, to be near him, his father must move. And it was characteristic of Mr. Grew, and of the situation generally, that the translation, when it took place, was to Brooklyn, and not to New York. "Why you bury yourself in that hole I can't think," had been Ronald's comment, and Mr. Grew simply replied that rents were lower in Brooklyn, and that he had heard of a house that would suit him. In reality, he had said to himself, being the only recipient of his own confidences, that if he went to New York he might be on the boy's mind, whereas if he lived in Brooklyn, Ronald would always have a good excuse for not popping over to see him every other day. The sociological isolation of Brooklyn, combined with its geographical nearness, presented in fact the precise conditions for Mr. Grew's case. He wanted to be near enough to New York to go there often, to feel under his feet the same pavement that Ronald trod, to sit now and then in the same theatres, and find on his breakfast table the journals which, with increasing frequency, inserted Ronald's name in the sacred bounds of the society column. It had always been a trial to Mr. Grew to have to wait 24 hours to read that among those present was Mr. Ronald Grew. Now he had it with his coffee, and left it on the breakfast table to the perusal of a hired girl cosmopolitan enough to do it justice. In such ways Brooklyn attested the advantages of its propinquity to New York, while remaining, as regards Ronald's duty to his father, as remote and inaccessible as Wingfield. It was not that Ronald shirked his filial obligations, but rather because of his heavy sense of them that Mr. Grew so persistently sought to minimize and lighten them. It was he who insisted, to Ronald, on the immense difficulty of getting from New York to Brooklyn. Any way you look at it, it makes a big hole in the day, and there's not much use in the ragged rim left. You say you're dining out next Sunday? Then I forbid you to come over here for lunch. Do you understand me, sir? You disobey at the risk of your father's malediction. Where did you say you were dining? With the Waltham Bankshears again. Why, that's the second time in 3 weeks, ain't it? Big blowout, I suppose. Gold plate and orchids, opera singers in afterward. Well, you'd be in a nice box if there was a fog on the river and you got hung up halfway over. That'd be a handsome return for the attention Mrs. Bankshire has shown you, singling out a whippersnapper like you twice in 3 weeks. What's the daughter's name? Daisy? No, sir, don't you come fooling round here next Sunday, or I'll set the dogs on you. And you wouldn't find me in anyhow, come to think of it. I'm lunching out myself, as it happens. Yes, sir, lunching out. Is there anything especially comic in my lunching out? I don't often do it, you say? Well, there's no reason why I never should. Who with? Why, with old Dr. Bleecker, Dr. Eliphalet Bleecker. No, you wouldn't know about him. He's only an old friend of your mother's and mine. Gradually Ronald's insistence became less difficult to overcome. With his customary sweetness and tact, as Mr. Grew put it, he began to take the hint, to give in to the old gentleman's growing desire for solitude. I'm set in my ways, Ronnie. That's about the size of it. I like to go tick-ticking along like a clock. I always did. And when you come bouncing in, I never feel sure there's enough for dinner, or that I haven't sent Maria out for the evening. And I don't want the neighbors to see me opening my own door to my son. That's the kind of cringing snob I am. Don't give me away, will you? I want 'em to think I keep 4 or 5 powdered flunkies in the hall day and night, same as the lobby of one of those Fifth Avenue hotels. And if you pop over when you're not expected, how am I going to keep up the bluff? Ronald yielded after the proper amount of resistance. His intuitive sense in every social transaction of the proper amount of force to be expended was one of the qualities his father most admired in him. Mr. Grew's perceptions in this line were probably more acute than his son suspected. The souls of short, thick-set men with chubby features, mutton-chop whiskers, and pale eyes peering between folds of fat like almond kernels in half-split shells, souls thus encased do not reveal themselves to the casual scrutiny as delicate emotional instruments. But in spite of the dense disguise in which he walked, Mr. Grew vibrated exquisitely in response to every imaginative appeal, and his son Ronald was perpetually stimulating and feeding his imagination. Ronald, in fact, constituted his father's one escape from the impenetrable element of mediocrity which had always hemmed him in. To a man so enamored of beauty, and so little qualified to add to its sum total, it was a wonderful privilege to have bestowed on the world such a being. Ronald's resemblance to Mr. Grew's early conception of what he himself would have liked to look might have put new life into the discredited theory of prenatal influences. At any rate, if the young man owed his beauty, his distinction, and his winning manner to the dreams of one of his parents, it was certainly to those of Mr. Grew, who, while outwardly devoting his life to the manufacture and dissemination of Grew's secure suspender buckle, moved in an enchanted inward world peopled with all the figures of romance. In this high company, Mr. Grew cut as brilliant a figure as any of its noble phantoms, and to see his vision of himself suddenly projected on the outer world in the shape of a brilliant, popular, conquering son, seemed in retrospect to give to that image a belated, objective reality. There were even moments when, forgetting his physiognomy, Mr. Grew said to himself that if he'd had half a chance, he might have done as well as Ronald. But this only fortified his resolve that Ronald should do infinitely better. Ronald's ability to do well almost equaled his gift of looking well. Mr. Grew constantly affirmed to himself that the boy was not a genius, but barring this slight deficiency, he was almost everything that a parent could wish. Even at Harvard he had managed to be several desirable things at once: writing poetry in the college magazine, playing delightfully by ear, acquitting himself honorably in his studies, and yet holding his own in the fashionable sporting set that formed, as it were, the gateway of the temple of society. Mr. Grew's idealism did not preclude the frank desire that his son should pass through that gateway, but the wish was not prompted by material considerations. It was Mr. Grew's notion that, in the rough and hurrying current of a new civilization, the little pools of leisure and enjoyment must nurture delicate growths, material graces as well as moral refinements, likely to be uprooted and swept away by the rush of the main torrent. He based his theory on the fact that he had liked the few society people he had met, had found their manners simpler, their voices more agreeable, their views more consonant with his own than those of the leading citizens of Wingfield. But then he had met very few. Ronald's sympathies needed no urging in the same direction. He took naturally, dauntlessly, to all the high and exceptional things about which his father's imagination had so long sheepishly and ineffectually hovered. From the start, he was what Mr. Grew had dreamed of being. And so precise, so detailed was Mr. Grew's vision of his own imaginary career that as Ronald grew up and began to travel in a widening orbit, his father had an almost uncanny sense of the extent to which that career was enacting itself before him. At Harvard, Ronald had done exactly what the hypothetical Mason Grew would have done, had not his actual self at the same age been working his way up in old Slagdon's button factory, the institution which was later to acquire fame, and even notoriety, as the birthplace of Grew's secure suspender buckle. Afterward, at a period when the actual Grew had passed from the factory to the bookkeeper's desk, his invisible double had been reading law at Columbia, precisely again what Ronald did. But it was when the young man left the paths laid out for him by the parental hand and cast himself boldly on the world that his adventures began to bear the most astonishing resemblance to those of the unrealized Mason Grew. It was in New York that the scene of this hypothetical being's first exploits had always been laid, and it was in New York that Ronald was to achieve his first triumph. There was nothing small or timid about Mr. Grew's imagination. It had never stopped at anything between Wingfield and the metropolis, and the real Ronald had the same cosmic vision as his parent. He brushed aside with a contemptuous laugh his mother's tearful entreaty that he should stay at Wingfield and continue the dynasty of the Grew suspender buckle. Mr. Grew knew that in reality Ronald winced at the buckle, loathed it, blushed for his connection with it. Yet it was the buckle that had seen him through Groton, Harvard, and the law school, and had permitted him to enter the office of a distinguished corporation lawyer, instead of being enslaved to some sordid business with quick returns. The buckle had been Ronald's fairy godmother, yet his father did not blame him for abhorring and disowning it. Mr. Grew himself often bitterly regretted having bestowed his name on the instrument of his material success, though at the time his doing so had been the natural expression of his romanticism. When he invented the buckle and took out his patent, he and his wife both felt that to bestow their name on it was like naming a battleship, or a peak in the Andes. Mrs. Grew had never learned to know better, but Mr. Grew had discovered his error before Ronald was out of school. He read it first in a black eye of his boy's. Ronald's symmetry had been marred by the insolent fist of a fourth former whom he had chastised for alluding to his father as Old Buckles. And when Mr. Grew heard the epithet, he understood in a flash that the buckle was a thing to blush for. It was too late then to dissociate his name from it, or to efface from the hoardings of the entire continent the picture of two gentlemen, one contorting himself in the abject effort to repair a broken brace, while the careless ease of the other's attitude proclaimed his trust in the secure suspender buckle. These records were indelible, but Ronald could at least be spared all direct connection with them, and from that day Mr. Grew resolved that the boy should not return to Wingfield. "You'll see," he had said to Mrs. Grew, "he'll take right hold in New York. Ronald's got my knack for taking hold," he added, throwing out his chest. "But the way you took hold was in business," objected Mrs. Grew, who was large and literal. Mr. Grew's chest collapsed, and he became suddenly conscious of his comic face in its rim of sandy whiskers. "That's not the only way," he said with a touch of wistfulness which escaped his wife's analysis. "Well, of course, you could have written beautifully," she rejoined with admiring eyes. "Written? Me?" Mr. Grew became sardonic. "Why, those letters, weren't they beautiful, I'd like to know?" The couple exchanged a glance, innocently elusive and amused on the wife's part, and charged with a sudden tragic significance on the husband's. "Well, I've got to be going along to the office now," he merely said, dragging himself out of his rocking-chair. This had happened while Ronald was still at school, and now Mrs. Grew slept in the Wingfield cemetery under a life-size theological virtue of her own choosing, and Mr. Grew's prognostications as to Ronald's ability to take right hold in New York were being more and more brilliantly fulfilled. Part 2. Ronald obeyed his father's injunction not to come to luncheon on the day of the Bankshire's dinner, but in the middle of the following week Mr. Grew was surprised by a telegram from his son. "Want to see you. Important matter. Expect me tomorrow afternoon." Mr. Grew received the telegram after breakfast. To peruse it, he had lifted his eye from a paragraph of the morning paper describing a fancy dress dinner which had taken place the night before at the Hamilton Gliddons for the housewarming of their new Fifth Avenue palace. Among the couples who afterward danced in the Poets' Quadrille were Miss Daisy Bankshire, looking more than usually lovely, as Laura, and Mr. Ronald Grew as the young Petrarch. Petrarch and Laura. Well, if anything meant anything, Mr. Grew supposed he knew what that meant. For weeks past he had noticed how constantly the names of the young people appeared together in the society notes he so insatiably devoured. Even the soulless reporter was getting into the habit of coupling them in his lists. And this Laura and Petrarch business was almost an announcement. Mr. Grew dropped the telegram, wiped his eyeglasses, and reread the paragraph. Miss Daisy Bankshire, more than usually lovely. Yes, she was lovely. He had often seen her photograph in the papers, seen her represented in every conceivable attitude of the mundane game, fondling her prize bulldog, taking offense on her thoroughbred, dancing a gavotte, all patches and plumes, or fingering a guitar, all tulle and lilies. And once he had caught a glimpse of her at the theatre. Hearing that Ronald was going to a fashionable first night with the Bankshires, Mr. Grew had for once overcome his repugnance to following his son's movements, and had secured for himself, under the shadow of the balcony, a stall whence he could observe the Bankshire box without fear of detection. Ronald had never known his father's presence at the play, and for 3 blessed hours Mr. Grew had watched the boy's handsome dark head bent over the dense fair hair and white averted shoulder that were all he could catch of Miss Bankshire's beauties. He recalled the vision now, and with it came, as usual, its ghostly double. The vision of his young self bending above such a white shoulder and such shining hair. Needless to say that the real Mason Grew had never found himself in so enviable a situation. The late Mrs. Grew had no more resembled Miss Daisy Bankshire than he had looked like the happy victorious Ronald. And the mystery was that from their dull faces, their dull endearments, the miracle of Ronald should have sprung. It was almost, fantastically, as if the boy had been a changeling, a child of a Latmian night, whom the divine companion of Mr. Grew's early reveries had secretly laid in the cradle of the Wingfield bedroom, while Mr. and Mrs. Grew slept the deep sleep of conjugal indifference. The young Mason Grew had not at first accepted this astral episode as the complete cancelling of his claims on romance. He too had grasped at the high-hung glory, and, with his fatal tendency to reach too far, when he reached at all, had singled out the prettiest girl in Wingfield. When he recalled his stammered confession of love, his face still tingled under her cool, bright stare. The wonder of his audacity had struck her dumb, and when she recovered her voice, it was to fling a taunt at him. "Don't be too discouraged. You know, have you ever thought of trying Addie Wicks?" All Wingfield would have understood the jibe. Addie Wicks was the dullest girl in town. And a year later, he had married Addie Wicks. He looked up from the perusal of Ronald's telegram with this memory in mind. Now at last his dream was coming true. His boy would taste of the joys that had mocked his thwarted youth and his dull grey middle age, and it was fitting that they should be realized in Ronald's destiny. Ronald was made to take happiness boldly by the hand and lead it home like a bridegroom. He had the carriage, the confidence, the high faith in his fortune that compelled the wilful stars. And thanks to the buckle, he would have the exceptional setting, the background of material elegance that became his conquering person. Since Mr. Grew had retired from business, his investments had prospered, and he had been saving up his income for just such a contingency. His own wants were few. He had transferred the Wingfield furniture to Brooklyn, and his sitting room was a replica of that in which the long years of his married life had been spent. Even the florid carpet on which Ronald's tottering footsteps had been taken was carefully matched when it became too threadbare, and on the marble centre table, with its chenille fringed cover and bunch of dyed pampas grass, lay the illustrated Longfellow and the copy of Ingersoll's lectures which represented literature to Mr. Grew when he had led home his bride. In the light of Ronald's romance, Mr. Grew found himself reliving, with a strange tremor of mingled pain and tenderness, all the poor prosaic incidents of his own personal history. Curiously enough, with this new splendor on them, they began to emit a small, faint ray of their own. His wife's armchair, in its usual place by the fire, recalled her placid, unperceiving presence, seated opposite to him during the long, drowsy years. And he felt her kindness, her equanimity, where formerly he had only ached at her obtuseness. And from the chair he glanced up at a large discolored photograph on the wall above, with a brittle brown wreath suspended on a corner of the frame. The photograph represented a young man with a poetic necktie and untrammeled hair leaning negligently against the Gothic chairback, a roll of music in his hand, and beneath was scrawled a bar of Chopin with the words, "Adieu, Adèle." The portrait was that of the great pianist Fortune Dolbrowski, and its presence on the wall of Mr. Grew's sitting room commemorated the only exquisite hour of his life save that of Ronald's birth. It was some time before the latter memorable event, a few months only after Mr. Grew's marriage, that he had taken his wife to New York to hear the great Dolbrowski. Their evening had been magically beautiful, and even Addie, roused from her habitual inexpressiveness, had quivered into a momentary semblance of life. I never, she gasped out helplessly when they had regained their hotel bedroom, and sat staring back entranced at the evening's evocations. Her large, immovable face was pink and tremulous, and she sat with her hands on her knees, forgetting to roll up her bonnet strings and prepare her curl papers. I'd like to write him just how I felt. I wished I knew how, she burst out suddenly in a final effervescence of emotion. Her husband lifted his head and looked at her. Would you? I feel that way too, he said with a sheepish laugh. And they continued to stare at each other shyly through a transfiguring mist of sound. Mr. Grew recalled the scene as he gazed up at the pianist's faded photograph. Well, I owe her that anyhow, poor Addie, he said, with a smile at the inconsequences of fate. With Ronald's telegram in his hand, he was in a mood to count his mercies. Part 3. A clear $25,000 a year. "That's what you can tell him with my compliments," said Mr. Grew, glancing complacently across the centre table at his boy's charming face. It struck him that Ronald's gift for looking his part in life had never so romantically expressed itself. Other young men at such a moment would have been red, damp, tight about the collar. But Ronald's cheek was only a shade paler, and the contrast made his dark eyes more expressive. "A clear 25,000. Yes, sir, that's what I always meant you to have." Mr. Grew leaned back, his hands thrust carelessly in his pockets, as though to divert attention from the agitation of his features. He had often pictured himself rolling out that phrase to Ronald, and now that it was actually on his lips, he could not control their tremor. Ronald listened in silence, lifting a nervous hand to his slight dark moustache, as though he, too, wished to hide some involuntary betrayal of emotion. At first, Mr. Grew took his silence for an expression of gratified surprise. But as it prolonged itself, it became less easy to interpret. See here, my boy. Did you expect more? Isn't it enough?" Mr. Grew cleared his throat. "Do they expect more?" he asked nervously. He was hardly able to face the pain of inflicting a disappointment on Ronald at the very moment when he had counted on putting the final touch to his felicity. Ronald moved uneasily in his chair, and his eyes wandered upward to the laurel-wreathed photograph of the pianist above his father's head. "Is that it, Ronald? Speak out, my boy. We'll see. We'll look round. I'll manage somehow." No, the young man interrupted, abruptly raising his hand as though to silence his father. Mr. Grew recovered his cheerfulness. "Well, what's the matter, then, if she's willing?" Ronald shifted his position again, and finally rose from his seat. "Father, there's something I've got to tell you. I can't take your money." Mr. Grew sat speechless a moment, staring blankly at his son. Then he emitted a puzzled laugh. "My money? What are you talking about? What's this about my money? Why, it ain't mine, Ronnie. It's all yours, every cent of it," he cried. The young man met his tender look with a gaze of tragic rejection. No, it's not mine. Not even in the sense you mean. Not in any sense. Can't you understand my feeling so?" "Feeling so? I don't know how you're feeling. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you too proud to touch any money you haven't earned? Is that what you're trying to tell me? No, it's not that. You must know." Mr. Grew flushed to the rim of his bristling whiskers. "No? Know what? Can't you speak?" Ronald hesitated, and the two men faced each other for a long, strained moment, during which Mr. Grew's congested countenance grew gradually pale again. "What's the meaning of this? Is it because you've done something? Something you're ashamed of? Ashamed to tell me?" he suddenly gasped out, and, walking around the table, he laid his hand on his son's shoulder. "There's nothing you can't tell me, my boy." "It's not that. Why do you make it so hard for me?" Ronald broke out with passion. "You must have known this was sure to happen sooner or later." "Happen? What was sure to happen?" Mr. Grew's question wavered on his lip and passed into a tremulous laugh. "Is it something I've done that you don't approve of? Is it the buckle you're ashamed of, Ronald Grew?" Ronald laughed too, impatiently. "The buckle? No, I'm not ashamed of the buckle. Not any more than you are," he returned with a sudden bright flush. "But I'm ashamed of all I owe to it. All I owe to you, when... He broke off and took a few distracted steps across the room. "You might make this easier for me," he protested, turning back to his father. "Make what easier? I know less and less what you're driving at," Mr. Grew groaned. Ronald's walk had once more brought him beneath the photograph on the wall. He lifted his head for a moment and looked at it. Then he looked again at Mr. Grew. "Do you suppose I haven't always known?" "Known?" Even before you gave me those letters, after my mother's death, even before that, I suspected. I don't know how it began. Perhaps from little things you let drop, you and she, and resemblances that I couldn't help seeing in myself. How on earth could you suppose I shouldn't guess? I always thought you gave me the letters as a way of telling me. Mr. Grew rose slowly from his chair. The letters? Dolbrowski's letters? Ronald nodded with white lips. You must remember giving them to me the day after the funeral. Mr. Grew nodded back. Of course, I wanted you to have everything your mother valued. Well, how could I help knowing after that? Knowing what? Mr. Grew stood staring helplessly at his son. Suddenly, his look caught a clue that seemed to confront it with a deeper bewilderment. You thought those letters, Dolbrowski's letters? You thought they meant, oh, it wasn't only the letters. There were so many other signs. My love of music, all my feelings about life, and art. And when you gave me the letters, I thought you must mean me to know. Mr. Grew had grown quiet. His lips were firm, and his small eyes looked out steadily from their creased lids. To know that you were Fortune Dolbrowski's son? Ronald made a mute sign of assent. I see. And what did you mean to do? I meant to wait till I could earn my living and then repay you, as far as I can ever repay you. But now that there's a chance of my marrying, and your generosity overwhelms me, I'm obliged to speak. I see, said Mr. Grew again. He let himself down into his chair, looking steadily and not unkindly at the young man. Sit down, Ronald. Let's talk. Ronald made a protesting movement. Is there anything to be gained by it? You can't change me, change what I feel. The reading of those letters transformed my whole life. I was a boy till then. They made a man of me. From that moment I understood myself. He paused and then looked up at Mr. Grew's face. Don't imagine I don't appreciate your kindness, your extraordinary generosity. But I can't go through life in disguise, and I want you to know that I have not won Daisy under false pretenses. Mr. Grew started up with the first expletive Ronald had ever heard on his lips. You damned young fool, you! You haven't told her? Ronald raised his head quickly. Oh, you don't know her, sir. She thinks no worse of me for knowing my secret. She is above and beyond all such conventional prejudices. She's proud of my parentage. He straightened his slim young shoulders. As I'm proud of it. Yes, sir, proud of it. Mr. Grew sank back into his chair with a dry laugh. Well, you ought to be. You come of good stock. And your father's son, every inch of you. He laughed again, as though the humor of the situation grew on him with its closer contemplation. Yes, I've always felt that, Ronald murmured, flushing. Your father's son, and no mistake. Mr. Grew leaned forward. You're the son of as big a fool as yourself, and here he sits, Ronald Grew. The young man's flush deepened to crimson, but Mr. Grew checked his reply with a decisive gesture. Here he sits, with all your young nonsense still alive in him. Don't you see the likeness? If you don't, I'll tell you the story of those letters. Ronald stared. What do you mean? Don't they tell their own story? I suppose they did when I gave them to you, but you've given it a twist that needs straightening out. Mr. Grew squared his elbows on the table and looked at the young man across the gift books and the dyed pampas grass. I wrote all the letters that Dolbrowski answered. Ronald gave back his look in frowning perplexity. You wrote them? I don't understand. His letters are all addressed to my mother. Yes, and he thought he was corresponding with her. But my mother, what did she think? Mr. Grew hesitated, puckering his thick lips. Well, I guess she kind of thought it was a joke. Your mother didn't think about things much. Ronald continued to bend a puzzled frown on the question. I don't understand, he reiterated. Mr. Grew cleared his throat with a nervous laugh. Well, I don't know as you ever will. Quite. But this is the way it came about. I had a toughish time of it when I was young. Oh, I don't mean so much the fight I had to put up to make my way. There was always plenty of fight in me. But inside of myself it was kind of lonesome. And the outside didn't attract callers. He laughed again with an apologetic gesture toward his broad, blinking face. When I went round with the other young fellows, I was always the forlorn hope, the one that had to eat the drumsticks and dance with the leftovers. As sure as there was a blighter at a picnic, I had to swing her, and feed her, and drive her home. And all the time I was mad after all the things you've got, poetry and music, and all the joy forever business. So there were the pair of us, my face and my imagination, chained together and fighting, and hating each other like poison. Then your mother came along and took pity on me. It sets up a gawky fellow to find a girl who ain't ashamed to be seen walking with him Sundays. And I was grateful to your mother, and we got along first rate. Only I couldn't say things to her, and she couldn't answer. Well, one day, a few months after we were married, Dolbrowski came to New York, and the whole place went wild about him. I'd never heard any good music, but I'd always had an inkling of what it must be like, though I couldn't tell you to this day how I knew. Well, your mother read about him in the papers too, and she thought it would be the swagger thing to go to New York and hear him play. So we went. I'll never forget that evening. Your mother wasn't easily stirred up. She never seemed to need to let off steam. But that night she seemed to understand the way I felt. And when we got back to the hotel, she said suddenly, "I'd like to tell him how I feel. I'd like to sit right down and write to him." "Would you?" I said. So I would. There was paper and pens there before us, and I pulled a sheet toward me and began to write. "Is this what you'd like to say to him?" I asked her when the letter was done, and she got pink and said, "I don't understand it, but it's lovely," and she copied it out and signed her name to it and sent it. Mr. Grew paused, and Ronald sat silent with lowered eyes. That's how it began, and that's where I thought it would end. But it didn't, because Dolbrowski answered. His first letter was dated January 10th, 1872. I guess you'll find I'm correct. Well, I went back to hear him again, and I wrote him after the performance, and he answered again. And after that, we kept it up for 6 months. Your mother always copied the letters and signed them. She seemed to think it was a kind of joke, and she was proud of his answering my letters. But she never went back to New York to hear him, though I saved up enough to give her the treat again. She was too lazy, and she let me go without her. I heard him 3 times in New York, and in the spring he came to Wingfield and played once at the Academy. Your mother was sick and couldn't go, so I went alone. After the performance, I meant to get one of the directors to take me in to see him, but when the time came, I just went back home and wrote to him instead. And just a month after, before he went back to Europe, he sent your mother a last little note and that picture hanging up there. Mr. Grew paused again, and both men lifted their eyes to the photograph. "Is that all?" Ronald slowly asked. "That's all. Every bit of it," said Mr. Grew. "And my mother? My mother never even spoke to Dolbrowski?" "Never. She never even saw him but that once in New York at his concert." The blood crept again to Ronald's face. "Are you sure of that, sir?" he asked in a trembling voice. "Sure as I am that I'm sitting here. Why, she was too lazy to look at his letters after the first novelty wore off. She copied the answers just to humor me, but she always said she couldn't understand what we wrote. But how could you go on with such a correspondence? It's incredible." Mr. Grew looked at his son thoughtfully. "I suppose it is to you. You've only had to put out your hand and get the things I was starving for, music and good talk and ideas. Those letters gave me all that. You've read them, and you know that Dolbrowski was not only a great musician, but a great man." There was nothing beautiful he didn't see, nothing fine he didn't feel. For 6 months I breathed his air, and I've lived on it ever since. Do you begin to understand a little now? Yes, a little. But why write in my mother's name? Why make it a sentimental correspondence? Mr. Grew reddened to his bald temples. Why, I tell you it began that way as a kind of joke, and when I saw that the first letter pleased and interested him, I was afraid to tell him. I couldn't tell him. Do you suppose he'd gone on writing if he'd ever seen me, Ronnie? Ronald suddenly looked at him with new eyes. But he must have thought your letters very beautiful, to go on as he did, he broke out. Well, I did my best, said Mr. Grew modestly. Ronald pursued his idea. Where are all your letters, I wonder? Weren't they returned to you at his death? Mr. Grew laughed. Lord, no. I guess he had trunks and trunks full of better ones. I guess queens and empresses wrote to him. I should have liked to see your letters, the young man insisted. Well, they weren't bad, said Mr. Grew dryly. But I'll tell you one thing, Ronnie, he added suddenly. Ronald raised his head with a quick glance, and Mr. Grew continued, I'll tell you where the best of those letters is. It's in you. If it hadn't been for that one look at life, I couldn't have made you what you are. Oh, I know you've done a good deal of your own making, but I've been there behind you all the time, and you'll never know the work I spared you and the time I've saved you. Fortune Dolbrowski helped me to do that. I never saw things in little again after I'd looked at 'em with him, and I tried to give you the big view from the stars. So that's what became of my letters. Mr. Grew paused, and for a long time Ronald sat motionless, his elbows on the table, his face dropped on his hands. Suddenly Mr. Grew's touch fell on his shoulder. Look here, Ronald Grew, do you want to tell me how you're feeling at this minute? Just a mite let down, after all, at the idea that you ain't the romantic figure you'd got to think yourself. Well, that's natural enough, too. But I'll tell you what it proves. It proves you're my son right enough, if any more proof was needed, for it's just the kind of fool nonsense I used to feel at your age. And if there's anybody here to laugh at, it's myself, and not you. And you can laugh at me just as much as you like. End of His Father's Son. Read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, September 2024. How the Widow Won the Deacon by William James Lambton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How the Widow Won the Deacon. Of course, the Widow Stimson never tried to win Deacon Hawkins, nor any other man for that matter. A widow doesn't have to try to win a man. She wins without trying. Still, the Widow Stimson sometimes wondered why the deacon was so blind as not to see how her fine farm adjoining his equally fine place on the outskirts of the town might not be brought under one management with mutual benefit to both parties at interest. Which one that management might become was a matter of future detail. The widow knew how to run a farm successfully, and a large farm is not much more difficult to run than one of half the size. She had also had one husband, and knew something more than running a farm successfully, all of which the deacon was perfectly well aware, and still he had not been moved by the merging spirit of the age to propose consolidation. This interesting situation was up for discussion at the Wednesday afternoon meeting of the Sisters' Sewing Society. For my part, Sister Susan Spicer, wife of the Methodist minister, remarked as she took another tuck in a 14-year-old girl's skirt for a 10-year-old, For my part, I can't see why Deacon Hawkins and Kate Stimson don't see the error of their ways and depart from them. I rather guess she has, smiled Sister Poteet, the grocer's better half, who had taken an afternoon off from the store in order to be present. Or is willing to, added Sister Maria Cartridge, a spinster still possessing faith, hope, and charity, notwithstanding she had been on the waiting list for a long time. "Really now," exclaimed little Sister Green, the doctor's wife, "do you think it is the deacon who needs urging?" "It looks that way to me," Sister Poteet did not hesitate to affirm. "Well, I heard Sister Clark say that she had heard him call her Kitty one night when they were eating ice cream at the Mite Society," Sister Candish, the druggist's wife, added to the fund of reliable information on hand. "Kitty, indeed," protested Sister Spicer. "The idea of anybody calling Kate Stimson Kitty! The deacon will talk that way to most any woman, but if she let him say it to her more than once, she must be getting mighty anxious, I think." "Oh," Sister Candish hastened to explain, "Sister Clark didn't say she had heard him say it twice." "Well, I don't think she heard him say it once," Sister Spicer asserted with confidence. "I don't know about that," Sister Poteet argued. "From all I can see and hear, I think Kate Stimson wouldn't object to most anything the deacon would say to her, knowing as she does that he ain't going to say anything he shouldn't say, and isn't saying what he should," added Sister Green with a sly snicker, which went around the room softly. "But as I was saying," Sister Spicer began, when Sister Poteet, whose rocker, near the window, commanded a view of the front gate, interrupted with a warning, "Shh! Shh! Why shouldn't I say what I wanted to when—" Sister Spicer began. "There she comes now," explained Sister Poteet. "And as I live, the deacon drove her here in his sleigh, and he's waiting while she comes in." "I wonder what next," said Sister Poteet, in conjunction with the entire society, gasped and held their eager breaths, awaiting the entrance of the subject of conversation. Sister Spicer went to the front door to let her in, and she was greeted with the greatest cordiality by everybody. "We were just talking about you and wondering why you were so late coming," cried Sister Poteet. "Now take off your things and make up for lost time. There's a pair of pants over there to be cut down to fit that poor little Snithers boy." The excitement and curiosity of the society were almost more than could be borne, but never a sister let on that she knew the deacon was at the gate waiting. Indeed, as far as the widow could discover, there was not the slightest indication that anybody had ever heard there was such a person as the deacon in existence. "Oh," she chirruped, in the liveliest of humours, "you will have to excuse me for today. Deacon Hawkins overtook me on the way here, and here said I simply had to go sleigh-riding with him. He's waiting out at the gate now." "Is that so?" exclaimed the society unanimously, and rushed to the window to see if it were really true. "Well, did you ever?" commented Sister Poteet generally. "Hardly ever," laughed the widow good-naturedly, "and I don't want to lose the chance. You know Deacon Hawkins isn't asking somebody every day to go sleighing with him. I told him I'd go if he would bring me around here to let you know what had become of me, and so he did. Now, goodbye, and I'll be sure to be present at the next meeting. I have to hurry because he'll get fidgety." The widow ran away like a lively schoolgirl. All the sisters watched her get into the sleigh with the deacon and resumed the previous discussion with greatly increased interest. But little recked the widow, and less recked the deacon. He had bought a new horse, and he wanted the widow's opinion of it, for the widow Stimson was a competent judge of fine horseflesh. If Deacon Hawkins had one insatiable ambition, it was to own a horse which could fling its heels in the face of the best that Squire Hopkins drove. In his early manhood, the deacon was no deacon by a great deal, but as the years gathered in behind him, he put off most of the frivolities of youth, and held now only to the one of driving a fast horse. No other man in the county drove anything faster except Squire Hopkins, and him, the deacon, had not been able to throw the dust over. The deacon would get good ones, but somehow never could he find one that the squire didn't get a better. The squire had also in the early days beaten the deacon in the race for a certain pretty girl he dreamed about. But the girl and the squire had lived happily ever after, and the deacon, being a philosopher, might have forgotten the squire's superiority had it been manifested in this one regard only. But in horses, too, that gravelled the deacon. "How much did you give for him?" was the widow's first query, after they had reached a stretch of the road that was good going, and the deacon had let him out for a length or two. "Well, what do you suppose? You're a judge." "More than I would give, I'll bet a cookie." "Not if you was as anxious as I am to show Hopkins that he can't drive by everything on the pike." "I thought you loved a good horse because he was a good horse," said the widow, rather disapprovingly. "I do, but I could love him a good deal harder if he would stay in front of Hopkins best." "Does he know you've got this one?" "Yes, and he's been blowing round town that he's waiting to pick me up on the road some day and make my $500 look like a pewter quarter." "So you gave $500 for him, did you?" laughed the widow. "Is it too much?" hesitated the widow, glancing along the graceful lines of the powerful trotter. "I suppose not, if you can beat the squire." "Right you are," crowed the deacon, "and I'll show him a thing or two in getting over the ground," he added with swelling pride. "Well, I hope he won't be out looking for you today with me in your sleigh," said the widow, almost apprehensively, "because you know, deacon, I have always wanted you to beat Squire Hopkins." The deacon looked at her sharply. There was a softness in her tones that appealed to him, even if she had not expressed such agreeable sentiments. Just what the deacon might have said or done after the impulse had been set going must remain unknown, for at the crucial moment a sound of militant bells of defiance, jangled up behind them, disturbing their personal absorption, and they looked around simultaneously. Behind the bells was the squire in his sleigh drawn by his fastest stepper, and he was alone, as the deacon was not. The widow weighed 160 pounds net, which is weighting a horse in a race rather more than the law allows. But the deacon never thought of that. Forgetting everything except his cherished ambition, he braced himself for the contest, took a twist hold on the lines, sent a sharp, quick call to his horse, and let him out for all that was in him. The squire followed suit, and the deacon. The road was wide, and the snow was worn down smooth. The track couldn't have been in better condition. The Hopkins colours were not 5 rods behind the Hawkins colours as they got away. For half a mile it was nip and tuck, the deacon encouraging his horse and the widow encouraging the deacon, and then the squire began creeping up. The deacon's horse was a good one, but he was not accustomed to hauling freight in a race. A half-mile of it was as much as he could stand, and he weakened under the strain. Not handicapped, the squire's horse forged ahead, and as his nose pushed up to the dashboard of the deacon's sleigh, that good man groaned in agonized disappointment and bitterness of spirit. The widow was mad all over that Squire Hopkins should take such a mean advantage of his rival. Why didn't he wait till another time when the deacon was alone, as he was? If she had her way, she never would speak to Squire Hopkins again, nor to his wife either. But her resentment was not helping the deacon's horse to win. Slowly the squire pulled closer to the front. The deacon's horse, realizing what it meant to his master and to him, spurted bravely, but, struggling as gamely as he might, the odds were too many for him, and he dropped to the rear. The squire shouted in triumph as he drew past the deacon, and the dejected Hawkins shriveled into a heap on the seat, with only his hands sufficiently alive to hold the lines. He had been beaten again, humiliated before a woman, and that, too, with the best horse that he could hope to put against the ever-conquering squire. Here sank his fondest hopes. Here ended his ambition. From this on he would drive a mule or an automobile. The fruit of his desire had turned to ashes in his mouth. But no. What of the widow? She realized, if the deacon did not, that she, not the squire's horse, had beaten the deacon's, and she was ready to make what atonement she could. As the squire passed ahead of the deacon, she was stirred by a noble resolve. A deep bed of drifted snow lay close by the side of the road, not far in front. It was soft and safe, and she smiled as she looked at it as though waiting for her. Without a hint of her purpose, or a sign to disturb the deacon in his final throes, she rose as the sleigh ran near its edge, and with a spring which had many a time sent her lightly from the ground to the bare back of a horse in the meadow, she cleared the robes and lit plump in the drift. The deacon's horse knew before the deacon did that something had happened in his favor, and was quick to respond. With his first jump of relief, the deacon suddenly revived. His hopes came fast again. His blood retingled. He gathered himself, and, cracking his lines, he shot forward, and 3 minutes later he had passed the squire as though he were hitched to the fence. For a quarter of a mile, the squire made heroic efforts to recover his vanished prestige, but effort was useless, and finally, concluding that he was practically left standing, he veered off from the main road down a farm lane to find some spot in which to hide the humiliation of his defeat. The deacon, still going at a clipping gait, had one eye over his shoulder, as wary drivers always have on such occasions, and when he saw the squire was off the track, he slowed down and jogged along with the apparent intention of continuing indefinitely. Presently an idea struck him, and he looked around for the widow. She was not where he had seen her last. Where was she? In the enthusiasm of victory, he had forgotten her. He was so dejected at the moment she had leaped that he did not realize what she had done, and 2 minutes later he was so elated that, shame on him, he did not care. With her, all was lost. Without her, all was won. And the deacon's greatest ambition was to win. But now, with victory perched on his horse collar, success his at last, he thought of the widow, and he did care. He cared so much that he almost threw his horse off his feet by the abrupt turn he gave him, and back down the pike he flew as if a legion of squires were after him. He did not know what injury she might have sustained. She might have been seriously hurt, if not actually killed. And why? Simply to make it possible for him to win. The deacon shivered as he thought of it, and urged his horse to greater speed. The squire down the lane saw him whizzing along, and accepted it profanely as an exhibition for his especial benefit. The deacon now had forgotten the squire, as he had only so shortly before forgotten the widow. 200 yards from the drift into which she had jumped, there was a turn in the road, where some trees shut off the sight, and the deacon's anxiety increased momentarily until he reached this point. From here he could see ahead, and down there in the middle of the road stood the widow waving her shawl as a banner of triumph, though she could only guess at results. The deacon came on with a rush, and pulled up alongside her in a condition of nervousness he didn't think possible to him. "Hooray! Hooray!" shouted the widow, tossing her shawl into the air. "You beat him! I know you did. Didn't you? I saw you pulling ahead at the turn yonder. Where is he, and his old plug?" "Oh, bother take him, and his horse, and the race, and everything. Are you hurt?" gasped the deacon, jumping out, but mindful to keep the lines in his hand. "Are you hurt?" he repeated anxiously, though she looked anything but a hurt woman. "If I am," she chirped cheerily, "I am not hurt half as bad as I would have been if the squire had beat you, deacon. Now, don't you worry about me. Let's hurry back to town so the squire won't get another chance, with no place for me to jump." And the deacon? Well, well, with the lines in the crook of his elbow, the deacon held out his arms to the widow, and the sisters at the next meeting of the Sewing Society were unanimously of the opinion that any woman who would risk her life like that for a husband was mighty anxious. End of How the Widow Won the Deacon, read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, November 2024.
The Doctors of Hoyland by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Doctors of Hoyland. Dr. James Ripley was always looked upon as an exceedingly lucky dog by all of the profession who knew him. His father had preceded him in a practice in the village of Hoyland in the north of Hampshire, and all was ready for him on the very first day that the law allowed him to put his name at the foot of a prescription. In a few years, the old gentleman retired and settled on the south coast, leaving his son in undisputed possession of the whole countryside. Save for Dr. Wharton near Basingstoke, the young surgeon had a clear run of 6 miles in every direction and took his £1,500 a year, though, as is usual in country practices, the stable swallowed up most of what the consulting room earned. Dr. James Ripley was 32 years of age, reserved, learned, unmarried, with set, rather stern features, and a thinning of the dark hair upon the top of his head, which was worth quite 100 a year to him. He was particularly happy in his management of ladies. He had caught the tone of bland sternness and decisive suavity which dominates without offending. Ladies, however, were not equally happy in their management of him. Professionally, he was always at their service. Socially, he was a drop of quicksilver. In vain the country mammas spread out their simple lures in front of him. Dances and picnics were not to his taste, and he preferred, during his scanty leisure, to shut himself up in his study and to bury himself in Virchow's archives and the professional journals. Study was a passion with him, and he would have none of the rust which often gathers round a country practitioner. It was his ambition to keep his knowledge as fresh and bright as at the moment when he had stepped out of the examination hall. He prided himself on being able, at a moment's notice, to rattle off the 7 ramifications of some obscure artery or to give the exact percentage of any physiological compound. After a long day's work, he would sit up half the night performing iridectomies and extractions upon the sheep's eyes sent in by the village butcher, to the horror of his housekeeper, who had to remove the debris next morning. His love for his work was the one fanaticism which found a place in his dry, precise nature. It was the more to his credit that he should keep up to date in his knowledge, since he had no competition to force him to exertion. In the 7 years during which he had practiced in Hoyland, 3 rivals had pitted themselves against him, 2 in the village itself, and 1 in the neighboring hamlet of Lower Hoyland. Of these, 1 had sickened and wasted, being, as it was said, himself the only patient whom he had treated during his 18 months of ruralizing. A 2nd had bought a 4th share of a Basingstoke practice and had departed honorably, while a 3rd had vanished one September night, leaving a gutted house and an unpaid drug bill behind him. Since then, the district had become a monopoly, and no one had dared to measure himself against the established fame of the Hoyland doctor. It was, then, with a feeling of some surprise and considerable curiosity that, on driving through Lower Hoyland one morning, he perceived that the new house at the end of the village was occupied, and that a virgin brass plate glistened upon the swinging gate which faced the high road. He pulled up his 50-guinea chestnut mare and took a good look at it. Verinder Smith, M.D., was printed across it in very neat, small lettering. The last man had had letters half a foot long, with a lamp like a fire station. Dr. James Ripley noted the difference, and deduced from it that the newcomer might possibly prove a more formidable opponent. He was convinced of it that evening when he came to consult the current medical directory. By it, he learned that Dr. Verinder Smith was the holder of superb degrees, that he had studied with distinction at Edinburgh, Paris, Berlin, and Vienna, and, finally, that he had been awarded a gold medal and the Lee Hopkins Scholarship for Original Research in recognition of an exhaustive inquiry into the functions of the anterior spinal nerve roots. Dr. Ripley passed his fingers through his thin hair in bewilderment as he read his rival's record. What on earth could so brilliant a man mean by putting up his plate in a little Hampshire hamlet. But Dr. Ripley furnished himself with an explanation to the riddle. No doubt Dr. Verinder Smith had simply come down there in order to pursue some scientific research in peace and quiet. The plate was up as an address rather than as an invitation to patients. Of course, that must be the true explanation. In that case, the presence of this brilliant neighbor would be a splendid thing for his own studies. He had often longed for some kindred mind, some steel on which he might strike his flint. Chance had brought it to him, and he rejoiced exceedingly. And this joy it was which led him to take a step which was quite at variance with his usual habits. It is the custom for a newcomer among medical men to call first upon the older, and the etiquette upon the subject is strict. Dr. Ripley was pedantically exact on such points, and yet he deliberately drove over next day and called upon Dr. Verinder Smith. Such a waiving of ceremony was, he felt, a gracious act upon his part, and a fit prelude to the intimate relations which he hoped to establish with his neighbor. The house was neat and well appointed, and Dr. Ripley was shown by a smart maid into a dapper little consulting room. As he passed in, he noticed 2 or 3 parasols and a lady's sunbonnet hanging in the hall. It was a pity that his colleague should be a married man. It would put them up on a different footing and interfere with those long evenings of high scientific talk which he had pictured to himself. On the other hand, there was much in the consulting room to please him. Elaborate instruments, seen more often in hospitals than in the houses of private practitioners, were scattered about. A sphygmograph stood upon the table, and a gasometer-like engine, which was new to Dr. Ripley, in the corner. A bookcase full of ponderous volumes in French and German, paper-covered for the most part, and varying in tint from the shell to the yolk of a duck's egg, caught his wandering eyes, and he was deeply absorbed in their titles when the door opened suddenly behind him. Turning round, he found himself facing a little woman, whose plain, palish face was remarkable only for a pair of shrewd, humorous eyes of a blue which had 2 shades too much green in it. She held a pince-nez in her left hand and the doctor's card in her right. "How do you do, Dr. Ripley?" said she. "How do you do, madam?" returned the visitor. "Your husband is perhaps out?" "I am not married," said she, simply. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I meant the doctor, Dr. Verinder Smith." "I am Dr. Verinder Smith." Dr. Ripley was so surprised that he dropped his hat and forgot to pick it up again. "What?" he grasped. "The Lee Hopkins prizeman? You?" He had never seen a woman doctor before, and his whole conservative soul rose up in revolt at the idea. He could not recall any biblical injunction that the man should remain ever the doctor and the woman the nurse, and yet he felt as if a blasphemy had been committed. His face betrayed his feelings only too clearly. "I am sorry to disappoint you," said the lady dryly. "You certainly have surprised me," he answered, picking up his hat. "You are not among our champions, then?" "I cannot say that the movement has my approval." "And why?" "I should much prefer not to discuss it." "But I am sure you will answer a lady's question." "Ladies are in danger of losing their privileges when they usurp the place of the other sex. They cannot claim both." "Why should a woman not earn her bread by her brains?" Dr. Ripley felt irritated by the quiet manner in which the lady cross-questioned him. "I should much prefer not to be led into a discussion, Miss Smith." "Dr. Smith?" she interrupted. "Well, Dr. Smith. But if you insist upon an answer, I must say that I do not think medicine a suitable profession for women, and that I have a personal objection to masculine ladies." It was an exceedingly rude speech, and he was ashamed of it the instant after he had made it. The lady, however, simply raised her eyebrows and smiled. "It seems to me that you are begging the question," said she. "Of course, if it makes women masculine, that would be a considerable deterioration." It was a neat little counter, and Dr. Ripley, like a pinked fencer, bowed his acknowledgment. "I must go," said he. "I am sorry that we cannot come to some more friendly conclusion, since we are to be neighbors," she remarked. He bowed again and took a step towards the door. "It was a singular coincidence," she continued, "that at the instant that you called I was reading your paper on locomotor ataxia in the Lancet." "Indeed," said he dryly. "I thought it was a very able monograph." "You are very good." "But the views which you attribute to Professor Pitre of Bordeaux have been repudiated by him." "I have his pamphlet of 1890, said Dr. Ripley angrily. "Here is his pamphlet of 1891. She picked it from among a litter of periodicals. "If you have time to glance your eye down this passage." Dr. Ripley took it from her and shot rapidly through the paragraph which she indicated. There was no denying that it completely knocked the bottom out of his own article. He threw it down, and with another frigid bow he made for the door. As he took the reins from the groom, he glanced round and saw that the lady was standing at her window, and it seemed to him that she was laughing heartily. All day the memory of this interview haunted him. He felt that he had come very badly out of it. She had shown herself to be his superior on his own pet subject. She had been courteous while he had been rude, self-possessed when he had been angry. And then, above all, there was her presence, her monstrous intrusion, to rankle in his mind. A woman doctor had been an abstract thing before, repugnant but distant. Now she was there in actual practice, with a brass plate up just like his own, competing for the same patients. Not that he feared competition, but he objected to this lowering of his ideal of womanhood. She could not be more than 30, and had a bright, mobile face, too. He thought of her humorous eyes and of her strong, well-turned chin. It revolted him the more to recall the details of her education. A man, of course, could come through such an ordeal with all his purity, but it was nothing short of shameless in a woman. But it was not long before he learned that even her competition was a thing to be feared. The novelty of her presence had brought a few curious invalids into her consulting rooms, and, once there, they had been so impressed by the firmness of her manner and by the singular new-fashioned instruments with which she tapped and peered and sounded, that it formed the core of their conversation for weeks afterwards. And soon there were tangible proofs of her powers upon the countryside. Farmer Eiton, whose callous ulcer had been quietly spreading over his shin for years back, under a gentle regime of zinc ointment, was painted round with blistering fluid and found, after 3 blasphemous nights, that his sore was stimulated into healing. Mrs. Crowder, who had always regarded the birthmark upon her second daughter Eliza as a sign of the indignation of the Creator at a 3rd helping of raspberry tart which she had partaken of during a critical period, learned that, with the help of 2 galvanic needles, the mischief was not irreparable. In a month, Dr. Verinder Smith was known, and in 2, she was famous. Occasionally, Dr. Ripley met her as he drove upon his rounds. She had started a high dog-cart, taking the reins herself, with a little tiger behind. When they met, he invariably raised his hat with punctilious politeness, but the grim severity of his face showed how formal was the courtesy. In fact, His dislike was rapidly deepening into absolute detestation. The unsexed woman was the description of her which he permitted himself to give to those of his patients who still remained staunch. But indeed they were a rapidly decreasing body, and every day his pride was galled by the news of some fresh defection. The lady had somehow impressed the country folk with almost superstitious belief in her power, and from far and near they flocked to her consulting room. But what galled him most of all was when she did something which he had pronounced to be impracticable. For all his knowledge, he lacked nerve as an operator, and usually sent his worst cases up to London. The lady, however, had no weakness of the sort, and took everything that came in her way. It was agony to him to hear that she was about to straighten little Alec Turner's clubfoot, and right at the fringe of the rumor came a note from his mother, the rector's wife, asking him if he would be so good as to act as chloroformist. It would be inhumanity to refuse, as there was no other who could take the place, but it was gall and wormwood to his sensitive nature. Yet, in spite of his vexation, he could not but admire the dexterity with which the thing was done. She handled the little wax-like foot so gently, and held the tiny tenotomy knife as an artist holds his pencil. One straight insertion, one snick of a tendon, and it was all over without a stain upon the white towel which lay beneath. He had never seen anything more masterly, and he had the honesty to say so, though her skill increased his dislike of her. The operation spread her fame still further at his expense, and self-preservation was added to his other grounds for detesting her. And this very detestation it was which brought matters to a curious climax. One winter's night, just as he was rising from his lonely dinner, a groom came riding down from Squire Faircastle's, the richest man in the district, to say that his daughter had scalded her hand and that medical help was needed on the instant. The coachman had ridden for the lady doctor, for it mattered nothing to the squire who came as long as it were speedily. Dr. Ripley rushed from his surgery with the determination that she should not effect an entrance into this stronghold of his if hard driving on his part could prevent it. He did not even wait to light his lamps, but sprang into his gig and flew off as fast as hoof could rattle. He lived rather nearer to the squire's than she did, and was convinced that he could get there well before her. And so he would, but for that whimsical element of chance which will forever muddle up the affairs of this world and dumbfound the prophets. Whether it came from the want of his lights or from his mind being full of the thoughts of his rival, he allowed too little by half a foot in taking the sharp turn upon the Basingstoke road. The empty trap and the frightened horse clattered away into the darkness, while the squire's groom crawled out of the ditch into which he had been shot. He struck a match, looked down at his groaning companion, and then, after the fashion of rough, strong men when they see what they have not seen before, he was very sick. The doctor raised himself a little on his elbow in the glint of the match. He caught a glimpse of something white and sharp bristling through his trouser leg, halfway down the shin. "Compound," he groaned. "A 3 months' job," and fainted. When he came to himself, the groom was gone, for he had scudded off to the squire's house for help, but a small page was holding a gig lamp in front of his injured leg, and a woman, with an open case of polished instruments gleaming in the yellow light, was deftly slitting up his trouser with a crooked pair of scissors. "It's all right, doctor," said she soothingly. "I am so sorry about it. You can have Dr. Wharton tomorrow, but I am sure you will allow me to help you tonight. I could hardly believe my eyes when I saw you by the roadside." "The groom has gone for help," groaned the sufferer. "When it comes, we can move you into the gig. A little more light, John. So! Ah, dear, dear! We shall have laceration unless we reduce this before we move you. Allow me to give you a whiff of chloroform, and I have no doubt that I can secure it sufficiently to—" Dr. Ripley never heard the end of that sentence. He tried to raise a hand and to murmur something in protest, but a sweet smell was in his nostrils, and a sense of rich peace and lethargy stole over his jangled nerves. Down he sank through clear, cool water, ever down and down into the green shadows beneath, gently, without effort, while the pleasant chiming of a great belfry rose and fell in his ears. Then he rose again, up and ever up, with a terrible tightness about his temples, until at last he shot out of those green shadows and was in the light once more. 2 bright shining golden spots gleamed before his dazed eyes. He blinked and blinked before he could give a name to them. They were only the 2 brass balls at the end posts of his bed, and he was lying in his own little room, with a head like a cannonball and a leg like an iron bar. Turning his eyes, he saw the calm face of Dr. Verinder Smith looking down at him. "Ah, at last," said she. "I kept you under all the way home, for I knew how painful the jolting would be. It is in good position now, with a strong side splint. I have ordered a morphia draught for you. Shall I tell your groom to ride for Dr. Wharton in the morning?" "I should prefer that you should continue the case," said Dr. Ripley feebly, and then, with a half-hysterical laugh, "You have all the rest of the parish as patients, you know, so you may as well make the thing complete by having me also." It was not a very gracious speech, but it was a look of pity and not of anger which shone in her eyes as she turned away from his bedside. Dr. Ripley had a brother, William, who was assistant surgeon at a London hospital, and who was down in Hampshire within a few hours of his hearing of the accident. He raised his brows when he heard the details. "What? You are pestered with one of those?" he cried. "I don't know what I should have done without her." "I've no doubt she's an excellent nurse." "She knows her work as well as you or I." "Speak for yourself, James," said the London man with a sniff. "But apart from that, you know that the principle of the thing is all wrong." "You think there is nothing to be said on the other side?" "Good heavens, do you?" "Well, I don't know. It struck me during the night that we may have been a little narrow in our views." "Nonsense, James. It's all very fine for women to win prizes in the lecture room, but you know as well as I do that they are no use in an emergency. Now, I warrant that this woman was all nerves when she was setting your leg. That reminds me that I had better just take a look at it and see that it is all right." "I would rather that you did not undo it," said the patient. "I have her assurance that it is all right." Brother William was deeply shocked. "Of course, if a woman's assurance is of more value than the opinion of the assistant surgeon of a London hospital, there is nothing more to be said," he remarked. "I should prefer that you did not touch it," said the patient firmly, and Dr. William went back to London that evening in a huff. The lady who had heard of his coming was much surprised on learning his departure. "We had a difference upon a point of professional etiquette," said Dr. James, and it was all the explanation he would vouchsafe. For 2 long months, Dr. Ripley was brought in contact with his rival every day, and he learned many things which he had not known before. She was a charming companion, as well as a most assiduous doctor. Her short presence during the long, weary day was like a flower in a sand waste. What interested him was precisely what interested her, and she could meet him at every point upon equal terms. And yet, under all her learning and her firmness ran a sweet, womanly nature, peeping out in her talk, shining in her greenish eyes, showing itself in 1,000 subtle ways which the dullest of men could read. And he, though a bit of a prig and a pedant, was by no means dull, and had honesty enough to confess when he was in the wrong. "I don't know how to apologize to you," he said in his shamefaced fashion one day, when he had progressed so far as to be able to sit in an armchair with his leg upon another one. "I feel that I have been quite in the wrong." "Why, then?" "Over this woman question. I used to think that a woman must inevitably lose something of her charm if she took up such studies." "Oh, you don't think they are necessarily unsexed, then?" she cried with a mischievous smile. "Please don't recall my idiotic expression." "I feel so pleased that I should have helped in changing your views. I think that it is the most sincere compliment that I have ever had paid me." "At any rate, it is the truth," said he, and was happy all night at the remembrance of the flush of pleasure which made her pale face look quite comely for the instant. For, indeed, he was already far past the stage when he would acknowledge her as the equal of any other woman. Already he could not disguise from himself that she had become the one woman. Her dainty skill, her gentle touch, her sweet presence, the community of their tastes, had all united to hopelessly upset his previous opinions. It was a dark day for him now when his convalescence allowed her to miss a visit, and darker still that other one which he saw approaching when all occasion for her visits would be at an end. It came round at last, however, and he felt that his whole life's fortune would hang upon the issue of that final interview. He was a direct man by nature, so he laid his hand upon hers as it felt for his pulse, and he asked her if she would be his wife. "What, and unite the practices?" said she. He started in pain and anger. "Surely you do not attribute any such base motive to me," he cried. "I love you as unselfishly as ever a woman was loved." "No, I was wrong. It was a foolish speech," said she, moving her chair a little back and tapping her stethoscope upon her knee. "Forget that I ever said it. I am so sorry to cause you any disappointment, and I appreciate most highly the honor which you do me, but what you ask is quite impossible." With another woman he might have urged the point, but his instincts told him that it was quite useless with this one. Her tone of voice was conclusive. He said nothing, but leaned back in his chair, a stricken man. "I am so sorry," she said again. "If I had known what was passing in your mind, I should have told you earlier that I intend to devote my life entirely to science. There are many women with the capacity for marriage, but few with a taste for biology. I will remain true to my own line, then. I came down here while waiting for an opening in the Paris Physiological Laboratory. I have just heard that there is a vacancy for me there, and so you will be troubled no more by my intrusion upon your practice. I have done you an injustice just as you did me one. I thought you narrow and pedantic, with no good quality. I have learned during your illness to appreciate you better, and the recollection of our friendship will always be a very pleasant one to me." And so it came about that in a very few weeks there was only one doctor in Hoyland. But folks noticed that the one had aged many years in a few months, that a weary sadness lurked always in the depths of his blue eyes, and that he was less concerned than ever with the eligible young ladies whom chance, or their careful country mammas, placed in his way. End of The Doctors of Hoyland. Read by Kelly Hess, Dallas, Texas, November 19th, 2024.
L'Envoi, The Train to Mariposa, from Sunshine Sketches of a Little Town, by Stephen Leacock. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. L'Envoi, the train to Mariposa. It leaves the city every day about 5 o'clock in the evening, the train for Mariposa. Strange that you did not know of it, though you come from the little town, or did long years ago. Odd that you never knew in all these years that the train was there every afternoon, puffing up steam in the city station, and that you might have boarded it any day and gone home. No, not home. Of course you couldn't call it home now. Home means that big red sandstone house of yours in the costlier part of the city. Home means, in a way, this mausoleum club where you sometimes talk with me of the times that you had as a boy in Mariposa. But of course, home would hardly be the word you would apply to the little town, unless perhaps late at night, when you'd been sitting reading in a quiet corner somewhere, such a book as the present one. Naturally, you don't know of the Mariposa train now. Years ago, when you first came to the city as a boy with your way to make, you knew of it well enough, only too well. The price of a ticket counted in those days, and though you knew of the train, you couldn't take it. But sometimes, from sheer homesickness, you used to wander down to the station on a Friday afternoon after your work and watch the Mariposa people getting on the train and wish that you could go. Why, you knew that train at one time better, I suppose, than any other single thing in the city, and loved it, too, for the little town and the sunshine that it ran to. Do you remember how when you first began to make money, you used to plan that just as soon as you were rich, really rich, you'd go back home again to the little town and build a great big house with a fine veranda? No stint about it. The best that money could buy, planed lumber, every square foot of it, and a fine picket fence in front of it. It was to be one of the grandest and finest houses that thought could conceive, much finer, in true reality, than that vast palace of sandstone with the porte cochère and the sweeping conservatories that you afterwards built in the costlier part of the city. But if you have half forgotten Mariposa, and long since lost the way to it, you are only like the greater part of the men here in this mausoleum club in the city. Would you believe it, that practically every one of them came from Mariposa once upon a time, and that there isn't one of them that doesn't sometimes dream in the dull quiet of the long evening here in the club that some day he will go back and see the place? They all do, only they're half ashamed to own it. Ask your neighbor there at the next table whether the partridge that they sometimes serve to you here can be compared for a moment to the birds that he and you, or he and someone else, used to shoot as boys in the spruce thickets along the lake. Ask him if he ever tasted duck that could for a moment be compared to the black ducks in the rice marshes along the Ossawippi. And as for fish, and fishing, no, don't ask him about that, for if he ever starts telling you of the chub they used to catch below the mill dam and the green bass that used to lie in the water shadow of the rocks beside the Indians' Island, not even the long dull evening in this club would be long enough for the telling of it. But no wonder they don't know about the 5 o'clock train for Mariposa. Very few people know about it. Hundreds of them know that there is a train that goes out at 5 o'clock, but they mistake it. Ever so many of them think it's just a suburban train. Lots of people that take it every day think it's only the train to the golf grounds, but the joke is that after it passes out of the city and the suburbs and the golf grounds, it turns itself little by little into the Mariposa train, thundering and pounding towards the north with hemlock sparks pouring out into the darkness from the funnel of it. Of course, you can't tell it just at first. All those people that are crowding into it with golf clubs and wearing knickerbockers and flat caps would deceive anybody. That crowd of suburban people going home on commutation tickets, and sometimes standing thick in the aisles, those are, of course, not Mariposa people. But look around a bit, and you'll find them easily enough. Here and there in the crowd, those people with the clothes that are perfectly all right, and yet look odd in some way. The women with the peculiar hats and the, last year's fashions? Ah, yes, of course, that must be it. Anyway, those are the Mariposa people all right enough. That man with the $2 Panama and the glaring spectacles is one of the greatest judges that ever adorned the bench of Missinaba County. That clerical gentleman with the wide black hat, who is explaining to the man with him the marvelous mechanism of the new air brake, one of the most conspicuous illustrations of the divine structure of the physical universe. Surely you have seen him before. Mariposa people. Oh yes, there are any number of them on the train every day. But of course you hardly recognize them while the train is still passing through the suburbs and the golf district and the outlying parts of the city area. But wait a little, and you will see that when the city is well behind you, bit by bit, the train changes its character. The electric locomotive that took you through the city tunnels is off now, and the old wood engine is hitched on in its place. I suppose, very probably, you haven't seen one of these wood engines since you were a boy 40 years ago. The old engine with a wide top like a hat on its funnel, and with sparks enough to light up a suit for damages once in every mile. Do you see, too, that the trim little cars that came out of the city on the electric suburban express are being discarded now at the way stations, one by one, and in their place is the old familiar car with the stuffed cushions in red plush? How gorgeous it once seemed, and with a box stove set up in one end of it. The stove is burning furiously at its sticks this autumn evening, for the air sets in chill as you get clear away from the city and are rising up to the higher ground of the country of the pines and the lakes. Look from the window as you go. The city is far behind now, and right and left of you there are trim farms with elms and maples near them, and with tall windmills beside the barns that you can still see in the gathering dusk. There is a dull red light from the windows of the farmstead. It must be comfortable there after the roar and clatter of the city, and only think of the still quiet of it. As you sit back half dreaming in the car, you keep wondering why it is that you never came up before in all these years. Ever so many times you planned that just as soon as the rush and strain of business eased up a little, you would take the train and go back to the little town to see what it was like now, and if things had changed much since your day. But each time when your holidays came, somehow you changed your mind and went down to Narragansett, or Nagahucket, or Nagasomething, and left over the visit to Mariposa for another time. It is almost night now. You can still see the trees and the fences and the farmsteads, but they are fading fast in the twilight. They have lengthened out the train by this time with a string of flat cars and freight cars between where we are sitting and the engine. But at every crossway we can hear the long muffled roar of the whistle dying to a melancholy wail that echoes into the woods. The woods, I say, for the farms are thinning out, and the track plunges here and there into great stretches of bush, tall tamarack and red scrub willow, and with a tangled undergrowth of bush that has defied for 2 generations all attempts to clear it into the form of fields. Why, look, that great space that seems to open out in the half-dark of the falling evening? Why, surely yes, Lake Ossawippi, the big lake as they used to call it, from which the river runs down to the smaller lake, Lake Wissanotti, where the town of Mariposa has lain waiting for you there for 30 years. This is Lake Ossawippi, surely enough. You would know it anywhere by the broad, still black water with hardly a ripple, and with the grip of the coming frost already on it. Such a great sheet of blackness it looks as the train thunders along the side, swinging the curve of the embankment at a breakneck speed as it rounds the corner of the lake. How fast the train goes this autumn night! You have traveled, I know you have, in the Empire State Express, and the New Limited and the Maritime Express that holds the record of 600 whirling miles from Paris to Marseille. But what are they to this mad career, this breakneck speed, this thundering roar of the Mariposa local driving hard to its home? Don't tell me that the speed is only 25 miles an hour. I don't care what it is. I tell you, and you can prove it for yourself if you will, that train of mingled flat cars and coaches that goes tearing into the night, its engine whistle shrieking out its warning into the silent woods and echoing over the dull, still lake, is the fastest train in the whole world. Yes, and the best, too. The most comfortable, the most reliable, the most luxurious, and the speediest train that ever turned a wheel. And the most genial, the most sociable, too. See how the passengers all turn and talk to one another now as they get nearer and nearer to the little town. That dull reserve that seemed to hold the passengers in the electric Suburban has clean vanished and gone. They are talking. Listen. Of the harvest, and the late election, and of how the local member is mentioned for the cabinet, and all the old familiar topics of the sort. Already the conductor has changed his glazed hat for an ordinary round Christie, and you can hear the passengers calling him and the brakesman Bill and Sam, as if they were all one family. What is it now? 9:30? Ah, then we must be nearing the town. This big bush that we are passing through, you remember it surely as the great swamp just this side of the bridge over the Ossawippi? There is the bridge itself, and the long roar of the train as it rushes sounding over the trestle-work that rises above the marsh. Hear the clatter as we pass the semaphores and switch lights. We must be close in now. What? It feels nervous and strange to be coming here again after all these years? It must indeed. No, don't bother to look at the reflection of your face in the window pane, shadowed by the night outside. Nobody could tell you now after all these years. Your face has changed in these long years of money-getting in the city. Perhaps if you had come back now and again, just at odd times, it wouldn't have been so. There, you hear it? The long whistle of the locomotive. 1, 2, 3. You feel the sharp slackening of the train as it swings round the curve of the last embankment that brings it to the Mariposa station. See, too, as we round the curve, the row of flashing lights, the bright windows of the depot. How vivid and plain it all is, just as it used to be 30 years ago. There is the string of hotel buses drawn up all ready for the train, and as the train rounds in and stops hissing and panting at the platform, you can hear above all other sounds the cry of the brakesmen and the porters. Mariposa! Mariposa! And as we listen, the cry grows fainter and fainter in our ears, and we are sitting here again in the leather chairs of the Mausoleum Club, talking of the little town in the sunshine that we once knew. End of L'Envoi, The Train to Mariposa, read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, November 2024. The Mariposa Bank Mystery, from Sunshine Sketches of a Little Town by Stephen Leacock. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mariposa Bank Mystery. Suicide is a thing that ought not to be committed without very careful thought. It often involves serious consequences, and in some cases brings pain to others than oneself. I don't say that there is no justification for it. There often is. Anybody who has listened to certain kinds of music, or read certain kinds of poetry, or heard certain kinds of performances upon the concertina, will admit that there are some lives which ought not to be continued, and that even suicide has its brighter aspects. But to commit suicide on grounds of love is, at the best, a very dubious experiment. I know that in this I am expressing an opinion contrary to that of most true lovers who embrace suicide on the slightest provocation as the only honorable termination of an existence that never ought to have begun. I quite admit that there is a glamour and a sensation about the thing which has its charm, and that there is nothing like it for causing a girl to realize the value of the heart that she has broken, and which breathed forgiveness upon her at the very moment when it held in its hand the half-pint of prussic acid that was to terminate its beating forever. But apart from the general merits of the question, I suppose there are few people, outside of lovers, who know what it is to commit suicide 4 times in 5 weeks. Yet this was what happened to Mr. Pupkin, of the Exchange Bank of Mariposa. Ever since he had known Zena Pepperleigh, he had realized that his love for her was hopeless. She was too beautiful for him and too good for him. Her father hated him, and her mother despised him. His salary was too small, and his own people were too rich. If you add to all that he came up to the judge's house one night and found a poet reciting verses to Zena, you will understand the suicide at once. It was one of those regular poets with a solemn jackass face and lank parted hair and eyes like puddles of molasses. I don't know how he came there. Up from the city, probably, but he was there on the Pepperleighs' veranda that August evening. He was reciting poetry, either Tennyson's or Shelley's, or his own, you couldn't tell, and about him sat Zena with her hands clasped, and Nora Gallagher looking at the sky, and Jocelyn Drone gazing into infinity, and a little tubby woman looking at the poet with her head falling over sideways. In fact, there was a whole group of them. I don't know what it is about poets that draws women to them in this way, but everybody knows that a poet has only to sit and saw the air with his hands and recite verses in a deep, stupid voice, and all the women are crazy over him. Men despise him and would kick him off the veranda if they dared, but the women simply rave over him. So Pupkin sat there in the gloom and listened to this poet reciting Browning, and he realized that everybody understood it but him. He could see Zena with her eyes fixed on the poet as if she were hanging on to every syllable. She was. She needed to. And he stood it just about 15 minutes and then slid off the side of the veranda and disappeared without even saying good night. He walked straight down Oneida Street and along the main street just as hard as he could go. There was only one purpose in his mind: suicide. He was heading straight for Jim Eliot's drugstore on the main corner, and his idea was to buy a drink of chloroform and drink it and die right there on the spot. As Pupkin walked down the street, the whole thing was so vivid in his mind that he could picture it to the remotest detail. He could even see it all in type, in big headings in the newspapers the following day. Appalling suicide. Peter Pupkin poisoned. He perhaps hoped that the thing might lead to some kind of public enquiry, and that the question of Browning's poetry, and whether it is altogether fair to allow of its general circulation, would be fully ventilated in the newspapers. Thinking of that, Pupkin came to the main corner. On a warm August evening, the drugstore of Mariposa, as you know, is all a blaze of lights. You can hear the hissing of the soda water fountain half a block away, and inside the store there are ever so many people, boys and girls and old people too, all drinking sarsaparilla and chocolate sundaes and lemon sours and foaming drinks that you take out of long straws. There is such a laughing and a talking as you never heard, and the girls are all in white and pink and Cambridge blue, and the soda fountain is of white marble with silver taps, and it hisses and sputters, and Jim Eliot and his assistant wear white coats with red geraniums in them, and it's just as gay as gay. The foyer of the Opera in Paris may be a fine sight, but I doubt if it can compare with the inside of Eliot's drugstore in Mariposa for real gaiety and joy of living. This night the store was especially crowded because it was a Saturday, and that meant early closing for all the hotels, except, of course, Smith's. So as the hotels were shut, the people were all in the drugstore, drinking like fishes. It just shows the folly of local option and the temperance movement and all that. Why, if you shut the hotels, you simply drive the people to the soda fountains, and there's more drinking than ever. And not only of the men, too, but the girls and the young boys and children. I've seen little things of 8 and 9 that had to be lifted up on the high stools at Eliot's drugstore, drinking great goblets of lemon soda, enough to burst them, brought there by their own fathers. And why? Simply because the hotel bars were shut. What's the use of thinking you can stop people drinking merely by cutting off whiskey and brandy? The only effect is to drive them to taking lemon sour and sarsaparilla and cherry pectoral and Caroca cordial and things they wouldn't have touched before. So in the long run, they drink more than ever. The point is that you can't prevent people having a good time, no matter how hard you try. If they can't have it with lager beer and brandy, they'll have it with plain soda and lemon pop, and so the whole gloomy scheme of the temperance people breaks down anyway. But I was only saying that Eliot's drugstore in Mariposa on a Saturday night is the gayest and brightest spot in the world. And just imagine what a fool of a place to commit suicide in. Just imagine going up to the soda water fountain and asking for 5 cents worth of chloroform and soda. Well, you simply can't. That's all. That's the way Pupkin found it. You see, as soon as he came in, somebody called out, "Hello, Pete," and 1 or 2 others called, "Hello, Pup," and some said, "How goes it?" and others, "How are you toughing it?" and so on, because you see they had all been drinking, more or less, and naturally they felt jolly and glad-hearted. So the upshot of it was that instead of taking chloroform, Pupkin stepped up to the counter of the fountain, and he had a bromo-seltzer with cherry soda, and after that he had one of those aerated seltzers, and then a couple of lemon seltzers, and a bromo-fizzer. I don't know if you know the mental effect of a bromo-seltzer, but it's a hard thing to commit suicide on. You can't. You feel so buoyant. Anyway, what with the fizzing of the seltzer and the lights and the girls, Pupkin began to feel so fine that he didn't care a cuss for all the Browning in the world. And as for the poet, oh, to blazes with him. What's poetry anyway? Only rhymes. So would you believe it, in about 10 minutes, Peter Pupkin was off again and heading straight for the Pepperleighs' house, poet or no poet, and what was more to the point, he carried with him 3 great bricks of Elliot's ice cream, in green, pink, and brown layers. He struck the veranda just at the moment when Browning was getting too stale and dreary for words. His brain was all sizzling and jolly with the bromo-seltzer, and when he fetched out the ice cream bricks, and Zina ran to get plates and spoons to eat it with, and Pupkin went with her to help fetch them, and they picked out the spoons together, they were so laughing and happy that it was just a marvel. Girls, you know, need no bromo-seltzer. They're full of it all the time. And as for the poet, well, you can imagine how Pupkin felt when Zina told him that the poet was married, and that the tubby little woman with the head on sideways was his wife. So they had the ice cream, and the poet ate it in buckets full. Poets always do. They need it. And after it, the poet recited some stanzas of his own, and Pupkin saw that he had misjudged the man, because it was dandy poetry, the very best. That night Pupkin walked home on air, and there was no thought of chloroform, and it turned out that he hadn't committed suicide, but, like all lovers, he had commuted it. I don't need to describe in full the later suicides of Mr. Pupkin, because they were all conducted on the same plan and rested on something the same reasons as above. Sometimes he would go down at night to the offices of the bank below his bedroom and bring up his bank revolver in order to make an end of himself with it. This, too, he could see headed up in the newspapers as "Brilliant Boy Banker Blows Out Brains." But blowing your brains out is a noisy, rackety performance, and Pupkin soon found that only special kinds of brains are suited for it. So he always sneaked back again later in the night and put the revolver in its place, deciding to drown himself instead. Yet every time that he walked down to the trestle bridge over the Ossawippi, he found it was quite unsuitable for drowning. Too high, and the water too swift and black, and the rushes too gruesome. In fact, not at all the kind of place for a drowning. Far better, he realized, to wait there on the railroad track and throw himself under the wheels of the express and be done with it. Yet though Pupkin often waited in this way for the train, he was never able to pick out a pair of wheels that suited him. Anyhow, it's awfully hard to tell an express from a fast freight. I wouldn't mention these attempts at suicide if one of them hadn't finally culminated in making Peter Pupkin a hero and solving for him the whole perplexed entanglement of his love affair with Zina Pepperleigh. Incidentally, it threw him into the very center of one of the most impenetrable bank mysteries that ever baffled the ingenuity of some of the finest legal talent that ever adorned one of the most enterprising communities in the country. It happened one night, as I say, that Pupkin decided to go down to the office of the bank and get his revolver and see if it would blow his brains out. It was the night of the fireman's ball, and Zina had danced 4 times with a visitor from the city, a man who was in the 4th year at the university and who knew everything. It was more than Peter Pupkin could bear. Mallory Tompkins was away that night, and when Pupkin came home he was all alone in the building, except for Gillis, the caretaker, who lived in the extension at the back. He sat in his room for hours, brooding. 2 or 3 times he picked up a book. He remembered afterwards distinctly that it was Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, and he tried to read it, but it seemed meaningless and trivial. Then, with a sudden excess of resolution, he started from his chair and made his way down the stairs into the office room of the bank, meaning to get a revolver and kill himself on the spot, and let them find his body lying on the floor. It was then far on in the night, and the empty building of the bank was still as death. Pupkin could hear the stairs creak under his feet, and as he went, he thought he heard another sound like the opening or closing of a door. But it sounded not like the sharp, ordinary noise of a closing door, but with a dull, muffled noise as if someone had shut the iron door of a safe in a room under the ground. For a moment, Pupkin stood and listened with his heart thumping against his ribs. Then he kicked his slippers from his feet and without a sound stole into the office on the ground floor and took the revolver from his teller's desk. As he gripped it, he listened to the sounds on the back stairway and in the vaults below. I should explain that in the Exchange Bank of Mariposa, the offices are on the ground floor, level with the street. Below this is another floor with low, dark rooms paved with flagstones, with unused office desks and with piles of papers stored in boxes. On this floor are the vaults of the bank, and lying in them in the autumn, the grain season, there is anything from $50,000 to $100,000 in currency tied in bundles. There is no other light down there than the dim reflection from the lights out on the street that lies in patches on the stone floor. I think as Peter Pupkin stood, revolver in hand, in the office of the bank, he had forgotten all about the model and purpose of his first coming. He had forgotten for the moment all about heroes and love affairs, and his whole mind was focused, sharp and alert, with the intensity of the night time, on the sounds that he heard in the vault and on the back stairway of the bank. Straight away, Pupkin knew what it meant as plainly as if it were written in print. He had forgotten, I say, about being a hero, and he only knew that there was $60,000 in the vault of the bank below, and that he was paid $800 a year to look after it. As Peter Pupkin stood there listening to the sounds in his stockinged feet, his face showed grey as ashes in the light that fell through the window from the street. His heart beat like a hammer against his ribs. But behind its beatings was the blood of 4 generations of loyalists, and the robber who would take that $60,000 from the Mariposa Bank must take it over the dead body of Peter Pupkin, teller. Pupkin walked down the stairs to the lower room, the one below the ground with the bank vault in it, with as fine a step as any of his ancestors showed on parade. And if he had known it, as he came down the stairway in the front of the vault room, there was a man crouched in the shadow of the passageway by the stairs at the back. This man, too, held a revolver in his hand, and, criminal or not, his face was as resolute as Pupkin's own. As he heard the teller's step on the stair, he turned and waited in the shadow of the doorway without a sound. There is no need really to mention all these details. They are only of interest as showing how sometimes a bank teller in a corded smoking jacket and stockinged feet may be turned into such a hero as even the Mariposa girls might dream about. All of this must have happened about 3 o'clock in the night. This much was established afterwards from the evidence of Gillis, the caretaker. When he first heard the sounds, he looked at his watch and noticed that it was 2:30. The watch, he knew, was 3/4 of an hour slow 3 days before, and had been gaining since. The exact time at which Gillis heard footsteps in the bank and started downstairs, pistol in hand, became a nice point afterwards in the cross-examination. But one must not anticipate. Pupkin reached the iron door of the bank safe and knelt in front of it, feeling in the dark to find the fracture of the lock. As he knelt, he heard a sound behind him, and swung round on his knees and saw the bank robber in the half-light of the passageway and the glitter of a pistol in his hand. The rest was over in an instant. Pupkin heard a voice that was his own, but that sounded strange and hollow, call out, "Drop that or I'll fire!" and then just as he raised his revolver, there came a blinding flash of light before his eyes, and Peter Pupkin, junior teller of the bank, fell forward on the floor and knew no more. At that point, of course, I ought to close down a chapter, or a volume, or at least strike the reader over the head with a sandbag to force him to stop and think. In common fairness, one ought to stop here and count 100, or get up and walk around a block, or at any rate picture to oneself Peter Pupkin lying on the floor of the bank, motionless, his arms distended, the revolver still grasped in his hand. But I must go on. By 7:30 on the following morning, it was known all over Mariposa that Peter Pupkin, the junior teller of the exchange, had been shot dead by a bank robber in the vault of the building. It was known also that Gillis, the caretaker, had been shot and killed at the foot of the stairs, and that the robber had made off with $50,000 in currency, that he had left a trail of blood on the sidewalk, and that the men were out tracking him with bloodhounds in the great swamps to the north of the town. This, I say, and it is important to note it, was what they knew at 7:30. Of course, as each hour went past, they learned more and more. At 8 o'clock it was known that Pupkin was not dead, but dangerously wounded in the lungs. At 8:30 it was known that he was not shot in the lungs, but that the ball had traversed the pit of his stomach. At 9 o'clock it was learned that the pit of Pupkin's stomach was all right, but that the bullet had struck his right ear and carried it away. Finally, it was learned that his ear had not exactly been carried away, that is, not precisely removed by the bullet, but that it had grazed Pupkin's head in such a way that it had stunned him, and if it had been an inch or two more to the left, it might have reached his brain. This, of course, was just as good as being killed from the point of view of public interest. Indeed, by 9 o'clock, Pupkin could be himself seen on the main street with a great bandage sideways on his head, pointing out the traces of the robber. Gillis, the caretaker, too, it was known by 8, had not been killed. He had been shot through the brain, but whether the injury was serious or not was only a matter of conjecture. In fact, by 10 o'clock it was understood that the bullet from the robber's second shot had grazed the side of the caretaker's head, but as far as could be known, his brain was just as before. I should add that the first report about the bloodstains and the swamp and the bloodhounds turned out to be inaccurate. The stains may have been blood, but as they led to the cellarway of Netley's store, they may have also been molasses, though it was argued, to be sure, that the robber might well have poured molasses over the bloodstains from sheer cunning. It was remembered, too, that there were no bloodhounds in Mariposa, although, mind you, there are any amount of dogs there. So you see that by 10 o'clock in the morning, the whole affair was settling into the impenetrable mystery which it ever since remained. Not that there wasn't evidence enough. There was Pupkin's own story, and Gillis's story, and the stories of all the people who had heard the shots and seen the robber. Some said, the bunch of robbers, go running past. Others said, walking past, in the night. Apparently, the robber ran up and down half the streets in Mariposa before he vanished. But the stories of Pupkin and Gillis were plain enough. Pupkin related that he heard sounds in the bank and came downstairs just in time to see the robber crouching in the passageway, and that the robber was a large, hulking, villainous-looking man wearing a heavy coat. Gillis told exactly the same story, having heard the noises at the same time, except that he first described the robber as a small, thin fellow, peculiarly villainous-looking, however, even in the dark, wearing a short jacket. But on thinking it over, Gillis realized that he had been wrong about the size of the criminal, and that he was even bigger, if anything, than what Mr. Pupkin thought. Gillis had fired at the robber, just at the same moment had Mr. Pupkin. Beyond that, all was mystery, absolute and impenetrable. By 11 o'clock, the detectives had come up from the city under orders from the head of the bank. I wish you could have seen the two detectives as they moved to and fro in Mariposa. Fine-looking, stern, impenetrable men that they were, they seemed to take in the whole town by instinct, and so quietly. They found their way to Mr. Smith's hotel just as quietly as if it wasn't design at all, and stood there at the bar picking up scraps of conversation. You know, the way detectives do it. Occasionally they allowed one or two bystanders, Confederates perhaps, to buy a drink for them, and you could see from the way they drank it that they were still listening for a clue. If there had been the faintest clue in Smith's hotel, or in the Mariposa house, or in the Continental, those fellows would have been at it like a flash. To see them moving round the town that day, silent, massive, imperturbable, gave one a great idea of their strange, dangerous calling. They went about the town all day, and yet in such a quiet, peculiar way that you couldn't have realized that they were working at all. They ate their dinner together at Smith's Cafe, and took an hour and a half over it to throw people off the scent. Then when they got them off it, they sat and talked with Josh Smith in the back bar to keep them off. Mr. Smith seemed to take to them right away. They were men of his own size, or near it, and anyway, hotel men and detectives have a general affinity and share in the same impenetrable silence, and in their confidential knowledge of the weaknesses of the public. Mr. Smith, too, was of great use to the detectives. "Boys," he said, "I wouldn't ask too close as to what folks was out late at night. In this town, it don't do." When those two great brains finally left for the city on the 5:30, it was hard to realize that behind each grand, impassible face, a perfect vortex of clues was seething. But if the detectives were heroes, what was Pupkin? Imagine him with his bandage on his head, standing in front of the bank, and talking of the midnight robbery with that peculiar false modesty that only heroes are entitled to use. I don't know whether you have ever been a hero, but for sheer exhilaration, there is nothing like it. And for Mr. Pupkin, who had gone through life thinking himself no good, to be suddenly exalted into the class of Napoleon Bonaparte, and John Maynard, and the charge of the Light Brigade, oh, it was wonderful. Because Pupkin was a brave man now, and he knew it, and acquired with it all the brave man's modesty. In fact, I believe he was heard to say that he had only done his duty, and that what he did was what any other man would have done. Though when somebody else said, "That's so, when you come to think of it," Pupkin turned on him that quiet look of the wounded hero, bitterer than words. And if Pupkin had known that all of the afternoon papers in the city reported him dead, he would have felt more luxurious still. That afternoon the Mariposa court sat in inquiry. Technically, it was summoned in inquest on the dead robber, though they hadn't found the body, and it was wonderful to see them lining up the witnesses and holding cross-examinations. There is something in the cross-examination of great criminal lawyers like Nivens of Mariposa, and in the counter-examinations of presiding judges like Pepperley, that thrills you to the core with the astuteness of it. They had Henry Mullins, the manager, on the stand for an hour and a half, and the excitement was so breathless that you could have heard a pin drop. Nivens took him on first. "What is your name?" he said. "Henry August Mullins." "What position do you hold?" "I am manager of the Exchange Bank." "When were you born?" "December 30th, 1869. After that, Nivens stood looking quietly at Mullins. You could feel that he was thinking pretty deeply before he shot the next question at him. "Where did you go to school?" Mullins answered straight off, "The high school down home." And Nivens thought again for a while and then asked, "How many boys were at the school?" "About 60. "How many masters?" "About 3. After that, Nivens paused a long while and seemed to be digesting the evidence, but at last an idea seemed to strike him, and he said, "I understand you were not on the bank premises last night. Where were you?" "Down the lake, duck shooting." You should have seen the excitement in the court when Mullins said this. The judge leaned forward in his chair and broke in at once. "Did you get any, Harry?" he asked. "Yes," Mullins said, "about 6. "Where did you get them?" "What? In the wild rice marsh past the river?" "You don't say so. Did you get them on the sit or how?" All of these questions were fired off at the witness from the court in a single breath. In fact, it was the knowledge that the first ducks of the season had been seen in the Ossawippi Marsh that led to the termination of the proceedings before the afternoon was a quarter over. Mullins and George Duff and half the witnesses were off with shotguns as soon as the court was cleared. I may as well state at once that the full story of the robbery of the Bank of Mariposa never came to the light. A number of arrests, mostly of vagrants and suspicious characters, were made, but the guilt of the robbery was never brought home to them. One man was arrested 20 miles away, at the other end of Missinaba County, who not only corresponded exactly with the description of the robber, but, in addition to this, had a wooden leg. Vagrants with one leg are always regarded with suspicion in places like Mariposa, and whenever a robbery or a murder happens, they are arrested in batches. It was never even known just how much money was stolen from the bank. Some people said $10,000, others more. The bank, no doubt, for business motives, claimed that the contents of the safe were intact and that the robber had been foiled in his design. But none of this matters to the exaltation of Mr. Pupkin. Good fortune, like bad fortune, never comes in small installments. On that wonderful day, every good thing happened to Peter Pupkin at once. The morning saw him a hero. At the sitting of the court, the judge publicly told him that his conduct was fit to rank among the annals of the pioneers of Tecumseh Township, and asked him to his house for supper. At 5 o'clock he received the telegram of promotion from the head of the office that raised his salary to $1,000 and made him not only a hero, but a marriageable man. At 6 o'clock he started up to the judge's house with his resolution nerved to the most momentous step of his life. His mind was made up. He would do a thing seldom, if ever, done in Mariposa. He would propose to Zena Pepperleigh. In Mariposa this kind of step, I say, is seldom taken. The course of love runs on and on through all its stages of tennis playing and dancing and sleigh riding, till by sheer notoriety of circumstance an understanding is reached. To propose straight out would be thought priggish and affected, and is supposed to belong only to people in books. But Pupkin felt that what ordinary people dare not do, heroes are allowed to attempt. He would propose to Zena, and more than that, he would tell her in a straight, manly way that he was rich, and take the consequences. And he did it. That night on the piazza, where the hammock hangs in the shadow of the Virginia creeper, he did it. By sheer good luck, the judge had gone indoors to the library, and by a piece of rare good fortune, Mrs. Pepperleigh had gone indoors to the sewing room, and by a happy trick of coincidence, the servant was out and the dog was tied up. In fact, no such chain of circumstances was ever offered in favor of mortal man before. What Zena said, beyond saying yes, I do not know. I am sure that when Pupkin told her of the money, she bore up as bravely as so fine a girl as Zena would, and when he spoke of diamonds, she said she would wear them for his sake. They were saying these things, and other things, ever so many other things, when there was a roar and a clatter up Oneida Street as you never heard, and there came bounding up to the house one of the most marvelous limousine touring cars that ever drew up at the home of a judge on a modest salary of $3,000. When it stopped, there sprang from it an excited man in a long sealskin coat, worn not for the luxury of it at all, but from the sheer chilliness of the autumn evening. And it was, as of course you know, Pupkin's father. He had seen the news of his son's death in the evening paper in the city. They drove the car through, so the chauffeur said, in 2 hours and a quarter, and behind them there was to follow a special trainload of detectives and emergency men. But Pupkin Sr. had cancelled all that by telegram halfway up, when he heard that Peter was still living. For a moment, as his eye rested on young Pupkin, you would almost have imagined, had you not known that he came from the maritime provinces, that there were tears in them, and that he was about to hug his son to his heart. But if he didn't hug Peter to his heart, he certainly did within a few moments clasp Zena to it, and in that fine fatherly way in which they clasp pretty girls in the maritime provinces. The strangest thing is that Pupkin Sr. seemed to understand the whole situation without any explanations at all. Judge Pepperley, I think, would have shaken both of Pupkin Sr.'s arms off when he saw him, and when you heard them call one another Ned and Philip, it made you feel that they were boys again attending classes together at the old law school in the city. If Pupkin thought that his father wouldn't make a hit in Mariposa, it only showed his ignorance. Pupkin Sr. sat there on the judge's veranda smoking a corncob pipe as if he had never heard of Havana cigars in his life. In the 3 days that he spent in Mariposa that autumn, he went in and out of Jeff Thorpe's barber shop and Elliot's drugstore, shot black ducks in the marsh, and played poker every evening at 100 matches for a cent as if he had never lived any other life in all his days. They had sent him telegrams enough to fill a satchel to make him come away. So Pupkin and Zena in due course of time were married, and went to live in one of the enchanted houses on the hillside in the newer part of the town, where you may find them to this day. You may see Pupkin there at any time, cutting enchanted grass on a little lawn in as gaudy a blazer as ever. But if you step up to speak to him or walk with him into the enchanted house, pray modulate your voice a little, musical though it is, for there is said to be an enchanted baby on the premises whose sleep must not lightly be disturbed. End of The Mariposa Bank Mystery, read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, November 2024.
The Pearl That Came Home by Henry de Vere Stackpole. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. The Pearl That Came Home. For tragedy in her serious or comic guise, search the history of gems. An illustration of that lies in the story of a pearl which caused trouble wherever it went, among royalty and rabble, from the China Sea to Europe. The other day in London, the Southern Star, one of the largest and certainly the most beautiful of the world's diamonds, was put up for auction, and failed to realise any price. I forget what the bidding went to, nor does the amount matter beyond the statement that it was absurdly small. The stone was too big to be worn in any ordinary way. Big diamonds are out of fashion, and this everlasting crystal, holding in it the beauty and soul of sunrise, was turned down. This is not a treatise on jewellery, else, leaving the Southern Star aside, I would quote many instances of lovely gems neglected, left in obscurity by taste, and only picked up at the dictates of fashion, or vice versa. The black pearl that was worth little till the Empress Eugenie made it sought after. The drop pearl that was worth much, till women gave out wearing drop earrings. The opal that went out of favour less on account of superstition than fad. A list as long as the list of poets, painters, writers and sculptors, the intrinsic beauty of whose work was worth nothing till revealed by the eyes of some critic seer. The Sulu archipelago, lying to the north of Borneo, contains over 100 small islands, and the most beautiful pearls in the world have come from here. There is something in the water of the tropic seas that lends colour to the coral and special beauty to the pearl, and of all the seas, the Sea of Sulu is the most highly charged with this dynamic something that finds expression in beauty. It was in 1882 when the Sultan of Sulu was fighting the Spaniards, the same Sultan who sold his rights in the great bird nest caves to the North Borneo Company, that Fleming, who had got hold of an old proa and the service of a Sulu man, whose name sounded like Nakadike, was fishing for pearls, illicitly. He had come in through the southern Sibutu Passage and worked up as far as Cagayan, Sulu, and it was amid the tiny islets north of here and in view of the palms of Cagayan that he was doing his fishing. Now, if you will look at the charts or at any large map, you will see that Sulu waters are almost as much enclosed as tidal basin, 500 miles by 500 miles. They are hedged from the South China Sea by Palawan, from the Celebes Sea by Sibugwe, and all the islands to Tawi-Tawi from the Pacific by the Philippines. A vast blue basin, with a shared kingdom with an emperor who impaled men for pearling without a permit. These facts did not in the least disturb Fleming in his fishing. War proas might break the horizon any moment, or a boat of Spaniards come along, men worse than the man of Sulu. It did not matter. It was all in the day's work. No law ran in these seas to save a lawless man from extreme punishment. It did not matter, for only in the lawless seas could Fleming do his job, which was plunder in all its forms, from opium smuggling to barratry. Broken in his last deal with the customs, he had come down to the Celebes, and with the profit of a lucky gamble at Mindao, bought the fishing proa and provisions for 3 men for 4 months. Also, the services of Nakadike and a Malay boy, Ahmed. A week ago, here within Saitra Cagayan, they had struck oyster ground and coach-whipped Fucus in 6-fathom water, taking in 6 days 300 pair of shells and 10 pearls. 6 of the pearls were almost worthless, the others, at the prices ruling in those days, varying in value from £5 to £20 apiece. This evening, an hour before sunset, Fleming came on the great find. Opening the last oyster of the take, a thing nearly as big as a soup plate, he saw a bulge on the flesh near the hinge of the shell. Dividing the muscle, he squeezed gently, and like a great white bubble, out came a pearl. It was enormous, big as a pigeon's egg nearly, weighing maybe 100 grains, and absolutely round, luminous, and perfect. Holding it in the palm of his wet and dirty hand, Fleming looked at it. Behind him, Nakadike, naked as the new moon and dripping from his last dive, stood gazing down at it. Ahmed, squatting on the deck nearby, gazed too, and at the kriss which Nakadike had picked up from the deck, where lay his loincloth and beetle box. A passing gull cried out at them, the only sound breaking the silence of that sea, stretching in the sunset toward the palms of Cagayan and the Cebutu Passage. Here was all Fleming wanted. He was up in pearls. He had gained his knowledge from Chi Lu, the opium middleman who dealt in pearls as well as opium, and who dwelt in Hankow. It was Chi Lu who had given him the tip about Sulu waters. This thing would be worth maybe £5,000 in the open market. But as Fleming looked at it after the first realization of its value, he did not see it, or only as the nucleus of a crowded picture, wherein figured Chi Lu, to whom he would offer it for sale, the bars of Hankow and Formosa, where he would cut a dash, games, champagne, and dancing. Nakadike, looking down, saw the Sultan of Sulu, who impaled men for illicit pearling. Saw also a house on stilts near the Itang River, where he could live in comfort with a brown wife and unlimited credit at the trader's station. Saw also that the moment had come. Unknown to Fleming stood the terrible fact that this expedition, though paid for by him, was entirely Nakadike's. Nakadike was not the person to risk the anger of the Sultan for a few dollars, a month's wages. He had come with a cut and dried plan to be put in operation directly the pearl takings were worth the trouble of seizing. And not a moment later, seeing the danger of lingering in these prohibited waters, the moment had come, and the blow of the kriss that nearly severed Fleming's head left nothing to be desired in the way of vigour and directness. Nakadike seized the pearl, pouched it, and helped Ahmed to throw the body overboard. Now the Spaniards at that time had several gunboats lying by their fortified settlement, Giallo, and the smallest of these, the Seville, a 100-ton tin pot with a beam engine and a swivel gun, steering 8 knots and captained by the gay young spark Lieutenant Alvarez, was cruising one fine morning between Laparan Island and Cape Sandakan when the lookout sighted a proa. Alvarez was down below playing the guitar and smoking. He came on deck. The fools on the proa had altered their course, which was as good as saying, "Chase me," and the Seville asked nothing better. She was proud of her speed, and she was aching to fire her gun. She did. She fired it twice, in fact, after the proa had hauled her wind and surrendered. Nachadike and Ahmat received the boarders with outstretched hands spread wide open and palms up. They were innocent men, fishers who had lost their gear, natives of Dimbumata who had no grudge against the Spanish or leanings towards the Sultan or his troops. "Just so," said Alvarez, who could speak the Sulu lingo. "And that?" He pointed with his toe at a budjak lying in the port scuppers. A budjak is an oyster rake made in the likeness of a hay rake and of very heavy wood. It has a heavy stone lashed to its underpart to make it run true. It is a thing quite distinctive, for there is nothing else like it born of the sea. And Nachadike, like a fool, had never thought of heaving it overboard. Men do stupid things like that, especially men of the type of Nachadike and his assistant Ahmat. For Providence has ordained that murder shall always have for its shadow stupidity, and stupidity, what is it, but sister to the callousness that permits men to commit murder? Something is always overlooked. There was also an oyster shell forgotten. There was also a stain on the deck that much scraping had not removed. A stain on the deck was nothing. It might be shark blood or what not. But why the scraping? Now Alvarez, though only a lieutenant in the Spanish Navy, on duty at Hierro, was a man of parts. He could reason, using facts as counters of thought, and that is the most difficult thing in the world. Also, he was thorough. What followed now was most curious. Nachadike, put through the 3rd degree in the Spanish torture of the tarred rope, handed up the pearls, all save the great one, and had Alvarez been another man, he would have departed with the loot, satisfied with a good morning's work. But he was Alvarez, and taking Nachadike below into the dog-hole of a cabin, he felt his head like a phrenologist, finding not only the bump of acquisitiveness, but a lump which was the pearl tied up in a bit of fish skin and bound in the hair, so that Alvarez had to cut it loose with his pocket-knife. He had guessed instinctively that Nachadike was holding some of the pearls back, and he had glimpsed the little lump beneath the hair, but he never expected anything like this. Here was fortune, guitars, girls, bullfights, pleasure in Seville, or better Paris. Paris, that was the place of all places. In 5 beats of a pendulum, such is the power of mind, he had mapped and coloured his future. He put the pearl in his pocket. No one had seen it. It was a secret between himself and the man of Sulu. The secret had to be sealed. He brought Nachadike on deck. Now this bloodhound of a man had not only scented hidden loot, but also he was convinced in his mind that a white man had been boss of the proa and had been murdered for the sake of the pearl. 2 things told him of this, the stain on the deck and an old shoe lying in a corner of the dog-hole below. Did he accuse Nachadike? Not a bit. He ordered his men to unshackle the halyard of the big sail and put the rope round Ahmat's neck. He knew that if murder had been committed, both men were in the business. There was no accusation. If murder had been committed, Ahmat would think that Nachadike had confessed down below, putting the blame on him, Ahmat, and would try to escape by a counter-accusation. It was beautifully reasoned and swiftly done, and the result justified the reasoning. Ahmat confessed everything, accusing Nachadike, who confessed everything, accusing Ahmat. Alvarez hanged them both and made a target of the proa at 500 yards, sinking her at the 6th shot. Then he went back to Hierro and reported a naval affair in which he multiplied the proa by 6, handed over the small pearls, said nothing about the great one, and settle down to brood and make plans for the future. His cleverness had brought him up to an impasse. Up to this he had been careless and happy. Now, with fortune in his waistcoat pocket, he was discontented. All the fun of the world was waiting for him, and he was tied to Hjallo. He was on war service. He could not resign his position. He could not disclose his treasure. He could not sell the thing in the East. He had long, casual talks with Ah Wong, a Chinese trader who supplied Hjallo with provisions, and Ah Wong, who knew everything about everything saleable, gave it as his opinion that for the sale of jewels, London or Paris was the only market, unless indeed one could get hold of one of the native princes of India. But all this talk was of no use to Alvarez. He was tied to Hjallo in the Sea of Sulu. There was no escape for another 5 years at least, and he could not wait. One day he was ordered to take the Seville on a scouting expedition to the Borneo coast near Maraop. He ran her through the Sabutu Passage and piled her on a chartered reef near the entrance to Darville Bay. The boat he escaped in ran to Timbuktu. Here he and his men turned pirates. They were pirates anyway. Licensed up to this, unlicensed now. This piracy business was not his intention. His intention was to get to Europe with the pearl and the small amount of money he had taken with him from Hjallo. But he was more or less in the hands of his men. These ruffians, seizing a big proa and killing the owners, were like jinn he had evoked, and he had to go with them and be parcel of their doings. And he was a bit of a jinny himself. Powerfully armed for those days and waters, they had taken rifles and ammunition before leaving the Seville. They were a match for anything they were likely to meet. But the business was frankly rotten. The small vessels they met could only supply them with provisions or tobacco. Once they got a bag of dollars, and once some tins of Canton opium. There was nothing in it but the gamble and the satisfaction of the plunder instinct. And all the time, Alvarez, though steadily degrading, kept tight to his pearl and his dreams of Europe. He was the only one of the lot who knew anything of navigation, and past Laut he began to edge them west into the Java Sea. They had kicked off their clothes with their civilization. Naked and brown, wearing loincloths and with long hair, more terrible than the men of Sulu, they were an affront to the spirit of the white man. And Alvarez was not the least terrible. The pearl that had led him to all this he had secreted in his long hair, following the hint given him by Nakadike, and the money he had brought with him for Hjallo he had hidden beneath the plank below, against the time when he might be able to use it. One day, off Banca, they sighted a small brig coming east, and the brig, sighting the proa, altered her course. They chased, reckoning on the small size of the prey and its timidity. When the two vessels were within a mile of one another, the wind failed and fell to a dead calm, and the proa, putting out her sweeps, crawled like a venomous brown beetle across the glassy swell toward its victim. The brig was the Itang, Captain Schmerde, Dutch-owned and making to Batavia from Calcutta with a cargo of cotton goods. The proa came right alongside of her, and Alvarez and his ruffians boarded her. They had killed the captain and half the crew and driven the rest below, closing the hatch on them, when, around the shoulder of far-off Gasper Island, came the Pieter Corneliuszoon Hooj, a new Dutch gunboat on the Batavia station, firing up for all she was worth, and with her crew rushing to stations. It is funny to think that all these vigorous happenings had been, so to speak, lying perdu in a quiet old oyster of the Sulu Sea, to be fished up and set free by Alvarez. Yet so it was, and with the pearl which was the core of them in his hair, and fighting to the bitter end, he was killed with all his men on May the 16th, 1882, in the last battle with pirates that took place in the Java Seas. Now, what happened to the pearl, and who discovered it in his hair and managed to secrete it and bring it to Amsterdam and sell it for £800, a wretched price, to a jeweller of the Gerine Gracht? I am not going to say. To be honest, I don't know. It is enough to know that the Amsterdam diamond merchant sold it for twice the amount to a jeweller of the Rue de la Paix in Paris, who sold it to Prince Muroff, who gave it to Margaret Stein at a luncheon at the Café de Paris, who, wishing to emulate Cleopatra, called for a glass of vinegar to dissolve it in. Learning its value from the prince, she put it in her pocket instead. It was in a little red morocco case, and undrilled as yet, and she took it home and forgot it. That seems to you impossible, which proves that you do not know the mentality of Margaret Stein and her tribe. Stolen by Rosalie, her maid, it passed into the possession of Monsieur Bourgeois, at a price which permitted Rosalie to set up a bonnet shop in the Rue du Mont Tabor, and if you had passed that shop with a friend and said to him, "Look, that business came out of an oyster that lived in the sea of Sulu," he would not have believed you. Nor would he have believed the same statement made concerning the new café which Monsieur Bourgeois opened that same year in the Rue Saint-Honoré. In those times, just as all good defunct Americans go to Paris, all good jewels went at last to Russia, or nearly all. The pearl came to Russia. It had been badly drilled in Paris, 1,000th part of an inch out of the true, so it wouldn't hang properly if strung on a necklace. It had to be worn by itself on a thin chain. When Princess Anakov opened the little box on her birthday, she cried, "Oh, what a size!" Then, when she heard of the drilling, that it could not be made the foundation of a new necklace, she pouted, made a scene, and the prince, who was a minister of state, flew into one of his tempers, tried to throw the thing out of a window, broke a vase, and went off to attend to his official duties in a condition of mind that left its small but ineradicable mark on the future history of Russia. The pearl was locked away with other discarded jewels. It had been the innocent cause of a lot of dark work. It had killed Alvarez and his men. It had incited the spirit of thievery in the hearts of more than a few. And now it was out of harm's way. Or out of men's way, which amounts to the same thing. Out of harm's way and securely locked up in a safe made by Borodinsky, the Griffiths of Russia, and in the company of some musty old documents, the title deeds of houses in Paris and Vienna, and some miniatures of the early Anakovs done by Pushkin. Also, there was a watch by Lipin, a few jade ornaments, and a huge turquoise that had come across the Urals in a Tartar's cap in the time of Attila. Wonderful stories that turquoise could have told, had it possessed memory and a tongue. Possessing neither, it was dumb, as was the pearl. Years passed. At once the door of the safe was flung open, and a madly laughing woman seized the documents and flung them about on the floor. Then, with one of them, she struck a bearded man on the face, who, in a rage, struck at her and missed, while another man, pale and thin and dressed in black and seemingly moved by sudden fury, drew an ivory-handled revolver from his breast pocket and shot the bearded man. The latter fell, face down on the floor, flinging up his arms as he fell. Then the documents were shot back into the safe and the smoking revolver with them, and the door was shut, and the pearl and its companions found themselves in darkness and silence again, after this momentary glimpse of the strange world that surrounded them. For a long time nothing happened. How long? Who knows? Years, during which the documents were evidently uncalled for, like the jewels. And then one night the doors of the safe flew open to the beating of drums and cries and shrieks and flare of torches from the street, at which the room opened, and a white-haired woman was gathering everything in a pillow-case, documents, pearl, jade ornaments, and all. Next thing, after many weeks, a blaze of light, and the pearl was in the hand of Ben Uint, the jeweller of Constantinople. Then in a few weeks it was in London, in the office of Romains, the dealer, and a thick-nosed elderly man with a flower on his coat was saying, I would like to buy something for my wife. Something of character. Diamonds? No, she has all she wants. Ah, let us look at that pearl. Badly pierced, worth very little. Birds are jumping every day, Mr. Gunderman, said Romaines, filling a glass of water and putting the pearl in the water, where it instantly and almost completely vanished from sight, thus proving its worth. Then he weighed it in little scales. Then he put it back on its chain. How much? Asked Gunderman, and concluded the purchase of the pearl. 2 hours later, the new purchaser came back to the Savoy Hotel, where he was staying. Mrs. Gunderman was having afternoon tea at a little table in the dance-room. She was stout and florid, and when he gave her his present, and she opened the box and saw the great pearl and its little chain, she thought from its size that it was false. Also, it was in a tuppenny-halfpenny looking little chain. It's platinum, said he, referring to the chain. Then he told her the price he had paid, and she lost her temper. She had set her mind lately on emeralds. She had said nothing on the matter to him, but subconsciously and half-consciously she had been turning toward emeralds. And now this thing which did not appeal to her at all, and at such a price. He told her that pearls were increasing in value, that they were jumping every day. But the activity of pearls did not interest her. She said not a word about emeralds, but she frankly told him he had been done. She had to say something nasty, and unconsciously she said the thing that would hurt the most, reflecting as it did upon his business capacity. The accusation of doing a man, within the limits of the law, would have been something of a compliment, but to accuse him of being done, well! Flying into a temper, he left her and sought solace in the American bar. Then, when they came down to dinner at 7:30, he found that she was wearing the pearl as a sort of make-up to him. He had recovered his temper, and as he sat opposite to her during the meal, his eyes travelled around the room. "You don't know how well that pearl looks, Sarah," said he. "It's a new idea, wearing one strung like that. Look at all those women and their pearl necklaces, and not one genuine, I bet. You see, they make them now so good you can't tell the difference. But that thing tells itself for genuine at once, 'cause no one would wear an imitation alone like that." "I suppose so," said she, without disclosing the fact that she had quite made up her mind to get him to sell the thing and purchase the emerald she now acutely longed for. "I must get it insured tomorrow," he went on. "It'll go in with the rest of your things at Lloyd's." He took a gold cigarette case from his pocket and gave her a cigarette. Then he lit up, and a little later they stepped into their limousine and were driven 100 yards away to the Strand Theatre. Here, under the influence of the genius of Berry, they forgot everything for a couple of hours, returning to the Savoy in their suite, where Julius Gunderman was just in the act of pouring himself out a whisky and soda, when his eyes became fixed on his wife. "Where's the pearl?" he asked. It was gone. The platinum chain was there, but the pearl was gone. Everything was there, even the little platinum wire that had pierced the thing. The wire had broken, that was all. Like demented creatures, they ran about the room, searching the carpet, under the chairs, everywhere. He examined her dress, shaking out the folds. Nothing. Bidding her stay where she was, lest by some chance it might be stuck somewhere in her clothes, he came out in the corridor, hunting along to the elevator, rang for the elevator, searched its floor and came down on it. Then he burst out of it, like a bombshell, calling to the attendants to help in the search. "A pearl! A big round pearl! I gave a large sum for it today. It's gone. £100 to whoever finds it." But it was not to be found. Out in Savoy Court, you might have seen men who seemed to be hunting for mushrooms by lamplight, a quest that would have been just as fruitful. It was gone, and it was not insured. He was 13 and some months old. Patrick Sweeney did not look it. He had been stunted by environment and heredity. Patrick, at the moment, was coming to the end of a perfect day. He had played truant from school, earned 6pence by taking a message for a shady-looking man to a shady public house, which message had caused 2 other shady-looking gentlemen to arise and go forth in a hurry, only to fall into the arms of the police, fished for sharks with a bent pin until he'd been ordered away by the police from the landing station near Cleopatra's Needle, seen a corpse being brought ashore at Westminster Bridge, received, after an hour's vigil outside the tobacco shop close to Charing Cross Underground Station, 2 cigarette cards, one telling the story of the Gloire de Dijon Rose, and the other the history of the Discobulus, both illustrated, stuffed himself with gumdrops and 2 chocolates, and seen a dog run over. That was all mixed and good, and brought him to lighting up time, and the news of the day exhibited by the newspaper sky signs. Here he learnt that Trojan had won at Kempton Park, and that Mussolini had sent a message to the League of Nations, and that Lloyd George was suffering from a chill at Churt. Divided between Fleet Street and the West, he chose the latter, and was rewarded by a taxicab accident at Piccadilly Circus. Theatre turning out time found him now in the Strand, and coming along by the Strand Theatre, the eyes that took in everything in heaven and earth, and on the pavement, saw a big white bead, which was promptly pouched. Also a cigarette end that lay a little further on, which he stuck in his mouth and lit with a mouldy old match. Then came the thought of home and Cassidy's rents. Cassidy's rents were not closed for the night. In fact, when Patrick arrived, Billy Meehan, a person of his own age, was just arriving home from the opera. At least from in front of the opera house in Covent Garden, where he had had no luck. And Pat's mother had only just gone to bed in the room which his father, his mother, himself, and little Noreen called their home. The door was on the latch, for they were all honest people there. Anyhow, there's nothing to steal. The elders in bed were asleep and snoring, like 2 people chloroformed and taking the anaesthetic badly. But Noreen, 11 years old, in the rag bed on the floor near the window, was not asleep. A wee white face showed in the moonlight. She was half sitting up on her elbow. She had been waiting for Pat, for he generally brought her something. As he took off his old boots before getting into bed beside her, fully dressed as he was, the whisper came in the moonlight. "What have you got me?" The demand was followed by the answer, "Cards, and them." He put the dirty paper bag holding 3 last gumdrops in her hand. Then he remembered the bead and handed it to her. It made her forget the gumdrops. It looked beautiful in the moonlight. It was like a little vague lamp, and it held the sick child. For she was very sick, so that she forgot to ask for the cards. And Pat forgot them too, for he was in bed beside her now, snuggling down under the old quilt, and almost at once he was sleeping a sleep that many a rich man would have bought at £1 a minute. Not only did the bead look like nothing else, but it felt like nothing else. So smooth and friendly and warm. She noticed the little hole in it and guessed it was meant to put on a string. But she did not want it on a string. She only wanted to hold this lovely bead and look at it and turn it about and feel it. Then the fear came to her that Pat would want it back. Pat was that sort. Though good-hearted enough, he had taken back several things he had given her. She fell asleep with it in her hand, and it was there when she awoke in the morning, her father gone to work, her mother scolding Pat, who was pulling on his boots, and the sun shining through the dirty window. It looked even more beautiful when she had a peep at it in the daylight, when her mother's back was turned. Some days later, when Mrs. Sweeney asked her, "What are you hiding under the pillow, Noreen?" "Nothing, Mummy. It's only an old bead Pat gave me, but don't tell him, or he'll be wanting it back," said Noreen. And I doubt if Mrs. Sweeney would have taken it from her had she thought it of value, for Noreen was going out. And when some days later she was gone, far, let us hope, from Cassidy's rents, her grubby little hand was holding something tight, her last plaything, which nobody tried to take from her, and rightly, had they only known, for she was the only person who had loved the thing for its beauty, and for itself. Yet, all the same, true to the history of gems, it was tragic. this wealth in the hand of one who had died from tabes mesenterica, which is one of the many Latin names doctors give to poverty. End of The Pearl That Came Home.
Red Shadows by Robert E. Howard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. The Coming of Solomon. The moonlight shimmered hazily, making silvery mists of illusion among the shadowy trees. A faint breeze whispered down the valley, bearing a shadow that was not of the moon mist. A faint scent of smoke was apparent. The man whose long, swinging strides, unhurried yet unswerving, had carried him for many a mile since sunrise, stopped suddenly. A movement in the trees had caught his attention, and he moved silently towards the shadows, a hand resting lightly on the hilt of his long, slim rapier. Warily he advanced, his eyes striving to pierce the darkness that brooded under the trees. This was a wild and menacing country. Death might be lurking under those trees. Then his hand fell away from the hilt, and he leaned forward. Death indeed was there, but not in such shape as might cause him fear. "The fires of Hades," he murmured. "A girl! What has harmed you, child? Be not afraid of me." The girl looked up at him, her face like a dim white rose in the dark. "You! Who are you?" Her words came in gasps. "Naught but a wanderer, a landless man, but a friend to all in need." The gentle voice sounded somehow incongruous, coming from the man. The girl sought to prop herself up on her elbow, and instantly he knelt and raised her to a sitting position, her head resting against his shoulder. His hand touched her breast and came away red and wet. "Tell me." His voice was soft, soothing, as one speaks to a babe. "Le Loup," she gasped, her voice swiftly growing weaker. "He and his men descended upon our village, a mile up the valley. They robbed, slew, burned." "That, then, was the smoke I scented," muttered the man. "Go on, child." "I ran. He, the wolf, pursued me and caught me." The words died away in a shuddering silence. "I understand, child. Then?" "Then he stabbed me with his dagger. Oh, blessed saints, mercy!" Suddenly the slim form went limp. The man eased her to earth and touched her brow lightly. "Dead," he muttered. Slowly he rose, mechanically wiping his hands upon his cloak. A dark scowl had settled on his somber brow. Yet he made no wild, reckless vow, swore no oath by saints or devils. "Men shall die for this," he said coldly. Chapter 2. The Lair of the Wolf. "You are a fool." The words came in a cold snarl that curdled the hearer's blood. He who had just been named a fool lowered his eyes sullenly without answer. "You and all the others I lead." The speaker leaned forward, his fist-pounding emphasis on the rude table between them. He was a tall, rangy-built man, supple as a leopard and with a lean, cruel, predatory face. His eyes danced and glittered with a kind of reckless mockery. The fellow spoken to replied sullenly, "This Solomon Kane is a demon from hell, I tell you." "Fa! Dolt! He's a man who will die from a pistol ball or a sword thrust." "So thought Jean, Juan, and La Costa," answered the other grimly. "Where are they? Ask the mountain wolves that tore the flesh from their dead bones. Where does this Kane hide? We have searched the mountains and the valleys for leagues, and we found no trace. I tell you, Le Loup, he comes up from hell. I knew no good would come from hanging that friar a moon ago." The wolf strummed impatiently upon the table. His keen face, despite lines of wild living and dissipation, was the face of a thinker. The superstitions of his followers affected him not at all. "Fa! I say again. The fellow has found some cavern or secret vale of which we do not know where he hides in the day." "And at night he sallies forth and slays us," gloomily commented the other. "He hunts us down, as a wolf hunts deer. By God, Le Loup, you name yourself wolf, but I think you have met at last a fiercer and more crafty wolf than yourself. The first we know of this man is when we find Jean, the most desperate bandit unhung, nailed to a tree with his own dagger through his breast, and the letters S.L.K. carved upon his dead cheeks. Then the Spaniard Juan is struck down. Now do we find him, he lives long enough to tell us that the slayer is an Englishman, Solomon Kane, who has sworn to destroy our entire band. What then? Lacosta, a swordsman second only to yourself, goes forth swearing to meet this Kane. By the demons of perdition, it seems he met him, for we found his sword-pierced corpse upon a cliff. What now? Are we all to fail before this English fiend?
True, our best men have been done to death by him, mused the bandit chief. Soon the rest return from that little trip to the hermits. Then we shall see. Kane cannot hide forever. Then, what was that?
The two turned swiftly as a shadow fell across the table. Into the entrance of the cave that formed the bandit lair, a man staggered. His eyes were wide and staring. He reeled on buckling legs, and a dark red stain dyed his tunic. He came a few tottering steps forward, then pitched across the table, sliding off onto the floor.
Hell's devils! Cursed the wolf, hauling him upright and propping him in a chair. Where are the rest, curse you? Dead. All dead. How? Satan's curses on you, speak!
The wolf shook the man savagely, the other bandit gazing on in wide-eyed horror. We reached the hermit's hut just as the moon rose, the man muttered. I stayed outside, to watch. The others went in, to torture the hermit, to make him reveal the hiding place of his gold.
Yes, then what?
The wolf was raging with impatience. Then the world turned red. The hut went up in a roar, and a red rain flooded the valley. Through it I saw the hermit and a tall man clad all in black, coming from the trees. Solomon Kane, gasped the bandit. I knew it.
Silence, fool, snarled the chief. Go on.
I fled. Kane pursued, wounded me, but I outran him. Got here first. The man slumped forward on the table.
Saints and devils, raged the wolf. What does he look like, this Kane?
Like Satan. The voice trailed off in silence. The dead man slid from the table to lie in a red heap upon the floor. Like Satan, babbled the other bandit. I told you, 'tis the horned one himself, I tell you. He ceased as a frightened face peered in at the cave entrance. Kane?
Aye.
The wolf was too much at sea to lie.
Keep close watch, Lamont. In a moment the rat and I will join you.
The face withdrew, and the loop turned to the other.
This ends the band, said he. You, I, and that thief Lamont are all that are left. What would you suggest?
The rat's pallid lips barely formed the words. Flight?
You were right. Let us take the gems and gold from the chests and flee, using the secret passage.
And Lamont?
He can watch until we are ready to flee. Then, why divide the treasure 3 ways?
A faint smile touched the rat's malevolent features. Then a sudden thought smote him. He, indicating the corpse on the floor, said, I got here first. Does that mean Kane was pursuing him here? And as the wolf nodded impatiently, the other turned to the chest with chattering haste. The flickering candle on the rough table lighted up a strange and wild scene. The light, uncertain and dancing, gleamed readily in the slow, widening lake of blood in which the dead man lay. It danced upon the heaps of gems and coins emptied hastily upon the floor from the brass-bound chests that ranged the walls, and it glittered in the eyes of the wolf with the same gleam which sparkled from his sheathed dagger. The chests were empty, their treasure lying in a shimmering mass upon the blood-stained floor. The wolf stopped and listened. Outside was silence. There was no moon, and the loop's keen imagination pictured the dark slayer, Solomon Kane, gliding through the blackness, a shadow among shadows. He grinned crookedly. This time the Englishman would be foiled.
There's a chest yet unopened, said he, pointing.
The rat, with a muttered exclamation of surprise, bent over the chest indicated. With a single cat-like motion, the wolf sprang upon him, sheathing his dagger to the hilt in the rat's back, between the shoulders. The rat sagged to the floor without a sound.
He sheathed his dagger to the hilt in the rat's back.
Why divide the treasure 2 ways? Murmured Leloup, wiping his blade upon the dead man's doublet.
Now for Lamont.
He stepped toward the door, then stopped and shrank back. At first he thought that it was the shadow of a man who stood in the entrance. Then he saw that it was a man himself, though so dark and still he stood that a fantastic semblance of shadow was lent him by the guttering candle. A tall man, as tall as a loop he was, clad in black from head to foot, in plain, close-fitting garments that somehow suited the sombre face. Long arms and broad shoulders betokened the swordsman, as plainly as the long rapier in his hand. The features of the man were saturnine and gloomy. A kind of dark pallor lent him a ghostly appearance in the uncertain light, an effect heightened by the satanic darkness of his lowering brows. Eyes, large, deep-set and unblinking, fixed their gaze upon the bandit, and looking into them, Le Loup was unable to decide what color they were. Strangely, the Mephistophelian trend of the lower features was offset by a high, broad forehead, though this was partly hidden by a featherless hat. That forehead marked the dreamer, the idealist, the introvert, just as the eyes and the thin, straight nose betrayed the fanatic. An observer would have been struck by the eyes of the two men who stood there, facing each other, eyes of both betoken untold deeps of power, but there the resemblance ceased. The eyes of the bandit were hard, almost opaque, with a curious scintillant shallowness that reflected 1,000 changing lights and gleams, like some strange gem. There was mockery in those eyes, cruelty and recklessness. The eyes of the man in black, on the other hand, deep-set and staring from under prominent brows, were cold but deep. Gazing into them, one had the impression of looking into countless fathoms of ice. Now the eyes clashed, and the wolf, who was used to being feared, felt a strange coolness on his spine. The sensation was new to him, a new thrill to one who lived for thrills, and he laughed suddenly. "You are Solomon Kane, I suppose?" he asked, managing to make his question sound politely and curious. "I am Solomon Kane." The voice was resonant and powerful. "Are you prepared to meet your god?" "Why, monsieur," Le Loup answered, bowing, "I assure you I am as ready as I will ever be. I might ask monsieur the same question." "No doubt I stated my inquiry wrongly," Kane said grimly. "I will change it. Are you prepared to meet your master, the devil?" "As to that, monsieur," Le Loup examined his fingernails with elaborate unconcern, "I must say that I am at present render a most satisfactory account to his horned excellency, though really I have no intention of doing so, for a while at least." Le Loup did not wonder as to the fate of Lamont. Kane's presence in the cave was sufficient answer that did not need the trace of blood on his rapier to verify it. "What I wish to know, monsieur," said the bandit, "is why in the devil's name have you harassed my band as you have, and how did you destroy that last set of fools?" "Your last question is easily answered, sir," Kane replied. "I myself had the tale spread that the hermit possessed a store of gold, knowing that would draw your scum as carrion draws vultures. 4 days and nights I have watched the hut, and tonight, when I saw your villains coming, I warned the hermit, and together we went among the trees back of the hut. Then, when the rogues were inside, I struck flint and steel to the train I had lain, and flame ran through the trees like a red snake until it reached the powder I had placed beneath the hut floor. Then the hut and 13 sinners went to hell in a great roar of flame and smoke. True, one escaped, but him I had slain in the forest had not I stumbled and fallen upon a broken root, which gave him time to elude me. Monsieur," said the Loup with another low bow, "I grant you the admiration I must needs bestow on a brave and shrewd foeman. Yet tell me this, why have you followed me as a wolf follows deer?" "Some moons ago," said Kane, his frown becoming more menacing, "you and your fiends raided a small village down the valley. You know the details better than I. There was a girl there, a mere child, who, hoping to escape your lust, fled up the valley. But you jackal of hell, you caught her and left her, violated and dying. I found her there, and above her dead form I made up my mind to hunt you down and kill you." Mused the wolf. "Yes, I remember the wench. Mon Dieu, so the softer sentiments enter into the affair. Monsieur, I had not thought you an amorous man. Be not jealous, good fellow. There are many more wenches." "Le Loup, take care!" Kane exclaimed, a terrible menace in his voice. "I have never yet done a man to death by torture, but by God, sir, you tempt me." The tone, and more especially the unexpected oath, coming as it did from Cain, slightly sobered Leloup. His eyes narrowed, and his hand moved toward his rapier. The air was tense for an instant, then the wolf relaxed elaborately. "Who was the girl?" he asked oddly. "Your wife?" "I never saw her before," answered Cain. "Nom du nom," swore the bandit. "What sort of a man are you, monsieur, who takes up a feud of this sort merely to avenge a wench unknown to you?" "That, sir, is my own affair. It is sufficient that I do so." Cain could not have explained, even to himself, nor did he ever seek an explanation within himself. A true fanatic, his promptings were reasons enough for his actions. "You are right, monsieur." Leloup was sparring now for time. Casually he edged backward inch by inch, with such consummate acting skill that he aroused no suspicion even in the hawk who watched him. "Monsieur," said he, "possibly you will say that you are merely a noble cavalier, wandering about like a true Galahad, protecting the weaker, but you and I know different. There on the floor is the equivalent to an emperor's ransom. Let us divide it peaceably. Then if you like not my company, why, nom du nom, we can go our separate ways." Cain leaned forward, a terrible brooding threat growing in his cold eyes. He seemed like a great condor about to launch himself upon his victim. "Sir, do you assume me to be as great a villain as yourself?" Suddenly Leloup threw back his head, his eyes dancing and leaping with a wild mockery and a kind of insane recklessness. His shout of laughter sent the echoes flying. "Gods of hell! No, you fool! I do not class you with myself. Mon Dieu, Monsieur Cain, you have a task indeed if you intend to avenge all the wenches who have known my favors. Shades of death! Shall I waste time in parleying with this base scoundrel?" Cain snarled in a voice suddenly bloodthirsting, and his lean frame flashed forward like a bent bow suddenly released. At the same instant Leloup, with a wild laugh, bounded backward with a movement as swift as Cain's. His timing was perfect. His back-flung hand struck the table and hurled it aside, plunging the cave into darkness as the candle toppled and went out. Cain's rapier sang like an arrow in the dark as he thrust blindly and ferociously. "Adieu, Monsieur Galahad!" The taunt came from somewhere in front of him, but Cain, plunging toward the sound of the savage fury of baffled wrath, caromed against a blank wall that did not yield to his blow. From somewhere seemed to come an echo of a mocking laugh. Cain whirled, eyes fixed on the dimly outlined entrance, thinking his foe would try to slip past him and out of the cave. But no form bulked there, and when his groping hands found the candle and lighted it, the cave was empty, save for himself and the dead men on the floor. Chapter 3. The Chant of the Drums. Across the dusky waters the whisper came. Boom, boom, boom. A sullen reiteration. Far away and more faintly sounded a whisper of different timbre. Thrum, thrum, thrum. Back and forth went the vibrations as the throbbing drums spoke to each other. What tales did they carry? What monstrous secrets whispered across the sullen, shadowy reaches of the unmapped jungle? "This, you are sure, is the bay where the Spanish ship put in?" "Yes, senor. The Negro swears this is the bay where the white man left the ship alone and went into the jungle." Cain nodded grimly. "Then put me ashore here, alone. Wait 7 days. Then if I have not returned, and if you have no word of me, set sail wherever you will." "Yes, senor." The waves slapped lazily against the sides of the boat that carried Cain ashore. The village that he sought was on the river bank, but set back from the bay shore, the jungle hiding it from sight of the ship. Cain had adopted what seemed the most hazardous course, that of going ashore by night, for the reason that he knew if the man he sought were in the village, he would never reach it by day. As it was, he was taking a most desperate chance in daring the nighttime jungle, but all his life he had been used to taking desperate chances. Now he gambled his life upon the slim chance of gaining the Negro village under cover of darkness and unknown to the villagers. At the beach he left the boat with a few muttered commands, and as the rowers put back to the ship, which lay anchored some distance out in the bay, he turned and engulfed himself in the blackness of the jungle. Sword in one hand, dagger in the other, he stole forward, seeking to keep pointed in the direction from which the drums still muttered and grumbled. He went with the stealth and easy movement of a leopard, feeling his way cautiously, every nerve alert and straining. But the way was not easy. Vines tripped him and slapped him in the face, impeding his progress. He was forced to grope his way between the huge boles of towering trees, and all through the underbrush about him sounded vague and menacing rustlings and shadows of movement. Thrice his foot touched something that moved beneath it and writhed away, and once he glimpsed the baleful glimmer of feline eyes among the trees. They vanished, however, as he advanced. Thrum, 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 came the ceaseless monotone of the drums. War and death, they said, blood and lust, human sacrifice and human feast. The soul of Africa, said the drums, the spirit of the jungle, the chant of the gods of outer darkness, the gods that roar and gibber, the gods men knew when dawns were young, beast-eyed, gaping-mouthed, huge-bellied, bloodied-handed, the black gods, sang the drums. All this and more the drums roared and bellowed to Cain as he worked his way through the forest. Somewhere in his soul a responsive chord was smitten and answered. You too are of the night, sang the drums. There is the strength of darkness, the strength of the primitive in you. Come back down the ages. Let us teach you, chanted the drums. Cain stepped out of the thick jungle and came upon a plainly defined trail. Beyond, through the trees, came the gleam of the village fires, flames glowing through the palisades. Cain walked down the trail swiftly. He went silently and warily, sword extended in front of him, eyes strained to catch any hint of movement in the darkness ahead, for the trees loomed like sullen giants on each hand. Sometimes their great branches intertwined above the trail, and he could see only a slight way ahead of him. Like a dark ghost, he moved along the shadowed trail. Alertly he stared and hearkened, yet no warning came first to him, as a great, vague bulk rose up out of the shadows and struck him down, silently. Chapter 4. The Black God. Thrum, thrum, thrum. Somewhere, with deadening monotony, a cadence was repeated, over and over, bearing out the same theme. Fool! 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 Now it was far away. Now he could stretch out his hand and almost reach it. Now it merged with the throbbing in his head until the two vibrations were as one. Fool! 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 The fogs faded and vanished. Cain sought to raise his hand to his head, but found that he was bound hand and foot. He lay on the floor of a hut. Alone, he twisted about to view the place. No. 2 eyes glimmered at him from the darkness. Now a form took shape, and Cain, still mazed, believed that he looked on the man who had struck him unconscious. Yet no, this man could never strike such a blow. He was lean, withered, and wrinkled. The only thing that seemed alive about him were his eyes, and they seemed like the eyes of a snake. The man squatted on the floor of the hut, near the doorway, naked save for a loincloth and the usual paraphernalia of bracelets, anklets, and armlets. Weird fetishes of ivory, bone, and hide, animal and human, adorned his arms and legs. Suddenly and unexpectedly he spoke in English. "Ha! You awake, white man? Why you come here, eh?" Cain asked the inevitable question, following the habit of the Caucasian. "You speak my language. How is that?" The black man grinned. "I slave. Long time, me boy. Me, no longu juju man. Me, great fetish. No black man like me. You white man. You hunt brother?" Cain snarled. "Aye, brother. I seek a man, yes." The Negro nodded. "Maybe so you find him, eh?" "He dies." Again the Negro grinned. "Me powerful juju man," he announced apropos of nothing. He bent closer. "White man you hunt, eyes like a leopard, eh? Yes? Ha ha ha! Listen, white man, man with eyes of a leopard. He and Chief Songa make powerful palaver. They blood brothers now. Say nothing. I'll help you, you help me, eh?" "Why should you help me?" asked Cain suspiciously. The juju man bent closer and whispered, "White man Songa's right-hand man. Songa more powerful than Longa. White man mighty juju.
Nlonga's white brother killed man with eyes of a leopard. Be blood brother to Nlonga. Nlonga be more powerful than Sangha. Palava set. And like a dusky ghost, he floated out of the hut so quickly that Cain was not sure but that the whole affair was a dream. Without, Cain could see the flare of fires. The drums were still booming, but close at hand the tones merged and mingled, and the impulse-producing vibrations were lost. All seemed a barbaric clamor without rhyme or reason, yet there was an undertone of mockery there, savage and gloating. Lies, thought Cain, his mind still swimming. Jungle lies like jungle women that lure a man to his doom. 2 warriors entered the hut, black giants, hideous with paint and armed with crude spears. They lifted the white man and carried him out of the hut. They bore him across an open space, leaned him upright against a post, and bound him there. About him, behind him, and to the side, a great semicircle of black faces leered and faded in the firelight as the flames leaped and sank. There, in front of him, loomed a shape hideous and obscene, a black, formless thing, a grotesque parody of the human, still, brooding, blood-stained, like the formless soul of Africa, the horror, the black god. And in front and to each side, upon roughly carven thrones of teakwood, sat 2 men. He who sat upon the right was a black man, huge, ungainly, a gigantic and unlovely mass of dusky flesh and muscles. Small, hog-like eyes blinked out over sin-marked cheeks. Huge, flabby red lips pursed in fleshly haughtiness. The other. "Ah, monsieur, we meet again!" The speaker was far from being the debonair villain who had taunted Cain in the cavern among the mountains. His clothes were rags. There were more lines in his face. He had sunk lower in the years that had passed. Yet his eyes still gleamed and danced with their old recklessness, and his voice held the same mocking timbre. "The last time I heard that accursed voice," said Cain calmly, "was in a cave, in darkness, whence you fled like a hunted rat." "Aye, under different conditions," answered Leloup imperturbably. "What did you do after blundering about like an elephant in the dark?" Cain hesitated then. "I left the mountain." "By the front entrance?" "Yes. I might have known you were too stupid to find the secret door. Hoofs of the devil, had you thrust against the chest with the golden lock, which stood against the wall, the door had opened to you and revealed the secret passageway through which I went. I tracked you to the nearest port, and there took ship and followed you to Italy, where I had found you had gone. Aye, by the saints, you nearly cornered me in Florence. I was climbing through a back window while Monsieur Galahad was battering down the front door of the tavern, and had your horse not gone lame, you would have caught up with me on the road to Rome. Again, the ship in which I left Spain had barely put out to sea when Monsieur Galahad rides up to the wharfs. Why have you followed me like this? I do not understand." "Because you are a rogue whom it is my destiny to kill," answered Cain coldly. He did not understand. All his life he had roamed about the world, aiding the weak and fighting oppression. He neither knew nor questioned why. That was his obsession, his driving force of life. Cruelty and tyranny to the weak sent a red blaze of fury, fierce and lasting, through his soul. When the full flame of his hatred was wakened and loosed, there was no rest for him until his vengeance had been fulfilled to the uttermost. If he thought of it at all, he considered himself a fulfiller of God's judgment, a vessel of wrath to be emptied upon the souls of the unrighteous. Yet in the full sense of the word, Solomon Cain was not wholly a Puritan, though he thought of himself as such. Leloup shrugged his shoulders. "I could understand had I wronged you personally. Mon Dieu, I too would follow an enemy across the world. But, though I would have joyfully slain and robbed you, I never heard of you until you declared war on me." Cain was silent, his still fury overcoming him. Though he did not realize it, the wolf was more than merely an enemy to him. The bandit symbolized, to Cain, all the things against which the Puritan had fought all his life: cruelty, outrage, oppression, and tyranny. Leloup broke in on his vengeful meditations. "What did you do with the treasure, which, gods of Hades, took me years to accumulate? Devil take it, I had time only to snatch a handful of coins and trinkets as I ran. I took such as I needed to hunt you down. The rest I gave to the villages which you had looted." "Saints and the devil!" swore Leloup. Monsieur, you are the greatest fool I have yet met. To throw that vast treasure, by Satan, I rage to think of it in the hands of base peasants, vile villagers. Yet they will steal and kill each other for it. That is human nature. Yes, damn you! Flamed Cain suddenly, showing that his conscience had not been at rest. Doubtless they will, being fools. Yet what could I do? Had I left it there, people might have starved and gone naked for lack of it. More, it would have been found, and theft and slaughter would have followed anyway. You are to blame, for had this treasure been left with its rightful owners, no such trouble would have ensued. The wolf grinned without reply. Cain not being a profane man, his rare curses had double effect and always startled his hearers, no matter how vicious or hardened they might be. It was Cain who spoke next. Why have you fled from me across the world? You do not really fear me. No, you are right. Really, you do not know. Perhaps flight is a habit which is difficult to break. I made my mistake when I did not kill you that night in the mountains. I am sure I could kill you in a fair fight, yet I have never even, ere now, sought to ambush you. Somehow I have not had a liking to meet you, monsieur. A whim of mine, a mere whim. Then, mon Dieu, mayhap I have enjoyed a new sensation, and I had thought that I had exhausted the thrills of life. And then a man must either be the hunter or the hunted. Until now, monsieur, I was the hunted, but I grew weary of the role. I thought I had thrown you off the trail. A Negro slave brought from this vicinity told a Portugal ship captain of a white man who landed from a Spaniard ship and went into the jungle. I heard of it and hired the ship, paying the captain to bring me here. Monsieur, I admire you for your attempt, but you must admire me, too. Alone I came into this village, and alone among savages and cannibals. I, with some slight knowledge of the language learned from a slave aboard ship, I gained the confidence of King Songa and supplanted that Mummer Nalonga. I am a braver man than you, monsieur, for I had no ship to retreat to, and a ship is waiting for you. I admire your courage, said Cain, but you are content to rule amongst cannibals, you the blackest soul of them all. I intend to return to my own people when I have slain you. Your confidence would be admirable were it not amusing. Ho, Gulka! A giant Negro stalked into the space between them. He was the hugest man that Cain had ever seen, though he moved with cat-like ease and suppleness. His arms and legs were like trees, and the great sinuous muscles rippled with each motion. His ape-like head was set squarely between gigantic shoulders. His great, dusky hands were like the talons of an ape, and his brow slanted back from above bestial eyes. Flat nose and great, thick red lips completed this picture of primal, lustful savagery. That is Gulka, the gorilla slayer, said Leloup. He it was who lay in wait beside the trail and smote you down. You were like a wolf yourself, Monsieur Cain, but since your ship hove in sight you have been watched by many eyes, and had you had all the powers of a leopard, you had not seen Gulka nor heard him. He hunts the most terrible and crafty of all beasts in their native forests, far to the north. The beasts who walk like men, is that one whom he slew some days since. Cain, following Leloup's fingers, made out a curious, man-like thing, dangling from a roof-pole of a hut. A jagged end thrust through the thing's body held it there. Cain could scarcely distinguish its characteristics by the firelight, but there was a weird, human-like semblance about the hideous, hairy thing. A female gorilla that Gulka slew and brought to the village, said Leloup. The giant black slouched close to Cain and stared into the white man's eyes. Cain returned his gaze somberly, and presently the Negro's eyes dropped sullenly and he slouched back a few paces. The look in the Puritan's grim eyes had pierced the primitive hazes of the gorilla slayer's soul, and for the first time in his life he felt fear. To throw this off, he tossed a challenging look about. Then, with unexpected animalness, he struck his huge chest resoundingly, grinned cavernously, and flexed his mighty arms. No one spoke. Primordial bestiality had the stage, and the more highly developed types looked on with various feelings of amusement, tolerance, or contempt. Gulka glanced furtively at Cain to see if the white man was watching him, then, with a sudden beastly roar, plunged forward and dragged a man from the semicircle. While the trembling victim screeched for mercy,
The giant hurled him upon the crude altar before the shadowy idol. A spear rose and flashed, and the screeching ceased. The black god looked on, his monstrous features seeming to leer in the flickering firelight. He was drunk. Was the black god pleased with the draught? With the sacrifice? Gulka stalked back, and stopping before Cain, flourished the bloody spear before the white man's face. Leloup laughed. Then suddenly N'Longa appeared. He came from nowhere in particular. Suddenly he was standing there, beside the post to which Cain was bound. A lifetime of study of the art of illusion had given the Juju man a highly technical knowledge of appearing and disappearing, which, after all, consisted only in timing the audience's attention. He waved Gulka aside with a grand gesture, and the gorilla man slunk back, apparently to get out of N'Longa's gaze. Then, with incredible swiftness, he returned and struck the Juju man a terrific blow upon the side of the head with his open hand. N'Longa went down like a felled ox, and in an instant he had been seized and bound to a post close to Cain. An uncertain murmuring rose from the negroes, which died out as King Songa stared angrily towards them. Leloup leaned back upon his throne and laughed uproariously. "The trail ends here, Monsieur Galahad. That ancient fool thought I did not know of his plotting. I was hiding outside the hut and heard the interesting conversation you two had. The black god must drink, monsieur. But I have persuaded Songa to have you two burnt. That will be much more enjoyable, though we shall have to forego the usual feast, I fear. For after the fires are lit about your feet, the devil himself could not keep your carcasses from becoming charred frames of bone." Songa shouted something imperiously, and blacks came bearing wood, which they piled about the feet of N'Longa and Cain. The Juju man had recovered consciousness, and he now shouted something in his native language. Again the murmuring arose among the shadowy throng. Songa snarled something in reply. Cain gazed at the scene almost impersonally. Again, somewhere in his soul, dim primal deeps were stirring, age-old thought memories, veiled in the fogs of lost eons. He had been here before, thought Cain. He knew all of this old, the lurid flames beating back the sullen night, the bestial faces leering expectantly, and the god, the black god, there in the shadows. Always the black god, brooding back in the shadows. He had known the shouts, the frenzied chant of the worshippers, back there in the gray dawn of the world, the speech of the bellowing drums, the singing priests, the repellent, inflaming, all-pervading scent of freshly spilt blood. All this have I known, somewhere, sometime, thought Cain. Now I am the main actor. He became aware that someone was speaking to him through the roar of the drums. He had not realized that the drums had begun to boom again. The speaker was N'Longa. "Me powerful Juju man! Watch now! I work mighty magic, Songa!" His voice rose in a screech that drowned out the wildly clamoring drums. Songa grinned at the words N'Longa screamed at him. The chant of the drums now had dropped to a low, sinister monotone, and Cain plainly heard Leloup when he spoke. "N'Longa says he will now work that magic which it is death to speak, even. Never before has it been worked in the sight of living men. It is the nameless Juju magic. Watch closely, monsieur. Possibly we shall be further amused." The wolf laughed lightly and sardonically. A black man stooped, applying a torch to the wood about Cain's feet. Tiny jets of flame began to leap up and catch. Another bent to do the same with N'Longa, then hesitated. The Juju man sagged in his bonds. His head drooped upon his chest. He seemed dying. Leloup leaned forward, cursing. "Feet of the devil! Is the scoundrel about to cheat us of our pleasure of seeing him writhe in the flames?" The warrior gingerly touched the wizard and said something in his own language. Leloup laughed. "He died of fright. A great wizard by the—" His voice trailed off suddenly. The drums stopped as if the drummers had fallen dead simultaneously. Silence dropped like a fog upon the village, and in the stillness Cain heard only the sharp crackle of the flames whose heat he was beginning to feel. All eyes were turned upon the dead man upon the altar, for the corpse had begun to move. First a twitching of a hand, Then an aimless motion of an arm, a motion which gradually spread over the body and limbs. Slowly, with blind, uncertain gestures, the dead man turned upon his side. The trailing limbs found the earth. Then, horribly, like something being born, like some frightful reptilian thing bursting the shell of non-existence, the corpse tottered and reared upright, standing on legs wide apart and stiffly braced, arms still making useless, infantile motions. Utter silence, save somewhere a man's quick breath sounded loud in the stillness. Cain stared, for the first time in his life smitten speechless and thoughtless. To his Puritan mind this was Satan's hand manifested. Leloup sat on his throne, eyes wide and staring, hands still half raised in the careless gesture he was making when frozen into silence by the unbelievable sight. Songa sat beside him, mouth and eyes wide open, fingers making curious jerky motions upon the carved arms of the throne. Now the corpse was upright, swaying on stilt-like legs, body tilting far back until the sightless eyes seemed to stare straight into the red moon that was just rising over the black jungle. The thing tottered uncertainly in a wide, erratic half-circle, arms flung out grotesquely as if in balance, then swaying about to face the two thrones, and the black god. A burning twig at Cain's feet cracked like the crash of a cannon in the tense silence. The horror thrust forth a black foot. It took a wavering step. Another. Then with stiff, jerky, and automaton-like steps, legs straddled far apart, the dead man came forward, the two who sat in speechless horror to each side of the black god. "Ah!" From somewhere came the explosive sigh, from that shadowy semicircle where crouched the terror-fascinated worshippers. Straight on stalked the grim spectre. Now it was within 3 strides of the thrones, and Leloup, faced by fear for the first time in his bloody life, cringed back in his chair, while Songa, with a superhuman effort breaking the chains of horror that held him helpless, shattered the night with a wild scream, and, springing to his feet, lifted a spear, shrieking and gibbering in wild menace. Then, as the ghastly thing halted not its frightful advance, he hurled the spear with all the power of his great black muscles, and the spear tore through the dead man's breast with a rending of flesh and bone. Not an instant halted the thing, for the dead die not, and Songa the king stood frozen, arms outstretched as if to fend off the terror. An instant they stood so, leaping firelight and eerie moonlight etching the scene forever in the minds of the beholders. The changeless, staring eyes of the corpse looked full into the bulging eyes of Songa, where were reflected all hells of horror. Then, with a jerky motion, the arms of the thing went out and up. The dead hands fell on Songa's shoulders. At the first touch, the king seemed to shrink and shrivel, and with a scream that was to haunt the dreams of every watcher through all the rest of time, Songa crumpled and fell, and the dead man reeled stiffly and fell with him. Motionless lay the two at the feet of the black god, and to Cain's dazed mind it seemed that the idol's great, inhuman eyes were fixed upon them with terrible, still laughter. At the instant of the king's fall, a great shout went up from the blacks, and Cain, with a clarity lent his subconscious mind by the depths of his hate, looked for Leloup and saw him spring from his throne and vanish in the darkness. Then vision was blurred by a rush of black figures who swept into the space before the god. Feet knocked aside the blazing brands whose heat Cain had forgotten, and dusky hands freed him. Others loosed the wizard's body and laid it upon the earth. Cain dimly understood that the blacks believed this thing to be the work of Nlonga, and that they connected the vengeance of the wizard with himself. He bent, laid a hand on the Juju man's shoulder. No doubt of it. He was dead. The flesh was already cold. He glanced at the other corpses. Songa was dead too, and the thing that had slain him lay now without movement. Cain started to rise, then halted. Was he dreaming, or did he really feel a sudden warmth in the dead flesh he touched? Mind reeling, he again bent over the wizard's body, and slowly he felt the warmness steal over the limbs and the blood begin to flow sluggishly through the veins again.
Then Nlonga opened his eyes and stared up into Kane's, with the blank expression of a newborn babe. Kane watched, flesh crawling, and saw the knowing reptilian glitter come back, saw the wizard's thick lips part in a wide grin. Nlonga sat up, and a strange chant arose from the negroes. Kane looked about. The blacks were all kneeling, swaying their bodies to and fro, and in their shouts Kane caught the word Nlonga repeated over and over in a kind of fearsomely ecstatic refrain of terror and worship. As the wizard rose, they all fell prostrate. Nlonga nodded, as if in satisfaction. "Great Juju! Great fetish! Me!" he announced to Kane. "You see? My ghosts go out, kill Sangha, come back to me. Great magic! Great fetish! Me!" Kane glanced at the black god looming back in the shadows, at Nlonga, who now flung out his arms toward the idol as if in invocation. "I am everlasting," Kane thought the black god said. "I drink, no matter who rules. Chiefs, slayers, wizards, they pass like the ghosts of dead men through the gray jungle. I stand, I rule. I am the soul of the jungle," said the black god. Suddenly Kane came back from the illusory mists in which he had been wandering. "The white man! Which way did he flee?" Nlonga shouted something. A score of dusty hands pointed. From somewhere Kane's rapier was thrust out to him. The fogs faded and vanished. Again he was the avenger, the scourge of the unrighteous. With the sudden volcanic speed of a tiger, he snatched the sword and was gone. Chapter 5. The End of the Red Trail. Limbs and vines slapped against Kane's face. The oppressive steam of the tropic night rose like mist about him. The moon, now floating high above the jungle, limned the black shadows in its white glow and patterned the jungle floor in grotesque designs. Kane knew not if the man he sought was ahead of him, but broken limbs and trampled underbrush showed that some man had gone that way, some man who fled in haste, nor halted to pick his way. Kane followed these signs unswervingly. Believing in the justice of his vengeance, he did not doubt that the dim beings who rule men's destinies would finally bring him face to face with the loop. Behind him the drums boomed and muttered. What a tale they had to tell this night, of the triumph of Nlonga, the death of the Black King, the overthrow of the white man with eyes like a leopard, and a more darksome tale, a tale to be whispered in low, muttering vibrations, the nameless Juju. Was he dreaming? Kane wondered as he hurried on. Was all this part of some foul magic? He had seen a dead man rise and slay and die again. He had seen a man die and come back to life again. Did Nlonga in truth send his ghost, his soul, his life essence forth into the void, dominating a corpse to do his will? Aye, Nlonga died a real death there, bound to the torture stake, and he who lay dead on the altar rose and did as Nlonga would have done had he been free. Then, the unseen force animating the dead man fading, Nlonga had lived again. Yes, Kane thought, he must admit it as a fact. Somewhere in the darksome reaches of jungle and river, Nlonga had stumbled upon the secret of controlling life and death, of overcoming the shackles and limitations of the flesh. How had this dark wisdom, born in the black and blood-stained shadows of this grim land, been given to the wizard? What sacrifice had been so pleasing to the black gods? What ritual so monstrous as to make them give up the knowledge of this magic? And what thoughtless, timeless journeys had Nlonga taken when he had chose to send his ego, his ghost, through the far, misty countries reached only by death? There is wisdom in the shadows, brooded the drums. Wisdom and magic go into the darkness for wisdom. Ancient magic shuns the light. We remember the lost ages, whispered the drums. Ere man became wise and foolish, we remember the beast gods, the serpent gods, and the ape gods, and the nameless, the black gods, they who drank blood and whose voices roared through the shadowy hills, who feasted and lusted. The secrets of life and of death are theirs. We remember, sang the drums. Kane heard them as he hastened on. The tale they told to the feathered black warriors farther up the river. He could not translate, but they spoke to him in their own way, and that language was deeper, more basic. The moon, high in the dark blue skies,
lighted his way and gave him a clear vision as he came out at last into a glade and saw the Loop standing there. The wolf's naked blade was a long gleam of silver in the moon, and he stood with shoulders thrown back, the old, defiant smile still on his face.
"A long trail, monsieur," said he. "It began in the mountains of France. It ends in an African jungle. I have wearied of the game at last, monsieur. And you die. I had not fled from the village, even save that, I admit it freely, that damnable witchcraft of Unlonga shook my nerves. More, I saw that the whole tribe would turn against me."
Kane advanced waringly, wondering what dim, forgotten tinge of chivalry in the bandit's soul had caused him thus to take his chance in the open. He half suspected treachery, but his keen eyes could detect no shadow of movement in the jungle on either side of the glade.
"Monsieur, en garde!"
Le Loup's voice was crisp.
"Time that we ended this fool's dance about the world. Here we are alone."
The men were now within reach of each other, and Le Loup, in the midst of his sentence, suddenly plunged forward with the speed of light, thrusting viciously. A slower man had died there, but Kane parried and sent his own blade in a silver streak that slit Le Loup's tunic as the wolf bounded backward. Le Loup admitted the failure of his trick with a wild laugh, and came in with the breathtaking speed and fury of a tiger, his blade making a white fan of steel about him. Rapier clashed on rapier as the two swordsmen fought. They were fire and ice opposed. Le Loup fought wildly but craftily, leaving no openings, taking advantage of every opportunity. He was a living flame, bounding back, leaping in, feinting, thrusting, warding, striking, laughing like a wild man, taunting and cursing. Kane's skill was cold, calculating, scintillant. He made no waste movement, no motion not absolutely necessary. He seemed to devote more time and effort toward defense than did Le Loup, yet there was no hesitancy in his attack, and when he thrust, his blade shot out with the speed of a striking snake. There was little to choose between the men as to height, strength, and reach. Le Loup was the swifter by a scant, flashing margin, but Kane's skill reached a finer point of perfection. The wolf's fencing was fiery, dynamic, like the blast from a furnace. Kane was more steady, less the instinctive, more the thinking fighter, though he, too, was a born slayer, with the coordination that only a natural fighter possessed. Thrust, parry, a feint, a sudden whirl of blades. "Ha!" The wolf sent up a shout of ferocious laughter as the blood started from a cut on Kane's cheek. As if the sight drove him to further fury, he attacked like the beast men named him. Kane was forced back before that bloodlusting onslaught, but the Puritan's expression did not alter. Minutes flew by. The clang and clash of steel did not diminish. Now they stood squarely in the center of the glade, Le Loup untouched, Kane's garments red with the blood that oozed from wounds on cheek, breast, arm, and thigh. The wolf grinned savagely and mockingly in the moonlight, but he had begun to doubt. His breath came hissing fast, and his arm began to weary. Who was this man of steel and ice who never seemed to weaken? Le Loup knew that the wounds he had inflicted on Kane were not deep, but even so, the steady flow of blood should have sapped some of the man's strength and speed by this time. But if Kane felt the ebb of his powers, it did not show. His brooding countenance did not change in expression, and he pressed the fight with as much cold fury as at the beginning. Le Loup felt his might fading, and with one last desperate effort he rallied all his fury and strength into a single plunge. A sudden, unexpected attack too wild and swift for the eye to follow. A dynamic burst of speed and fury no man could have withstood, and Solomon Kane reeled for the first time as he felt cold steel tear through his body. He reeled back, and Le Loup, with a wild shout, plunged after him, his reddened sword free, a gasping taunt on his lips. Kane's sword, backed by the force of desperation, met Le Loup's in mid-air, met, held, and wrenched. The wolf's yell of triumph died on his lips as his sword flew singing from his hand. For a fleeting instant he stopped short, arms flung wide as a crucifix, and Kane heard his wild, mocking laughter peal forth for the last time, as the Englishman's rapier made a silver line in the moonlight. Far away came the mutter of the drums.
Kane mechanically cleansed his sword on his tattered garments. The trail ended here, and Kane was conscious of a strange feeling of futility. He always felt that after he had killed a foe. Somehow it always seemed that no real good had been wrought, as if the foe had, after all, escaped his just vengeance. With a shrug of his shoulders, Kane turned his attention to his bodily needs. Now that the heat of battle had passed, he began to feel weak and faint from the loss of blood. That last thrust had been close. Had he not managed to avoid its full point by a twist of his body, the blade had transfixed him. As it was, the sword had struck glancingly, plowed along his ribs and sunk deep into the muscles beneath the shoulder blade, inflicting a long, shallow wound. Kane looked about him and saw that a small stream trickled through the glade at the far side. Here he made the only mistake of that kind that he had ever made in his entire life. Mayhap he was dizzy from loss of blood and still mazed from the weird happenings of the night. Be that as it may, he laid down his rapier and crossed, weaponless, to the stream. There he laved his wounds and bandaged them as best he could, with strips torn from his clothing. Then he rose and was about to retrace his steps when a motion among the trees on the side of the glade where he first entered caught his eye. A huge figure stepped out of the jungle, and Kane saw and recognized his doom. The man was Gulka, the gorilla slayer. Kane remembered that he had not seen the black among those doing homage to Unlanga. How could he know the craft and hatred in that dusky, slanting skull that had led the Negro, escaping the vengeance of his tribesmen, to trail down the only man he had ever feared? The black god had been kind to his neophyte, had led him upon his victim helpless and unarmed. Now Gulka could kill his man openly and slowly, as a leopard kills, not smiting him down from ambush as he had planned, silently and suddenly. A wide grin split the Negro's face, and he moistened his lips. Kane, watching him, was coldly and deliberately weighing his chances. Gulka had already spied the rapiers. He was closer to them than was Kane. The Englishman knew that there was no chance of his winning in a sudden race for the swords. A slow, deadly rage surged in him, the fury of helplessness. The blood churned in his temples, and his eyes smoldered with a terrible light as he eyed the Negro. His fingers spread and closed like claws. They were strong, those hands. Men had died in their clutch. Even Gulka's huge black column of a neck might break like a rotten branch between them. A wave of weakness made the futility of these thoughts apparent to an extent that needed not the verification of the moonlight glimmering from the spear in Gulka's black hand. Kane could not even have fled had he wished, and he had never fled from a single foe. The gorilla slayer moved out into the glade, massive, terrible. He was the personification of the primitive, the Stone Age. His mouth yawned in a red cavern of a grin. He bore himself with the haughty arrogance of savage might. Kane tensed himself for the struggle that could end but one way. He strove to rally his waning forces. Useless. He had lost too much blood. At least he would meet his death on his feet. And somehow he stiffened his buckling knees and held himself erect, though the glade shimmered before him in uncertain waves and the moonlight seemed to have become a red fog through which he dimly glimpsed the approaching black man. Kane stooped, though the effort nearly pitched him on his face. He dipped water in his cupped hands and dashed it into his face. This revived him, and he straightened, hoping that Gulka would charge and get it over with before his weakness crumpled him to the earth. Gulka was now about the center of the glade, moving with the slow, easy stride of a great cat stalking a victim. He was not at all in a hurry to consummate his purpose. He wanted to toy with his victim, to see fear come into those grim eyes which had looked him down, even when the possessor of those eyes had been bound to the death stake. He wanted to slay, at last, slowly, glutting his tigerish bloodlust and torture lust to the fullest extent. Then suddenly he halted, turned swiftly, facing another side of the glade. Kane, wondering, followed his glance. At first it seemed like a blacker shadow among the jungle shadows. At first there was no motion, no sound, but Kane instinctively knew that some terrible menace lurked there in the darkness that masked and merged the silent trees. A sullen horror brooded there, and Kane felt as if, from that monstrous shadow, inhuman eyes seared his very soul. Yet simultaneously there came the fantastic sensation that these eyes were not directed on him. He looked at the gorilla slayer. The black man had apparently forgotten him. He stood, half crouching, spear lifted, eyes fixed upon that clump of blackness. Cain looked again. Now there was motion in the shadows. They merged fantastically and moved out into the glade, much as Gulka had done. Cain blinked. Was this the illusion that precedes death? The shape he looked upon was such as he had visioned deeply in wild nightmares, when the wings of sleep bore him back through lost ages. He thought at first it was some blasphemous mockery of a man, for it went erect and was as tall as a tall man. But it was inhumanely broad and thick, and its gigantic arms hung nearly to its misshapen feet. Then the moonlight smote full upon its bestial face, and Cain's mazed mind thought that the thing was the black god coming out of the shadows, animated and bloodlusting. Then he saw that it was covered with hair, and he remembered the man-like thing dangling from the roof pole in the native village. He looked at Gulka. The Negro was facing the gorilla, spear at the charge. He was not afraid, but his sluggish mind was wondering over the miracle that had brought this beast so far from his native jungles. The mighty ape came out into the moonlight, and there was a terrible majesty about his movements. He was nearer Cain than Gulka, but he did not seem to be aware of the white man. His small, blazing eyes were fixed on the black man with terrible intensity. He advanced with a curious, swaying stride. Far away the drums whispered through the night, like an accompaniment to this grim Stone Age drama. The savage crouched in the middle of the glade, but the primordial came out of the jungle with eyes bloodshot and bloodlusting. The Negro was face to face with a thing more primitive than he. Again ghosts of memories whispered to Cain. "You have seen such sights before," they murmured, "back in the dim days, the dawn days, when beast and beast-man battled for supremacy." Gulka moved away from the ape in a half-circle, crouching, spear ready. With all his craft he was seeking to trick the gorilla, to make a swift kill, for he had never before met such a monster as this, and though he did not fear, he had begun to doubt. The ape made no attempt to stalk or circle. He strode straight forward toward Gulka. The black man who faced him and the white man who watched could not know the brutish love, the brutish hate that had driven the monster down from the low, forest-covered hills of the north to follow for leagues the trail of him who was the scourge of his kind, the slayer of his mate, whose body now hung from the roof-pole of the Negro village. The end came swiftly, almost like a sudden gesture. They were close now, beast and beast-man, and suddenly, with an earth-shaking roar, the gorilla charged. A great hairy arm smote aside the thrusting spear, and the ape closed with the Negro. There was a shattering sound as of many branches breaking simultaneously, and Gulka slumped silently to the earth, to lie with arms, legs, and body flung in strange, unnatural positions. The ape towered an instant above him, like a statue of the primordial triumphant. Far away, Cain heard the drums murmur, "The soul of the jungle, the soul of the jungle." This phrase surged through his mind with monotonous reiteration. The three who had stood in power before the black god that night, where were they? Back in the village where the drums rustled lay Songa, King Songa, once lord of life and death, now a shriveled corpse with a face set in a mask of horror. Stretched on his back in the middle of the glade lay he whom Cain had followed many a league by land and sea, and Gulka, the gorilla slayer, lay at the feet of his killer, broken at last by the savagery which had made him a true son of this grim land which had at last overwhelmed him. Yet the black gods still reigned, thought Cain dizzily, brooding back in the shadows of this dark country, bestial, bloodlusting, caring not who lived or died, so that he drank. Cain watched the mighty ape, wondering how long it would be before the huge simian spied and charged him, but the gorilla gave no evidence of having even seen him. Some dim impulse of vengeance yet unglutted prompting him, he bent and raised the Negro. Then he slouched toward the jungle, Gulka's limbs trailing limply and grotesquely. As he reached the trees, the ape halted, whirling the giant form high in the air with seemingly no effort, and dashed the dead man up among the branches. There was a rending sound as a broken projecting limb tore through the body hurled so powerfully against it, and the dead gorilla slayer dangled there hideously. A moment the clear moon limned the great ape in its glimmer, as he stood silently gazing up at his victim. Then, like a dark shadow, he melted noiselessly into the jungle. Cain walked slowly to the middle of the glade and took up his rapier. The blood had ceased to flow from his wounds, and some of his strength was returning, enough, at least, for him to reach the coast where his ship awaited him. He halted at the edge of the glade for a backward glance at Leloup's upturned face and still form, white in the moonlight, and at the dark shadow among the trees that was Gulka, left by some bestial whim, hanging as the she-gorilla hung in the village. Afar the drums muttered, "The wisdom of our land is ancient. The wisdom of our land is dark. Whom we serve, we destroy. Flee if you would live, but you will never forget our chant. Never, never," sang the drums. Cain turned to the trail which led to the beach and the ship waiting there. End of Red Shadows by Robert E. Howard.
The Scene Through the Window by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. The Scene Through the Window. With your permission, I will tell you of a weird experience that happened to me some 3 or 4 years ago, began the barrister. We signified our delight at the prospect, settled back more comfortably in our armchairs, and the barrister went on. It is my custom to get away from London for a few days in the month of May. Upon this particular occasion I ran down to the south coast to a little-known seaside resort. My chief amusement was in taking long walks in the country. One evening, as dusk set in, I found myself some few miles from where I was staying. I felt a little nervous, for I was far away from a road, and I had not too good a knowledge of the country. With the aid of my compass I continued my walk. Darkness had come, and I made my way with difficulty. To my relief I spied in the distance a light, and as I approached nearer I could just make out the dark outlines of a house. My way was blocked by a high iron railing. I continued round it until I came to a gate. I struck a match and saw the bottom of an electric bell, which I pressed, for I was anxious to ascertain the direction of my home. I waited a few moments, and then rang a second time, but there was no answer. A third time I rang, with the same result. I thought that perhaps there might be another entrance, so I walked on round the railings. On the other side they approached closer to the house, but I could see no signs of another gate. Ahead of me I saw a bright light streaming from a wide window, which lighted up the lawn in front. I approached as near as possible. I could see quite plainly into the room. A man and a woman were seated at a dinner table. They were both in evening dress. He was clean-shaven, with well-cut features, while she had the face of a goddess. Suddenly he arose from the table and addressed her vehemently. Her answer was a smile. Then she, too, arose, and they stood facing one another in the centre of the room. By his gestures he was evidently in anger. She answered softly, her face filled with pleading. She knelt to him, but he pushed her away roughly. The woman rose proudly and returned scorn for scorn. He grasped her by the wrist, and she struggled fiercely. A look of mad passion came on to his face. He turned to the table and grasped a knife. A thrust at her bosom, and she fell to the ground. I seemed to hear her shriek in my ears. I rushed at the railings and tried to climb them, but they were too high. I ran round to the gate, but was unable to gain admittance there. Then I returned to the point from which I had witnessed the ghastly scene, but the light was no longer in the window. I went back to the gate and rang the bell again. Then I yelled, but with no result. Finally I made up my mind and ran along the path as quickly as I could. This took me to a road which I recognized. I was in good training, and it was not long before I arrived at the inn where I was staying. I at once went for the police and told them my tale. I gave them my card and told them I was a barrister. The inspector asked me a few questions. "Come," he said quietly, "I will order the dog cart." In a few minutes we were driving furiously in the direction of the house where the crime was committed. The gate was reached at last. We rang the bell again, but with no result. Then we gave a combined "Hullo!" and a servant ran to us. He conducted us to the door. In the hall I saw the man standing, the assassin. "The wretched electric bell is always getting out of order," he began quietly. "That's the man!" I shouted to the inspector. "Arrest him!" The assassin looked at us in astonishment. "On what charge, may I ask?" he said at last. "Murder!" I cried hoarsely. "I saw you commit the deed." "Are you mad?" he asked in amazed tones. But anger quickly left his face, and a smile took its place. "Come into the smoking room, gentlemen," he said, leading the way. "Now let me hear your account of the dreadful deed I have committed." I marvelled at his coolness, but did as he asked. When I had finished, he rang the bell, which was answered by a maid. "Ask your mistress to please come here, Marie." We waited. My heart was in my mouth. In a few minutes my goddess, my murdered woman, came tripping into the room. She looked at us curiously. "This is my wife. I am Philip Cranston." I started, for it was the name of a prominent actor. "And this is my wife, Pauline Seymour. We are producing a new play next week, and have run down here for a holiday. At dinner tonight my wife suggested a new reading of one of the scenes, and we rehearsed it at once. That's all." Well, I did feel a fool. At the present moment I number the Cranstons amongst my dearest friends, but still there is no end of chaff to be put up with at their hands. End of The Scene Through the Window.
A Telephone Call by Dorothy Parker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A telephone call. Please, God, let him telephone me now. Dear God, let him call me now. I won't ask anything else of you. Truly, I won't. It isn't very much to ask. It would be so little to you, God. Such a little thing. Only let him telephone now. Please, God, please, please, please. If I didn't think about it, maybe the telephone might ring. Sometimes it does that. If I could think of something else, Nobby, if I counted 500 by fives, it might ring by that time. I'll count slowly. I won't cheat. And if it rings when I get to 300, I won't stop. I won't answer it until I get to 500. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Oh, please ring, please. This is the last time I'll look at the clock. I will not look at it again. It's 10 minutes past 7. He said he would telephone at 5 o'clock. I'll call you at 5, darling. I think that's where he said darling. I'm almost sure he said it there. I know he called me darling twice, and the other time was when he said goodbye. Goodbye, darling. He was busy, and he can't say much in the office, but he called me darling twice. He couldn't have minded my calling him up. I know you shouldn't keep telephoning them. I know they don't like that. When you do that, they know you are thinking about them and wanting them, and that makes them hate you. But I hadn't talked to him in 3 days, not in 3 days, and all I did was ask him how he was. It was just the way anybody might have called him up. He couldn't have minded that. He couldn't have thought I was bothering him. No, of course you're not, he said. And he said he'd telephone me. He didn't have to say that. I didn't ask him to. Truly, I didn't. I'm sure I didn't. I don't think he would say he'd telephone me and then just never do it. Please don't let him do that, God. Please don't. I'll call you at 5, darling. Goodbye, darling. He was busy, and he was in a hurry, and there were people around him, but he called me darling twice. That's mine. That's mine. I have that, even if I never see him again. Oh, but that's so little. That isn't enough. Nothing's enough if I never see him again. Please let me see him again, God. Please, I want him so much. I want him so much. I'll be good, God. I will try to be better, I will, if you will let me see him again. If you will let him telephone me. Oh, let him telephone me now. Don't let my prayers seem too little to you, God. You sit up there so white and old, with all the angels about you and the stars slipping by, and I come to you with a prayer about a telephone call. Don't laugh, God. You see, you don't know how it feels. You're so safe there on your throne, with the blue swirling under you. Nothing can touch you. No one can twist your heart in his hands. This is suffering, God. This is bad, bad suffering. Won't you help me? For your son's sake, help me. You said you would do whatever was asked of you in his name. Oh God, in the name of thine only beloved Son, Jesus Christ our Lord, let him telephone me now. I must stop this. I mustn't be this way. Look, suppose a young man says he'll call a girl up, and then something happens and he doesn't. That isn't so terrible, is it? Why, it's going on all over the world right this minute. Oh, what do I care what's going on all over the world? Why can't that telephone ring? Why can't it? Why can't it? Couldn't you ring? Please, couldn't you, you damned ugly shining thing? It would hurt you to ring, wouldn't it? Oh, that would hurt you. Damn you, I'll pull your filthy roots out of the wall. I'll smash your smug black face in little bits. Damn you to hell. No, I must stop. I must think about something else. This is what I'll do. I'll put the clock in the other room. Then I can't look at it. If I do have to look at it, then I'll have to walk into the bedroom, and that will be something to do. Maybe before I look at it again, he will call me. I'll be so sweet to him if he calls me. If he says he can't see me tonight, I'll say, "Why, that's all right, dear. Why, of course it's all right." I'll be the way I was when I first met him. Then maybe he'll like me again. I was always sweet at first. Oh, it's so easy to be sweet to people before you love them. I think he must still like me a little. He couldn't have called me darling twice today if he didn't still like me a little. It isn't all gone if he still likes me a little, even if it's only a little bit. You see, God, if you would just let him telephone me, I wouldn't have to ask you anything more. I would be so sweet to him. I would be gay. I would be just the way I used to be, and then he would love me again. And then I would never have to ask you for anything more. Don't you see, God? So won't you please let him telephone me? Won't you please, please, please? Are you punishing me, God, because I've been bad? Are you angry with me because I did that? Oh, but God, there are so many bad people. You could not be hard only to me. And it wasn't very bad. It couldn't have been bad. We didn't hurt anybody. God, things are only bad when they hurt people. We didn't hurt one single soul, you know that. You know it wasn't bad, don't you, God? So won't you let him telephone me now? If he doesn't telephone me, I'll know God is angry with me. I'll count 500 by fives, and if he hasn't called me then, I will know God isn't going to help me ever again. That will be the sign. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. It was bad. I knew it was bad. All right, God, send me to hell. You think you're frightening me with your hell, don't you? You think your hell is worse than mine? I mustn't do this. Suppose he's a little late calling me up. That's nothing to get hysterical about. Maybe he isn't going to call. Maybe he's coming straight up here without telephoning. He'll be cross if he sees I have been crying. They don't like you to cry. He doesn't cry. I wish to God I could make him cry. I wish I could make him cry and tread the floor and feel his heart heavy and big and festering in him. I wish I could hurt him like hell. He doesn't wish that about me. I don't think he even knows how he makes me feel. I wish he could know without my telling him. They don't like you to tell them they've made you cry. They don't like you to tell them you're unhappy because of them. If you do, they think you're possessive and exacting. And then they hate you. They hate you whenever you say anything you really think. You always have to keep playing little games. Oh, I thought we didn't have to. I thought this was so big I could say whatever I meant. I guess you can't ever. I guess there isn't ever anything big enough for that. Oh, if he would just telephone, I wouldn't tell him I had been sad about him. They hate sad people. I would be so sweet and so gay. He couldn't help but like me. If he would only telephone. If he would only telephone. Maybe that's what he is doing. Maybe he is coming on here without calling me up. Maybe he's on his way now. Something might have happened to him. No, nothing could ever happen to him. I can't picture anything happening to him. I never picture him run over. I never see him lying still and long and dead. I wish he were dead. That's a terrible wish. That's a lovely wish. If he were dead, he would be mine. If he were dead, I would never think of now and the last few weeks. I would remember only the lovely times. It would be all beautiful. I wish he were dead. I wish he were dead, dead, dead. This is silly. It's silly to go wishing people were dead just because they don't call you up the very minute they said they would. Maybe the clock's fast. I don't know whether it's right. Maybe he's hardly late at all. Anything could have made him a little late. Maybe he had to stay at his office. Maybe he went home to call me up from there, and somebody came in. He doesn't like to telephone me in front of people. Maybe he's worried just a little bit, about keeping me waiting. He might even hope that I would call him up. I could do that. I could telephone him. I mustn't. Oh God, please don't let me telephone him. Please keep me from doing that. I know God just as well as you do that if he were worried about me, he'd telephone no matter where he was or how many people there were around him. Please make me know that, God. I don't ask you to make it easy for me. You can't do that for all that you could make a world. Only let me know it, God. Don't let me go on hoping. Don't let me say comforting things to myself. Please don't let me hope, dear God. Please don't. I won't telephone him. I'll never telephone him again as long as I live. He'll rot in hell before I call him up. You don't have to give me strength, God. I have it myself. If he wanted me, he could get me. He knows where I am. He knows I'm waiting here. He's so sure of me, so sure. I wonder why they hate you as soon as they are sure of you. I should think it would be sweet to be sure. It would be so easy to telephone him. Then I'd know. Maybe it wouldn't be a foolish thing to do. Maybe he wouldn't mind. Maybe he'd like it. Maybe he has been trying to get me. Sometimes people try to get to you on the telephone, and they say the number doesn't answer. I'm not just saying that to help myself. That really happens. You know that happens, really, God. Oh, God, keep me away from that telephone. Keep me away. Let me still have just a little bit of pride. I think I'm going to need it, God. I think it will be all I'll have. Oh, what does pride matter when I can't stand it if I don't talk to him? Pride like that is such a silly, shabby little thing. The real pride, the big pride, is in having no pride. I'm not saying that just because I want to call him. I'm not. That's true. I know that's true. I will be big. I will be beyond little prides. Please, God, keep me from telephoning him. Please, God. I don't see what pride has to do with it. This is such a little thing for me to be bringing in pride, for me to be making such a fuss about. I may have misunderstood him. Maybe he said for me to call him up at 5. Call me at 5, darling. He could have said that perfectly well. It's so possible that I didn't hear him right. Call me at 5, darling. I'm almost sure that's what he said. God, don't let me talk this way to myself. Make me know. Please make me know. I'll think about something else. I'll just sit quietly. If I could sit still, maybe I could read? Oh, all the books are about people who love each other truly and sweetly. What do they want to write about that for? Don't they know it isn't true? Don't they know it's a lie? It's a goddamn lie? What do they have to tell about that for? When they know how it hurts. Damn them, damn them, damn them. I won't. I'll be quiet. This is nothing to get excited about. Look, suppose he were someone I didn't know very well. Suppose he were another girl. Then I'd just telephone and say, well, for goodness sakes, what happened to you? That's what I'd do, and I'd never even think about it. Why can't I be casual and natural just because I love him? I can be. Honestly, I can be. I'll call him up and be so easy and pleasant. You see if I won't, God. Oh, don't let me call him. Don't. God, aren't you really going to let him call me? Are you sure, God? Couldn't you please relent? Couldn't you? I don't even ask you to let him telephone me now, God. Only let him do it in a little while. I'll count 500 by fives. I'll do it slowly and so fairly. If he hasn't telephoned then, I'll call him. I will. Oh, please, dear God, dear kind God, my blessed Father in heaven, let him call before then. Please, God, please. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. End of the telephone call.